Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and our closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. Would everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Schlottman.
Present.
Vice Chair Cherry.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Here.
Commissioner Roush.
Present.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We would appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Anyone in the audience today that would like a copy of our agenda or rules of conduct, they're located on the left and right sides of the podium. Moving on to public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of in time any speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made on this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Seeing none, please come forward.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ray Godfrey at 4100 Nancy.
Excuse me, could you say your name one more time for me, sir?
Ray Godfrey.
Thank you.
Live at 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane. I have on the agenda today, item 38, just requesting that myself and my neighbor, item number 58, be heard at the same time.
My name is James Wolf, 4001 Tyler William Lane. I'm number 58 on the agenda.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll ask the acting planning director or the city attorney if those items can be heard at the same time. They're separate items. I think they probably should be heard as they were publicized within the agenda.
That's up to you, Mr. Chairman, if you want to take them out of order. Are they next door to each other or something, or is that?
They're within the same neighborhood.
Okay. That's up to you, Mr. Chairman, whether you'd want to take them out of order or keep them in the same order.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, sir. If there's anyone else that would like to talk, please come forward. We have 3 microphones.
My name is Michael Dye. I live at 4304 Sawyer Avenue, and I wish to be heard on item agenda 76.
Okay, that will be heard tonight, and you will get your chance. It'll be late this evening.
Thank you.
Go grab a coffee.
My name is Jesse Lopez. I live at 4336 Sawyer Avenue. The other part of his, we're talking about the same agenda. Item number 76 is the house between both of us.
Okay, and that was item 76?
Yes, sir.
And that will be heard tonight. Thank you so much. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, item 73. I'm Catherine Mulkern. I live at 6348 Lawton Avenue.
Thank you. We'll be hearing that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Mary Delma DeLuise, and I live at 6353 Lawton Avenue, and mine is 73 also.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Mr. I guess if everyone's coming up here just to indicate that they're going to be speaking on a particular item, I don't know if you need to hear that now or.
Right. I mean, unless if it's an item that we're going to hold within abeyance or move to a future meeting, we don't need to know what items you're going to be speaking on at this particular point. But when we open up housekeeping items and we're holding particular items in abeyance, if that's one of the items you want to speak on, then you can come forward and express your concerns at that time.
Thank you.
But thank you so much. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Ron McNeely. I live at 3904 San Joaquin Avenue. There's a thing coming up, number 69. And I'd like to speak on that if possible.
Okay, that item is being held within abeyance. If you give me 1 second, sir. Okay, sir, so that one is being held in abeyance, and the applicant requests that particular item to be held in abeyance, but if you would like to make a few comments on that, we'll go ahead and add that to the record, and those comments will be applied to that particular agenda item
What
for
does
next
being
month.
held in abeyance mean?
Number 69, SGP 71214.
No, I'm saying, what does that mean?
It means we're holding that item, and it's not going to be heard until October 10th.
Okay, because there's so much going on there now that,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I was going to indicate, I guess just for the sake of the public record, we may need to just get through the rest of these people and then kind of do housekeeping after that, and then this gentleman may be able to speak after that. So I don't know if the clerk's office is able to keep up with the...
Okay. We might call you back up here in 1 second if you can take a seat. Good evening, sir.
Hi. I'm William Nickel. I live at 6328 Lawton, and I'm here to speak on item 73 as well.
On item 72?
73.
73, that'll be heard tonight. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bruce Soares. That's S-O-A-R-E-S, 2113 La Havre Drive. I'd like to speak on item number 83.
That one will be heard tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Dinkle. I'm at 6232 Lawton Avenue. I'm also here to speak on item number 73.
Okay, let me just go ahead and make an announcement. All the items that were put on the agenda tonight will be hearing. So once we get to the housekeeping items, if one of those items is being pulled off the agenda tonight and you want to make comments, then that would be the appropriate time to come up and make a comment. But if it's not being pulled off the agenda, I would ask you to hold your comments until that particular item comes forward before us. So thank you.
Mike Jansen, 1100 South 6th Street. Is there a way we could take a vote or make a proposal to you so we can move these short-term rental use items up on the agenda so that we don't, for public safety or whatever is going to go on here?
Mr. Jensen,
Ganson,
please.
G-A-N-S-O-N.
Okay, please direct your comments towards me.
Okay.
No, this was held on the agenda at and a lot of these short-term rentals come up at the end of the agenda, and I heard a lot of people will be coming out at the end of the night, unfortunately, so I don't want to bring all those items forward and not give the general public time to speak.
Thank you.
But thank you for coming up. All right, seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And turn this over to the Planning Commission. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. Moving on to item number 5, for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of August 8th, 2017. Can we get a vote? Vice Chair Cherry.
Motion to approve the minutes of August 8, 2017 Planning
Motion's
Commission.
on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. For possible action, any items from Planning Commission staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon this time. Staff?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. The applicant has requested item number 19 to be withdrawn without prejudice. Applicants have requested abeyances for items 24 through 27, 34 through 37, and item 69 to the October 10th Planning Commission meeting. Please note that this is the third abeyance of items 34 through 37, and the Planning Commission must find good cause for this request. The applicant indicates the abeyance is to continue working with the council office. Also, the applicant has requested abayances for items 39 through 41 to the November 14th Planning Commission meeting. Staff requests that item 67 be stricken from the agenda as it was noticed in error, and the applicant is not moving forward with this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public that want to be heard on any of these items or any planning commissioners? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion from Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion on item number 19 to be withdrawn without prejudice.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Cherry, I think there was one gentleman that wanted to talk on item number 69. If you may come forward.
Yes, hi, I'm Ron McNeely. And the reason I want to talk about it is that I just bought my property there a little more than a year ago. And shortly after that, the owners of this property, number 69 that we're talking about, bought it. And since then, the neighborhood's had nothing but problems with it. Parties there every weekend, cars parked, and it's a residential neighborhood. If you know the neighborhood there, it's off of Valley View and San Joaquin. It's a really residential neighborhood. A lot of elderly people, a lot of kids. And they're parked across sidewalks. My neighbor, walking her baby in a carriage the other night, had to go out onto the street with her baby carriage because you can't get across the sidewalks with the cars parked there. They're leaving their trash cans out for weeks at a time because the people who are renting it, I guess, don't feel like they're obligated to take the trash in. But it's really affecting the neighborhood and affecting it negatively. And we've been talking to a lot of the neighbors who begged me to please come tonight and at least let you guys know what's going on over there, because it's just bringing down the value of the neighborhood. So far, they've owned it now a few months, and every weekend there's new people in there. You see vans pulling up, letting out 15 people going into this 3-bedroom house and stuff like that. And it's turning into a party house. And it's just not good for the neighborhood.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And this will be heard in the October 10th, 2017 Planning Commission hearing if you choose to come back. If not, your remarks will be put on the record. Commissioner Quinn.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McPhail, if you could please, between now and the next meeting, take as many pictures as you can. You have to understand neighborhood services work from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, closed on the weekends. You have to be the eyes and the ears for this commission and for the city council. Pictures, pictures, pictures. We'll get them to neighborhood services. They'll be submitted here on record, and I think that's what you have to do at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Also, Mr. Chairman, Mayor
Yes.
McElhone, Deputy Planning Director, I want to point out here that the City of Las Vegas has recently instituted a short-term rental hotline. It operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That phone number is 702-229-3500, and that is a great number to call if you're experiencing problems with the short-term rental.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Vice Chair Cherry, could we get a motion?
Through the chair, on the housekeeping items, item number 19, this item will be withdrawn without prejudice. Items number 24, 25, 26, 27, 34 through 37, noting that this is the third abeyance request, as staff has noted in the report, for reasons we found sufficient. And item number 69, to be held until the October 10th, 2017 Planning Commission. And then items number 39, 40, 41, to be held in abeyance on November 14, 2017 Planning Commission. And items number 67, item number 67 to be stricken.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Moving on to consent agenda items. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion, one vote. Enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or the applicant so desires. If there are no comments on items 7 and 8, can we get a motion, Vice Chair Cherry?
Through the chair, we'll have a motion for approval on items number 7 and 8.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, each of those items is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days.
Thank you. I appreciate that. At this point, I'm going to bring the director's business forward. We have 2 city staffers with us tonight, and I don't want them to be here till 11 or midnight. So if we could start with item number 78. Good evening, Mr. Solis. And if you don't mind, let me just go ahead and read item 78 into the record. Item 78, DIR 71278, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a presentation of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan Annual Report, PRJ 71277. Staff has no recommendation. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. The item before you is the 2020 Master Plan Annual Report. Pursuant to NRS 278, the Planning Commission is required to review the progress of the Master Plan annually. The Master Plan implementation of the 2020 Master Plan is nearly 100% complete. Of the 189 goals, objectives, and policies, 51 or 27% are complete, 0 are not complete, and 138 or 73% are ongoing. As the master plan is it's nearing the end of its life cycle, the development of a new master plan will commence in early 2018. We expect the completion of the master plan in summer of 2019. The master plan element progress. Implementation of the 2020 master plan elements are approximately 96% complete. Of the 364 goals, objectives, and policies, 76 or 21% are complete, 14 or 4% are not complete, 274 or 75% are ongoing. Completed items have increased by 5% over the last review period due to the adoption of the Downtown Master Plan, the Mobility Master Plan, and the implementation of several sustainability initiatives. We currently have 4 existing walkable community plans. We have the Meadows, the West Las Vegas, the Rafael Rivera, and the Sahara West. The implementation of the plans are approximately 4% complete. Of the 195 recommendations, 7 or 4% are complete, 131 or 67% are not complete, 57 or 29% are ongoing. There are currently some efforts ongoing with the walkable community plans. For the Rafael Rivera, there is currently a sidewalk infill project in design. This project is expected to begin construction in second quarter of 2018. For the Meadows Walkable Community Plan, there were 2 projects completed this past year. New bulb outs with pedestrian crossings were completed around Essex Circle Park, and 2 new entryway features at Essex Drive were completed as well. As far as West Las Vegas, there's currently plans in design for intersection improvements at J Street and Doolittle Avenue. Improvements include ADA ramps, installation of bulb outs, and installation of bike lanes. This is also expected to start construction in the second quarter of 2018. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
This is a public hearing. If anyone would like to make any comments, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion. Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, there's no motion needed. This item is just advisory to the Planning Commission and won't go forward to City Council or anything.
Thank Thank you. Mr. Solis, I appreciate your time and effort putting this together. You come every year and update us, and I'm shocked with how much stuff your department and yourself and all your colleagues are really knocking out at the planning department, and really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item is 79 TXT 66412, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to remove and replace the downtown Centennial Plan with the interim downtown Las Vegas urban form standards and amend Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19 as applicable, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Paul Howe, I'm the Urban Design Coordinator with the Las Vegas Planning Department. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to give a brief report presentation on the text amendment 66412 to go over in a touch bit of detail on what this interim development standards are and why we're doing them. Real quickly, it's been a year since we have approved the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan, and one of the components of that master plan was an expansion to grow the downtown plan area. And with that, brought some gaps that we need to cover with this proposed text amendment to Title 19. So the objectives of this text amendment in particular is to bring the development standards for the expanded downtown master plan in line with the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan vision and goals. So the key issue is to remove and replace the old downtown Centennial Plan, in particular because it only covers a portion of the now updated master plan where we have the Medical District, Historic West Side, and the Founders District that currently fall under Title 19. What the issue what is created is we have a suburban code that has development standards that don't meet the urban vision and goals of the new master plan. And so in particular, in this bridge document, we're going to have updated standards, languages, processes, and graphics that remain in spirit and consistent with the old Centennial Plan, but allow a gateway or a way to handle the new expansion areas to provide an avenue for streamlined development, basically to allow the developer to come in, propose their development so that we can see it's in spirit with the master plan and have a way for staff to navigate how to apply those development standards to the project. And then, again, to set the framework for the adoption of the urban form districts. The urban form zoning districts are a component of the form-based code or the urban form code, which was one of the top priorities of the downtown master plan. And so this is the first step to navigate towards a substantial overhaul to the downtown master plan. So the method is that we're creating an updated overlay that reflects the Vision 2045 master plan by creating this interim downtown Las Vegas urban form standards that for the most part falls in line with the downtown Centennial Plan that we're all accustomed to, but then also providing the key language to allow a way to navigate how to do development in the Medical District, the Founders District, and Historic West Side as those projects come in prior to having an urban form zoning district in place. The key things that are occurring with this text amendment is an amendment to Title 19 and Title 6 language that in particularly references back to the Downtown Centennial Plan, which will now be a replaced plan as each of these urban form districts are popped in. With that, I have my coworker here, Lorenzo Mastino, a planner with the Las Vegas Planning Department, to just kind of go over in point detail of the key things that are being amended.
Thanks. Lorenzo Mastino, Planning Department, Long Range Division. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I want to start my brief recap of the text amendment and the change in the overlay for downtown by showing the boundary and how the boundary that you can see on the left side, that's a map of the Centennial Plan, Downtown Centennial Plan, and on the right instead you can see the map of the new downtown area that we refer to in the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan. You can see it's significantly expanded 4 times. And this is a map, the map that is going to be the map of the new downtown overlay, as it is in the interim downtown Las Vegas urban form standards. So you can see the significant increase, and there's a reason for the different standards and the different areas that we're going to have in the interim downtown Las Vegas urban form document. First, second thing, I want to talk about the text amendment, which is the language update that replaces the reference to the downtown Centennial Plan overlay with the references to the downtown Las Vegas overlay, which is this new expanded boundary area. One thing that I want to point out is that since some uses, such as the sexually rented businesses and Tavern Limited, were only previously allowed within the downtown Centennial Plan boundary area, now refer to a smaller section of the expanded boundary. So we didn't expand any of those provisions. And you will see that in a second when I'm going to show the different areas that are within the new downtown Las Vegas overlay. Then the second thing I want to point out is that we're also replacing the reference to the downtown Centennial Plan itself because we're removing the downtown Centennial Plan, or that's what we're going to be proposing, and substituting that plan with the interim downtown Las Vegas urban form standards. Now, this is a map of the different areas that are within the downtown Las Vegas overlay as proposed. Area 1 that you can see in red is basically, it is the boundary of the previous downtown Centennial Plan overlay. And in the document, the standards for Area 1 are based off the existing downtown Centennial Plan standards with very limited modifications that were more of fixes since the downtown Centennial Plan is a 17 years old document that obviously needed some update. Area 2 is instead those are areas within downtown that, as Mike said previously, currently fall under Title 19, and with this document that we're presenting to you tonight, it will still fall under Title 19. And Area 3 instead are two specific areas that fall under special area plans, which are for the Las Vegas Medical District, the Las Vegas Medical District Plan, and for Symphony Park, the Symphony Park Special Area Plan. In the document, we're also including language that will allow Area 3 and parts of downtown that will fall under Area 3 to have assigned urban form zoning districts. And that is actually the mechanism that will allow us in the future, when this district-specific standards that we're working on will come in, to plug them in as special areas. So they would fall under Category 3. And this is why this change to the overlay and this text amendment will allow us to move forward with our codification of the downtown. We also have additional overall changes. As I already said, more like fixes and updates. You can see in the graphic on the left side is the image that we used to have for sidewalk standards. On the right is what we're replacing it with in the new document. We're also consolidating the existing downtown Centennial Plan overlay standards that were specific to each district, but yes, they were the same through the document into one set of standards valid for the whole Area 1, which is the very core of the downtown area. We also inserted in the document a waiver process that is valid for all the areas within the downtown Las Vegas overlay, and that this waiver process will allow us to see what the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan basically calls for, and in terms of policy and visioning with the document, but without us having the standards in place yet, because the Centennial Plan was an older document. So that is going to be making it easier. More updates and overall changes. We updated the graphics of the different districts. There were no significant boundary changes except the expansions. And we consolidated some language about the outdoor dining. Since the Downtown Centennial Plan was a pretty large document, and what we're presenting to you tonight is still a 53 pages document, there were some language-specific changes that we still wanted to point out. I know we have a long agenda tonight, and I'm not going to read through all the changes, but for example, I want to mention that we're now referring to the Downtown Alley Design Guidebook in the alley section, something that we didn't have previously in the plan. We substituted the requirement for, the standard for shade trees. Instead of 15 to 20 feet, now it's 20 feet intervals, very small changes of that sort. The next steps for this text amendment and then the overlay are the introduction to the City Council for approval of Title 19 and Title 6 amendments, and repeal of the Downtown Centennial Plan and adoption of the interim Downtown Las Vegas Urban Form Standards. And that's going to be happening via ordinance in this fall. And as the downtown districts are ready to be adopted as urban form or form-based code, and that's what we're working on, the updates to the Downtown Las Vegas overlay will be reflected district by district in the area map. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you. If you have any questions on the item.
Thank you very much. I'll open this up for public discussion. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. We have a few microphones. If anyone else wants to be heard, please move forward.
Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street. I just have one comment. I would think that the adjacent communities, residential communities, should be included as making them walkable. And it should probably radiate out from that. It's just in my neighborhood, it's not walkable, and we're the neighborhood closest to downtown. So I just find it kind of odd that that wasn't included. But again, yeah, John S. Park, that we should take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening again. My name is Bruce Soares. My question and concern is what specifically is planned for the west side? I noticed in general many things were put out. Specifically, there seems to be a lot of available land. There seems to be a lot of land that's underutilized. What specific plans are in the works?
Okay. Well, I was going to address Mr. Ganson's question, but for your question,
if you could please address
specifically, so with the historic west side, one of the key things, it's one of our initial districts that'll apply the form-based code. So one of the key concepts is to identify the existing landmarks and build the code around it, because there's so many developable lots of lands.
Mr. Howe, if I could ask you to address the Planning Commission.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Since there's so many developable lots, but there's some key landmarks in that district, it's more appropriate for us to build the code around the neighborhood, the bones, the streets, the sidewalks that are there in place, and to recognize all future development follows the context of the neighborhood that's there now. So I can't say with definitive answer what's coming in the future, but the code will be built around with an understanding that future development will follow in the spirit of the neighborhood that's there today.
Thank you.
My follow-up question would be specifically, there's a large area of land bordered by Washington Avenue, Main Street, Owens Avenue, and A Street. It's not anything that I'm aware of that's historical in that particular property, yet it seems available, but very little action is being taken other than, unfortunately, by homeless people who are squatting on part of that.
Thank you, sir. All right, seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Cherry.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation. I think this was a much-needed thing that helps maybe clear up some confusion as it transitions to the final plan. The question I have is maybe you can give us some clarity on item 14, the change to that with the sexually orientated businesses.
The best, the most concise way to answer that is the way that the Centennial Plan is set up now, it stays the same. So that's where we created that Area 1. So in specific relation to those uses such as tavern limited, sexually oriented business, the way that they're controlled within the current Centennial Plan, they stay within Area 1, which is identical to the Centennial Plan without being the Centennial Plan since we're removing that.
But in the Centennial Plan, it doesn't allow for enlargement of these, I guess, non-conforming buildings at this point.
Correct.
So this is saying it would?
No.
No.
It remains consistent with all the references and changes in Title 19.
Okay, so it ends at the end of the paragraph, but only if and to the extent that the following conditions are met, and then it just falls off. You're saying that the conditions, the existing conditions, are the ones that have to be met when this changes?
Mr. Chairman, through you, if I might. Commissioner
Please.
Cherry, there are two exceptions under the sexually oriented business land use that do allow for the expansion, enlargement, or alteration. A nude show and an adult emporium may both, if they're in the Centennial Plan boundary currently, they do allow, and they're a non-conforming use, they do, there is a provision that will allow them to expand, modify the business on the existing parcel. So that's why, to Mr. Howell and Mr. Mastillo, that's why they put this language in here, so that we can continue to confine that allowance for alteration for a non-conforming sexually oriented business to the original boundaries of the Centennial Plan area.
Okay, so maybe a little more clarity. Why, I feel like, I can't remember if it's an application, but they weren't even allowed to come forward until there was an ordinance change that allowed them to expand. Why did that happen?
Correct. So there was the ordinance that expanded, that allows an adult emporium within the Centennial Plan boundaries to expand, relocate on the same parcel, or otherwise alter its physical environment. That was just recently passed by City Council in the last 60 days. So that would be why, if there was previously a request prior to the adoption of that ordinance, it would not have been able to even apply because the code didn't even allow for that type of activity. It's only in the last 60 days, I think, that ordinance has been on the books that would allow adult emporiums to modify. The nude shows have been able to do a modification for a couple years now, but adult emporiums, that's only been in the last 60 days.
And that's codified and it's allowed now?
Correct. That was adopted by City Council, and it is a part of Title 19 now.
Thank you.
Mr. Summerfield, I have a question to follow up on that. This seems like it even opens it up further than what the ordinance was that was previously approved by City Council. Am I incorrect?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, you are incorrect. What you only see a small bit of the language that's actually being modified. If you saw this language in the complete context of that section of the code, you'd be able to see that it doesn't, in fact, give any more permission than the code currently allows. It's only addressing the fact that we're changing the way the boundary situation works from it being the entire overlay as it is under the Downtown Centennial Plan overlay to now being Area 1 of the Downtown Master Plan overlay, whatever we're calling the new overlay, that it's only that particular section of the overlay, not the whole expanded area.
Okay.
So yeah, so if the entire section of the code was quoted here, but if we quoted the entire section of code for each of these adjustments, that particular report would be about 100 pages or more.
Why does this section even need to be in here? Why can't we just strike it if we already have an ordinance? Why do we have to put in the interim document?
because again, we are changing the names, we're changing the boundaries, we're eliminating the overlay that's currently referred to in that section of code. So we have to update that section of code to reflect the new language.
Thank
so
you.
that it remains in force.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you. I have concerns about this. I feel very much like this has been sprung last minute. I don't feel that there's anything sinister happening here yet, but I have concerns just like Commissioner Cherry does about the language. Now, maybe that's been codified into ordinance in terms of allowing adult businesses that are emporiums or a nude show to be able to expand, and I guess that ship has already sailed, unfortunately, because that doesn't make me very happy at all as a downtown business owner or property owner. But beyond that, you mentioned yourself, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you just said in your presentation, Mr. Mastino, that there's 53 pages of changes to the 2020 master plan. I've not had a chance to really review all of those changes. They were just presented to us on Thursday. And I know that Commissioner Quinn had a terrible accident and fell, and she wasn't even able to read all of her documentation. So I just feel that this item needs to be held. I'm not comfortable with the scope and scale of this document yet because I haven't been briefed well enough on it, and I don't know if that's entirely or partially my fault. It could be. I'm new, so I'll take partial responsibility for that. But the reality is that you are making a very big sea change to a zoning document that we're very comfortable using. You're going to something that even staff admits is a dramatic change from the way that we're used to looking at zoning and planning. We're used to looking at things on a use-based system, and you're going to what's a more architectural-based system where the use doesn't matter anymore. You're talking about saying if the building looks like it should, then we're going to say it's okay to build it. That's at least what I've been led to understand so far. And I was in a presentation where Mr. Howe made a good overview of it, but I feel like I'm still not up to speed. There's a seminar I'm going to next week on it, and I'm not comfortable yet. So I would move that we hold this.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Quinn.
I second what Commissioner Rouse said so eloquently. But most importantly, I did have an accident last Sunday. I didn't even look at my agenda, honestly, till Monday, which I went over briefly. I am not prepared to vote on this. And I thank Commissioner Roush for bringing that to all of our attention. This is a major change to a lot of things, and it doesn't sit right with me. And most importantly, I am not prepared to vote on this evening. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair. Yes, Commissioner Greer.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I have to say that it seems as though I went to the form-based code seminar that was held. I get the concept of where it's going. I would like to know a little bit more specifics about how this all ties in together and how it ties into specifically what the plan is for a specific area. And I have to concur with Mr. Soares, who came up in public comment about really specifically how does this affect certain communities that are listed on here, most likely my community, which is the west side of Las Vegas. So it seems like there's a lot of work that needs to get done before it comes back to this committee. A lot of groundwork and a lot of conversations need to be had before we can take action on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'd like to respond really quickly, just to clarify. This is not the urban form code. This is just a preliminary step to address the Centennial Plan that we have today and the expansion of those new areas that fall under Title 19. All this interim development standard does is it falls in line with the Centennial Plan as we know it, but that plan's out of sync with the master plan that was recently adopted. So we're not introducing any form-based code regulations at this time. We're staying consistent with the Centennial Plan standards, and for the areas that don't fall in the Centennial Plan, they're under Title 19, and the best way I can surmise it is if you're in compliance with Title 19 in the Founders District, in the Cashman District, in the Medical District, you're more than likely not supporting the Vision 2045 master plan. It's a much more urban-driven downtown code, whereas Title 19 is a much more suburban code with larger setbacks, greater lot coverage, shorter building heights. And so what this interim development standard does, it keeps the Centennial Plan that we know it, and for those areas that fall under Title 19, an avenue to do waivers instead of having to have developers come in and provide variances for parking, setbacks, building heights. It's not introducing any new form-driven code yet. That's a whole separate process coming. This is just the first stage to clear out the way to get development to still occur and have a way that staff can review is development in support of the downtown master plan. It's not getting to the point of introducing standards for each of the districts yet. It's affectionately what we call a life raft to get us to the much more substantial development code that we're creating, that we're in the process of creating right now.
And Mr. Howe, I appreciate that. And I was at some of the very first form-based code meetings with Mr. Sommerfeld a couple of years ago and been to quite a few of these meetings. And I understand a lot of people are scared in the form-based code because they don't understand the form-based code, and form-based codes pretty much takes away the use and pretty much puts it onto the form. And we'll look at the form for each district, the 18B Arts District and then the Casino District and all these different districts that currently exist and that we're currently creating and currently we're leaving. If you look at Area 1, Area 2, and Area 3, there's a lot of items within Area 1 where this interim document gives you direction on how to go from DCP to the new master plan. And so as I was getting to page 120 or 130, I was sitting here wondering, well, when's the design standards going to come? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here they were. And they're really closely aligned with the Downtown Centennial Plan. So I didn't have an issue with that. And also one of the good things about the form-based code is the fact that if you comply with everything within the form-based code, then you don't have to go necessarily automatically have to go to Planning Commission and City Council. So, but you still can come to the Planning Commission and City Council if you can't meet, you know, all the setbacks and waivers or, and whatever else that's needed. I do have a couple of specific questions which I discussed with staff this past week, and I didn't see it, and it seemed like it was different in this document and want clarification. So item 3, the DTLV overlay, Area 1 parking and related standards, parking screening. When parking lots face public streets, an ornamental screen and landscaping shall be incorporated as approved by staff. I thought the ornamental fence would be eliminated from this interim document and the DCP.
Well, the quickest way to answer it is not eliminated, but the standard, again, it's through a waiver process.
Okay, but I'm saying, as a planning commissioner who's represented many of the developers in downtown and many business owners and just regular people from the public, they think this fence, this green fence that somebody created 10 years ago is the most hideous thing that we have to put up around all of our parking lots, and I would agree with them. So, not saying that it's the planner's fault. I'm just saying it's something that I think we should address because I haven't heard of one person state that they love the green fence, centennial fence that goes up around parking lots. Could you address that?
Agreed. And that's why I believe we've removed the language for that specific design. So there's still a requirement for a screen, but it doesn't have to be that downtown Centennial Plan arched green forest green fence. Knowing that the costs are there, we still have a need for a screening to occur. It doesn't have to be that specific design.
And Mr. Howell, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but why do we need the screen in between a parking lot and a sidewalk if we have landscaping? That doesn't happen anywhere else in the city of Las Vegas but downtown.
One, to provide a buffer when we're trying to create this walkability. The ultimate ideal is to not have the parking lot adjacent to a sidewalk. So it helps provide a design barrier, additional layers, if you would, to prevent the assumption that a car is coming at you, to soften that impact of walking along a parking lot. I'm in agreement. I'm not the biggest fan of the standard Centennial Plan fence, and it's there in place to mitigate, you know, the best of worst case scenario.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Howell. If we voted on this tonight, can we move to strike that language that a fence or barrier needs to be placed along public streets.
Mr. Chairman, of course, if you move, you are making a recommendation to City Council, and if as a part of your recommendation to move this technical fix forward is that you would like to see that language modified, then that is your prerogative.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to be brief. On the number 4 DTLV overlay Area 1 streetscape standards, I would encourage staff to not require date palms and palm trees on certain streets north of Charleston, certain north-south streets south of Charleston. I know it might create, some kind of conformity going from, down a particular street, but in an area where we're trying to create a pedestrian-friendly environment, I think we should have more shade trees. And if you look at the next section that you wrote, a lot of the east-west streets and the other north-south streets could be or need to be shade trees. So I'd encourage staff to always look at that for pedestrians. Did you have a comment?
I was just going to say, I just want to make sure that that we're very clear here, that this is a transcription of the Centennial Plan. At this stage, we are trying to make a technical fix to address the fact that the downtown master plan encompasses a larger area than the original Centennial Plan did. Other than a few technical fixes and minor kind of corrections that Mr. Mastillo mentioned, in this document, it's not the intent of the department to wholesale change the plan. As we move on a district-by-district basis with the form-based code, that is where we would update all of these elements more specifically, addressing the street trees, the street furniture, the fencing or screening mechanism for any future surface parking lots. All of that is intended to be handled as we go on a district-by-district level to create those district-level identities. This really is meant to be a technical fix of the life raft or bridge, as you would, to get us from where we were to start to get us to where we want to go. But this is not the end document. So this is not where we, at this time, would expect to make all of those changes. That would be a bigger process, working with the community, the neighborhoods, the developers, and what have you, through the form-based code standard process. So I just want to make that kind of clear. But of course, as I mentioned just a moment ago, any recommendations that you have that you would like us to move forward with to City Council, as this moves forward as a part of your recommendation, we will be happy to look at.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, but you're making pages upon pages of modifications as indicated in the summary of the staff summary, and to say that we're not making any major changes to this, I think we are making changes to this, and so I don't know what the purpose of the interim document is. Why don't we just bring the individual districts straight to the Planning Commission? Is that due to timing?
That is completely due to timing, and again, we're working with a consultant to build those. Council has set a priority that the medical district will be done first, then the Arts District, Fremont East, and the Bonanza Corridor of the historic West Side. So we're working through those districts. In order, though, we still have development requests from areas outside of the current Centennial Plan boundary. And so this document is really meant to address the needs of folks that want to build to the downtown vision, but currently the rules don't let them do that. And so what we're trying to do is get to a place where we can allow people to submit their applications, build towards the vision of the plan, and not be held back by some of the technicalities that exist between the difference between the Centennial Plan and Title 19.
Okay.
I hope
and
that helps.
I greatly appreciate the staff and Mike and everyone else who worked on this in the presentation tonight. I was just hoping that certain things, such as that Centennial fence, would have gone out the window. And the articulated roof line with the articulated cornice. How's that look on a great-looking modern square rectangular building with symmetrical windows? I mean, it doesn't. I mean, you can't put a cornice on that. So I'm hoping that, maybe we can address this as we go along. People just have to ask for waivers at the current time. But are there any other comments?
I just have one more question.
Vice Chair Cherry, please.
So, for Director Summerfield, so essentially, we're striking out downtown Centennial Plan and just putting in the new names, but everything is still with the Centennial Plan. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, essentially, yes, that is that's the impetus here, is that we're replacing the Centennial Plan with the new overlay. The standards that apply within Area 1, which is the Centennial Plan, remain the current, as you know it, Centennial Plan standards.
And nothing is specific has changed to that, to the standards?
Again, there are some minor adjustments that we made. For instance, like the parking lot screening, we took out the fence and just said that there shall be screening of surface parking areas against sidewalks. So we made some slight adjustments, but not any substantial or substantive adjustments.
And nothing specific to sexually oriented businesses?
Correct. There's no changes to sexually oriented businesses. Whatever allowance City Council adopted through the recent ordinance and the previous ordinance, that is what carries forward. No changes, no additional allowances for any of the other types of sexually oriented businesses. No allowance for any sexually oriented business outside the current Centennial Plan boundaries to have any modification whatsoever.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roush.
So my concern remains that there's 55 pages of text here that you're asking us to move forward with and send to the City Council for approval. And by backing this, I think what you've done is you said, okay, and please clarify, Mr. Summerfield, the Centennial Plan remains, but also these 55 pages of items now remain also if we send this forward. Is that correct?
No. The 55 pages that are before you are essentially the line item adjustments that need to be made in order to repeal the Centennial Plan and replace it with the new interim standards, which are essentially the Centennial Plan standards. Again, it's intended as a technical fix. It replaces an outdated document with the same standards for Area 1, which is the current Centennial Plan boundaries, and provides additional guidance as to how to treat the expansion areas when they have development that doesn't currently conform to Title 19, which would be their governing rules and requirements, so that instead of a variance request, that they can request a waiver of those requirements if they're proposing a project that is meeting the goals and objectives of the adopted downtown Las Vegas master plan.
Okay. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I'm extremely confused. And I know a lot about zoning, real estate, planning, and I have 25 years in the business. So I'm just going to recommend that we hold this for a month, and that would be something that I would feel comfortable with, because I could then get my arms around it and understand what these 55 pages say, because I don't feel comfortable having two concurrent codes going at the same time, having an old Title 19 and then having a new transitional or bridge document that I don't feel like I've been briefed on or prepped sufficiently to be able to endorse and go back to my councilman and say, yes, I understand this. Yes, I feel good about this. No, I don't feel good about this at all. And so I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to support this today.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I just need to check, because this is a step in a very expansive kind of project timeline to address the commitments that we've made to the City Council to get the form-based code forward. I just need to ask staff, is a 30-day abeyance, what does that do to our timeline? Understanding that it's a recommendation of the Planning Commission, and if the Planning Commission would want to recommend denial or that the changes not be made, that would at least allow staff to work on the adjustments and take it to council so that we can complete our timeline. But I want to ask staff if 30 days affects the timeline that we need in order to get the other commitments that we've made to City Council forward.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you,
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
to be honest, it works either way. I feel a little bit bad that I think I've oversold what this proposal's doing, but that points to me not having everyone fully on board and understanding what the document is. It's not very dramatic to say that it's 99% the same thing with just a key avenue of how to deal with the outer areas. And if those are the key components that aren't understood, that's on me to explain that so that we're all on board. Because on one hand, it does work independently. If it's not approved tonight, that doesn't necessarily hold up the urban form zone in its process. At some point, it has to occur. We have to fix the overlay. The only true issue, the biggest hurdle that's created is for developers with current projects in that time will have to proceed with variances for basically anything to meet the standard vision that's outlined in the new master plan. So it could go either way. I would always prefer to have everyone have full support and understanding. I do point towards the title of it. It's an interim document. Our goal is to have this thing live on the shelf as short as possible. It's just a way to navigate the Centennial Plan parts that work, an avenue that people can mitigate through waivers of what they can and can't meet, and then for the areas that are under Title 19, just the way to, instead of having to go through an automatic application of all those development standards that are a hindrance, to allow them a simple waiver process as they're brought into the overlay. So it's just an expansion of the overlay to match the master plan, and then have a way to navigate. Staff can quickly get development catered towards meeting the vision without adding too much. And that's why the standards are transcribed straight from the Centennial Plan and then applied just as they were previously. So the 55 pages, we've taken a 167-page Downtown Centennial Plan document and boiled it down to 55 pages, just put in the parts that are important to us right now. And then the onus is on us, staff, is to take that document, and as we meet with developers, to have those interpretations of, is your project meeting the Vision 2045? And then this document says, you meet those basic standards in the Centennial Plan, and if you're not in the Centennial Plan, we have a way of at least navigating a development to do waivers instead of having to be burdened with variances and exceptions and deviations. But that said, I would always prefer to proceed with everyone fully understanding what the code is. So we can accommodate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the fact that it seems as though there's a lot of confusion, and which is never good coming into a public body like this. And I think that in order to properly vote accordingly, yay or nay, then we need a better understanding of exactly what this is and what it does not do. To say it replaces the Centennial Code, what does that really mean? And then we talk about striking certain items and changing them and this and that. And staff has met with members of the commission before in small groups to explain things that's going on. Obviously, this needs to happen. And if I was going to vote today, I would actually abstain from voting because I'm not too sure exactly what I'm voting on.
Can we have the motion, please? Commissioner Roush.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny item number 79, TX 266412, the interim Downtown Las Vegas Urban Form Standards bridging document.
Did you want to deny or obey it?
Oh, I'm sorry, but we obey.
If you'd like to push it to City Council, you could just deny it.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry, I want to hold it for 30 days.
For 30 days.
I apologize.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to hold item number 79, TXT 66412, to the October 10th, 2017 Planning Commission hearing. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, based on Commissioner Creer's request, any planning commissioner who would like to have a briefing on this, we would be happy between now and the next planning commission to set something up, 2-3 planning commissioners at a time to kind of walk them through the text amendment.
I think it's important for you guys to lead that conversation so that we can, if you set up some times like you've normally done, instead of put the onus on us to, because there's a lot going on.
Really appreciate your time, all your efforts over the past 2 years and everything else. I think just with a little bit more understanding, I think we can get through this. And thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to the one motion, one vote items. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing, non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Starting with item number 9, ZON 71306, applicant SF601 LLC, owner 601 Bridger LLC, and Devo LLC for possible action on a request for a rezone from R4 high-density residential to C2 general commercial at 305 and 309 South 6th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 10, VAR 71307 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 31 parking spaces where 53 are required. Staff recommends approval. Item number 11, VAR 71308 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot front yard and corner yard setback where 10 feet is required and to allow 8-foot tall wall fence within the front yard setback where 5 feet with 50% visibility is maximum allowed. Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 12, SDR 71310 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 15,723 square foot office building with waivers to allow 0-foot wide landscape buffers along the north and west perimeter where 15-foot wide buffers are required and 0-foot wide landscape buffers along the south and east perimeter where 8-foot wide buffers are required. Ward 3, staff recommends approval. Item 13, VAR 71196, applicant owner, School Board of Trustees for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 39-foot building height where 35 feet is the maximum allowed, a 5-foot perimeter landscape buffer along a portion of the west property line, and a 10-foot buffer along a portion of the east property line, where 15 feet is required at 2501 Windward Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item 14, SDR 71197 for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a proposed 2-story, 30,000 square foot addition to an existing 53,855 square foot public or private school primary. Staff recommends approval. Item 15, VAR 71212, applicant owner, School Board and Trustees for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 39-foot building height where 35 feet is the maximum allowed, an 8-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the south property line where 15 feet is required, five parking lot landscape islands where 11 are required at 4,000 El Parque Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Item 16, SDR 71213 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2-story, 36,400 square foot addition to an existing 54,935 square foot public or private school primary at 4,000 El Parque Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Item number 17, VAR 71265, applicant owner, School Board and Trustees for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 39-foot building height where 35 feet is the maximum allowed, a 5-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the north property line where 8 feet is required, and no parking lot landscape islands where 8 islands are required at 6350 Peak Drive, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item 18, SDR 71266, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 36,400 square foot addition to an existing 66,145 square foot public or private school primary at 6350 Peak Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 20, SUP 71738. Applicant Golden Market, owner 2425 Orville LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,126 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use with a waiver to allow a 370-foot distance separation from a church house of worship where 400 feet is required at 2520 Orville Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 21, SUP 71319. Applicant ICHI Ramen House, owner KRG Las Vegas Centennial Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,106 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment use at 7920 West Tropical Avenue, Suite 170, Ward 2 Beers. Staff recommends approval. Item 22, VAC 71199. Applicant Lorich Properties, Inc., owner Deer Springs Village LLC, for possible action on a petition, on a request for a petition to vacate a U.S. government patent easements north of Clark County 215 and east of Wallapai Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. 23, VAC 71305. Applicant owner KG Development West LLC, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a public drainage easement at the northwest and southwest corner of Eagle Canyon Avenue and Sky Village Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just clarify for the record, item 21, SUP 71319, it is actually in Ward 6.
Thank you. Making the correction on item 21 is Ward 6. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard on any of those items, please come forward.
Chairman, I apologize. I'd like to have a couple of items pulled. Do I do that at this time, or do I do that after public comment?
Let's listen to public comment and then pull the items. Good evening.
Good evening. Mike Jansen, 1100 South 6th Street. I'd like to make a comment on item 20, and the other one, 21, that I would like to limit the sale of singles containers, that only 6-packs or 50 cases at a time, or kegs, but single sales in residential neighborhoods need to be limited due to the homeless and the panhandling that's going on here, and that just exacerbates the problem of that continuing situation here of the people panhandling and the disregard for civility. So I'd like to limit the sale of single items, alcohol containers. Thank you.
Thank you. And next gentleman, please step forward. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Jason Herlong, 2880 North Mustang Street. I'd like to address items, I guess, 13 through 18, specifically 17 and 18, as I am the only neighbor in the neighborhood who this affects. This basically, all these items here are requests for building extra buildings for the schools because they are overcrowded.
Sir, if you want to hear these items, so we could hear it in a public forum. If you have comments on them, would you like to be heard on this item or these items or not?
I would like to be heard.
Okay. And Mr. Ganson, did you want to have that item pulled so we can hear that? If you wouldn't, if you'd come forward and. So, sir, you're saying 13 through 18?
Yes, sir. Specifically 17 through 18.
I'm sorry, specifically 17 and 18?
Yes, I'm a neighbor right there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mike Ganson, I'd appreciate it if we do that. It needs to be part of this discussion that we just previously had here.
Okay, Mr. Ganson, which item is it?
20 and 21, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this Okay, please come forward. And if anyone wants to talk tonight, when an item comes forward, please come and sit in the front row. Good evening, sir.
How's it going? My name is Rudy Carino, and I'm for number 15. And we're at 4101 West Oakey Boulevard. They're requesting a variance for a 39-foot building.
Mr. Chair?
And we live on the corner lot right there, and...
Mr. Chair, I think that's one of the ones you're actually pulling from.
We were only going to be pulling 17 and 18, but if you'd like to...
That's not true, because I was going to request a pull.
Yeah, but then...
No, I said specifically 17, 18 for me, but I think I should talk about 13 through 18. They're all the same.
Yeah, I was going to pull those, for those to be pulled in.
So are you going to pull them, and then we'll talk about them at a separate time,
Yes.
I guess? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank
We'll hear from you here in a moment.
Okay, all right.
Okay, seeing no other public comment, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment, turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Roush.
Chairman, I'd like to request that in addition to number 20, which I believe you already pulled, correct? Item 20? I'd also like to pull items, 9 through 12.
Okay, so it looks like items 9 through 12, 13 through 18, and 20 and 21 are being requested to be held. So the only items on one motion, one vote that could be heard tonight. Yep. So is 20, no.
22 and
22 and 23? No, 19's been abated. Vice Chair Cherry, can we have a motion?
Through the chair, we'll have a motion to approve items number 22 and 23.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 22 and 23 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to items number 9 through 12, which I already called into the record. I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Cherry, seeing as I have an ongoing business relationship with the owner of these related items 9 through 12. So.
Everything's read into the record.
Okay, could I have the staff report on items 9 through 12, please?
One second, Chairman. Thank you.
Also, do we have an applicant here for these items? If you'd like to come forward, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, or the Vice Chairman, as the design of the proposed office building is generally consistent with the current approved development standards outlined in the Downtown Centennial Plan and the anticipated interim downtown Las Vegas vision form standards regarding the building placement, streetscape, parking lot landscaping, staff is recommending approval. Staff has determined that the proposed project is compatible with the surrounding development in the area as demonstrated by the proposed downtown Las Vegas overlay. Therefore, we're recommending approval of the project and the associated variances. Just to put a finer point on it, this is an example of a project that if was covered by the soon-to-be reviewed and possibly adopted interim document, would be able to applied for waivers of the applications instead of having variance applications associated with it.
Thank you. Could we have your name and address for the record, please? If you could turn your microphone on, please. Thank you.
Good evening. Commissioner Sam Schwartz on behalf of FFSF, 601. My address is 3750 Las Vegas Boulevard South, 89158.
Thank you. Any information you'd like to give us on your application?
Certainly. It's currently an existing office building on the property. It's about 9,000 feet with an adjacent parking lot excuse me, and then a vacant parcel next to it that is currently unfinished, it's grass. Two of the parcels, actually the parking lot and the vacant parcel are zoned R4. As I understand it, that's not part of what the master plan is going forward. Those parcels should actually be zoned C1 or C2. So we are anticipating taking the existing building down, which has significant water damage, has some asbestos in it. Actually, a small section of asbestos will be remediating. The building was built in 1978. We'll be taking down 9,000 feet, replacing it with just under 16,000 feet, replacing the existing roughly 21 or 22 parking spaces with 31 parking spaces. So from that perspective, we think we're building a property that will fit in also nicely with the existing federal court, the bankruptcy court, the downtown courthouse. So from that perspective, we think we're bringing exactly what Las Vegas is hoping to develop. Ultimately, the property will likely house Schwartz-Flansburgh, which I'm Sam Schwartz of Schwartz-Flansburgh. So it will house us, and then we will, once upon approval and once we start getting construction, we'll be looking for likely another tenant or two. We'll be likely 60+% of the property when finished. So with that as a backdrop, as we understand what the commission and then the council would like to see happening downtown, we think we're building exactly the kind of project and bringing exactly the kind of jobs. I guess to that point, I should also add, we'll be bringing roughly from our office about 25 jobs from the county to the city. We anticipate there'll be something in the neighborhood of 35 to 40 jobs there locating in the city. So from that aspect also, we think this is in the best interest of Las Vegas. So with that, we would ask that the commission approve our project and allow us to press forward.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I'll close this portion of and open up for public comment. Anyone like to be heard? Seeing nobody, I'll open up to the commission if anyone has any comments on this. Commissioner Roush?
I just have a quick question on the parking. If you could address the parking for us, please. I'm looking at the site plan that's up on the screen. Do you see that on your screen there?
I do.
On the very top right corner, there's a cluster of trees in a gray shaded area. What is that area, and why is that not included in your parking count? Is there something there that's creating a hardship or an inability to park?
Correct. You're coming down the alleyway there. There are poles on the alleyway. The power is above ground. So we have some limitations in terms of what we can do with parking in the corner. That may be able to move a little bit. We need to get into that area to make certain what we can do. And the existing building actually extends right there. So part of the existing building that's coming down will come up from that location. We also expect some of the external hardware that's required for the building, whether it's transformers or other things, will likely be in that corner. So those, that set aside is there to deal with what the fire and the other utility requirements that we understand will be necessary for the building.
So the building cantilevers out over this parking, it would be kind of covered parking at that point? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
We also expect there'll be some covered parking. Some of what you're seeing there are some of the landscaping requirements. So you see some of the trees are there to meet the current anticipated downtown landscaping requirements. If you're looking in the corner, there's some of those shades. There may be some trees as well.
Okay, and then you had also asked for a waiver on the landscape buffer. Can you speak to that, please?
Certainly. So currently, as I understand what's required for some of the trees, including their age, their size, and the distance between them in relation to what is expected for the sidewalks and to have a walkable location downtown, especially where we are there by the courthouses, not far from Fremont Street, the variances that we've requested coincide with what we understand the city would like to see for walkable sidewalks.
Staff, can I ask a question about the landscaping? So on the site plan that we're looking at, it shows trees on the streets on both sides. Are they asking that those not be included, or the trees would stay, but they're just building up to the sidewalk, and so that's the buffer that you're talking about?
Through you, Chairman. They're actually building to the Centennial standard, so that's why you're seeing the streetscape trees, where right now it's currently not required pursuant to the Title 19 standards. The The buffer, yes, the building orientation towards the corner reduces the buffer there, but it's actually some of the buffer depths adjacent to the ingress-egress point and to the property to the south.
So that I'm clear, there's not going to be any landscaping buffer between the building and the sidewalk, but you are proposing that you'll be putting in the trees that are shown on the site plan?
That is
That's
correct.
Okay.
Also, Commissioner Roush, you're aware there is a traffic light going in there as well, I think in relation or in response to the foot traffic that is in that area now.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other comments from commissioners? No? Like to entertain a motion, if anyone has a motion? Commissioner Roush?
I'd like to make a motion for approval for items 9 through 12.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, could you take those separately?
Separately?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to make a vote on each one individually.
Yes,
I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm new. I'd like to make a motion for approval of item 9, ZON 71306.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote.
Note that my abstention.
That motion carries.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion for item 10, VAR 71307. Motion to approve.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Motion to approve item number 11, VAR 71308.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. Motion carries.
And finally, motion to approve item number 12, SDR 71310.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, items 9 through 12 will go forward to City Council at the October 18th, 2017 meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 13 and 14. Item 13, VAR 71196, and item 14, SDR 71197, as previously read into the record. Could we get a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed classroom and parking lot additions to the existing primary school are compatible with the existing school facilities and development on neighboring properties. In addition, the expansion conforms to the policies and objectives of the school facilities element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. Staff therefore recommends approval of both applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 1180 Military Tribute Drive, Henderson, Nevada, representing the Clark County School District. I have with me my architect.
I'm Chris Fenton with Genzer, and 1513 Kirby Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117.
Thank you.
Would you like to go through each one specifically and kind of bit of a detail of what we're looking at on the additions for each school?
I think we're going to take each one of these separately since they're different projects.
Okay. I just initially want to say the additions that we're adding on, there's, for Reed Elementary School, the first one, it is a 18 classroom addition. It is not adding additional children to the school. It is bringing that school up to equitable standards that our new schools are at right now. We're not adding students on the classrooms or into the classrooms. They're already over capacity. The schools, we have a lot of schools that were built over the years. They're different prototypes, they're different sizes, and they only have certain capacities. So that's what we're trying to do with this school and all the older schools that we have. Unfortunately, the size of the property is very small. We're looking at 8 acres, 6 acres on some of them. So in order to follow the standards, we have to add additional parking. So what we're trying to do is we're chewing up some of our fields in order to add parking and make sure we have enough parking. This is on every addition that we're putting on every school. Some are easier than others, and we are looking at the traffic flow. We're trying to make it as easily and accessible for the children as possible, as well as the residents and the parents. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Chris, and then he can kind of go through and walk through a little bit of what we're looking at on the school.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. As Linda stated, the idea is that we're not really adding students, we're providing more equivalent space to the other existing schools and new schools going forward. We believe that this also assists by providing more parking on-site without having more students, that we actually get more cars off the road. The building itself being higher than 35 feet is to, again, provide classroom space that is equivalent to other new elementary schools, overhead projectors and other elements with overhead windows with 10-foot ceilings. So we are approximately 3.5 to 4 feet over the 35-foot limit, which is under review as well and recommends for approval. But we believe in general that because, as Linda mentioned, we're not looking at increasing the capacity, to providing better space, more equivalent classrooms. We are taller because we are compressing the building to make sure we have plenty of open turf and playground space.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask applicants to sit in the front row. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman. Jason Herlong, 2880 North Mustang Street. I don't know why you're doing these individually. I think they're all the same in my mind. The school district has had a problem of overcrowding. I went through this to elementary school in this school district and all the way through high school and college. So we had 35 students in each classroom in late 70s, 80s, 90s. It's the same problem. The school district, their solution to it is to put portables in. And in the 80s, they did that. The portables are still there. They never solved the problems. They've rezoned every year. They change it up. These are just bigger portables, in my opinion. The school district says that they've got bond money to spend and they want these buildings built. This is a bigger problem, I believe, than just going from 39 feet to 30, or 35 feet to 39 feet. This is, the school district does not know how to solve the problems. Their superintendent is now quitting. So you've got $70 to $80 million in debt in the school district, but you've got bond money to build bigger schools, but you're going to have layoffs for teachers. So I think this commission should send the school district a message and say, hey, let's wait for a new superintendent before we start building buildings and spending the people's money that you really don't need to. This is literally my front yard, and I could stand up here and say, I don't want a 40-foot wall in my front yard because I've got a beautiful view of Lone Mountain right now, and it's great to sit there and watch it at night and watch the sunset, and that will be gone. But, you know, my view doesn't mean anything to the city. If, you know, there's 870 kids in this school, and it was designed for 400. I get it. There's a problem of overcrowding, but this is not the solution. The solution to just spend people's money on buildings is not the solution. They need to get somebody in there, and he will come up with another plan, guaranteed. And the school district is supposed to be breaking up. So this is, to me, seems like an old plan, and you need to wait for a new superintendent to look at everything. He may say, man, why'd you guys build all these buildings? We could have used that money somewhere else. I don't understand why this is all going on. It just seems like it's being rushed through. The principal said that they're going to break ground in December. They already know evidently who's going to build it. This is just rubber stamping it. So I don't understand why you're spending the people's money in an area where they really haven't come up with a decent plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close public comment and ask the applicant to come back forward if you'd like to have a few seconds for a rebuttal, or we can open it up to the Planning Commission. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open this up to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Mr. Creer. Commissioner Creer, I apologize.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions, and I thought we were going to meet prior to this, but I guess schedules got confused, I guess, because I didn't meet with anybody. Why does the building have to be, well, let me start with this. Have you guys had any neighborhood meetings to discuss what you're trying to do in these different neighborhoods?
Yes, we have.
You have? Mm-hmm. And what was the general consensus of? Obviously, this gentleman whose house is right across the street in my particular ward is going to be adversely affected by this, but
He was in attendance and voiced his opinion as well. The neighbor was in attendance and voiced their opinion at that
were
point.
there other members of the community present? And
There were others. And,
Yes. The trustee and a few other members from the school district were there as well.
or from the community, I'm saying, from the neighborhoods that you're in?
Probably one or two others, I believe. Yes.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, one or two others, yes, there were members
So,
that were there.
Okay, one or two orders, but you did have a meeting at each one of the places. Why do you have to build a 39-foot building when we're allowed for 35 building? Why do you need that extra 4 feet high?
Well, this is a prototype design that we're utilizing on multiple sites. It's our floor-to-floor height with the air conditioning built in and the elements of the structure with a 10-foot ceiling height to be similar to other classrooms. It results in a height with parapets and air conditioning units on top that are slightly over the 35-foot limit. Even if the building would be compressed down, it would still have the same number of students in it. So I don't believe the 35-foot issue is something that would change how the neighborhood itself would function.
So you're saying you could build a 35-foot building instead of a 39-foot building?
Wouldn't be as efficient. We'd have to compress more things, and it would be, the way that it's laid out right now, it would change the design of it. We believe that it would lower the ceiling heights, it would cause other issues.
Like what? What other issue would you?
Well, for one thing, it would change the design. There'd be lower ceiling heights. We'd have to reevaluate the layout of the facility as far as the stairs and those components when we compress it down. And of course, it will be something that will become a non-standard building in this particular location.
Well, look, I'm all for, we are overcrowded in our school district. It's not about that. It's something that has to get done. I don't necessarily agree with putting more buildings on an already overcrowded space is a solution. That I'm not necessarily here to tell you how to do it or what to do. I guess our job is to approve what you've presented in front of us or not approve it. But it does seem like you're putting a lot more into the same space. And then also, if you say that you aren't adding more people to it, but you're adding parking.
Correct.
So why do you need to add more parking?
Well, first of all,
Hold on, let me finish.
Gotcha.
Why do you need to add more parking if you are not adding more people? And these are elementary schools, correct?
That's correct.
So there's drop-off more, the kids aren't driving cars to school. So why do you need to add more parking? And you're going to take away less fields, outdoor field space, green space for the kids, and add parking to them?
Yes, and actually, the reason being is that this is not to add classrooms, it's to replace the portables. The school already has the same number of occupants today as it will have when this is built. But when we add new space to a building, we have to provide parking. The parking was not provided for the portables to begin with.
So you're saying by default, when you take away the portables and add the building, will that inherently create parking?
Yes,
So
that's a requirement.
So you're really taking away green space on the school for the kids to build the building, not necessarily for parking?
Well, the parking is required for the addition. If we take away portables and build it permanent space, we have to have permanent parking. It's a code requirement. If we don't need that.
But you wouldn't come in, you don't see it more beneficial to come in for a waiver to waive the parking, less parking, and to keep more green space for the kids. You feel as though it's better for the students to have more parking and less green space.
I see where you're going. I think in this case, we still have green space, but we think that adding the parking also helps the neighborhood because it gets cars off the streets.
So you have cars that are parking on the street now, you're saying?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Parents are faculty, staff?
During drop-off and delivery and other components, the staff mostly fits on site, but adding the parking would help alleviate the parking on the streets, even from a temporary basis, visitors and other elements. I think the parking would help the facility and the site run better.
Okay, thank you. I mean, these are the same for just about every one of these, so those are my questions. Correct. I really apply for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. I think the difference between 35 feet and 39 feet is nothing. It's 4 feet. It's as high as the wall to the left and right of you. And when we're talking about 35 versus 39 feet, I don't see that as being a big issue. And if you look at the site plan with all the basketball courts and tennis courts and all the outdoor space and the green space and then the baseball field, I'm all for taking away portables and putting up a permanent structure, because if I was going through school, having to be stuck in a portable, it would give me a totally different outlook versus being in a nice, beautiful, brand-new school. And so it would just make me feel more comfortable on a daily basis going to a new school. But I'll turn this over to Commissioner Roush. And so the public comment is closed, so we'll bring you back up for the next item.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a comment and a question. My comment is I want to congratulate you on a beautiful design, and I think it's going to enhance these neighborhoods dramatically and make these schools feel like they've been brought into the 21st century and give these kids a point of pride as to where they go to school. So I congratulate you on what you've created. Secondly, I have a question for you. Why don't you come before this body and request a variance for parking? How many parking spaces do you actually need on a day-to-day basis for your teachers and any visiting parents? Because we have the ability to maybe do something with you on that. I mean, I hate the idea of our kids losing field space and play space and areas to be outside getting exercise and fresh air.
Commissioner Roush, it's almost a catch-22. I've been doing this for 11 years. There isn't one school that I have not entitled that does not have a parking issue. I've heard it continuously. I understand it. I've had where we've asked for variances for parking, they haven't been approved, and we've had to come back and hold the item and redesign the site. I've asked where they have been approved. We've worked with the principals on a number of schools to try to get them to set up cones, and they have their staff going out there and making sure that there's the traffic flow. I understand probably more than anybody how difficult that traffic flow is at every school. I think I've been to almost 300 of them. And I've seen where some work better than others. And staff has also requested that, we come in with, obviously, the parking, because if we ask for the variance, it's going to get denied. And then we would have to justify why we're coming in for the parking. So it's
to clarify, if you ask for a variance, it doesn't mean that it's denied. It means that staff can't recommend approval, but we can still approve it.
Correct.
So I would encourage you to ask for that variance so that, I realize that it's a case-by-case basis. It entirely depends on the layout of the site. It depends on if you've got modulars you're moving into different locations or if you don't, and the size of the building that you're looking to put. I understand that. My question to you is, you mentioned two different things. You mentioned parking, and then you mentioned, lane stacking, when it's time to pick the kids up. And so I'm looking at the site plan, and I can see that those are two very different things. Is there a way that you can work on the design with your architect, with Gensler, to say how many parking spaces do we actually need in maximum on these various school sites so we can retain some fields, or have you already looked at that and it's not going to be a net gain?
Well, we did look at that, actually, and we did work with staff. We are putting the minimum amount of parking required for the new addition, and only the new addition is what we're looking at. The other existing site is probably slightly underparked. This helps compensate slightly, and we think it's a benefit to the neighbors to go ahead and get the vehicles off the road. The amount of free green space available, we have maximized that to the highest capacity by some of the waivers put in here, which is to minimize landscape islands and landscape buffers. We have worked back and forth with the school district and with staff, and I think we've come to a good resolution that resolves the issues at these sites and is a benefit to the community. So I think it doesn't, I do appreciate the offer to allow us to submit for a parking waiver.
So how many parking spaces did you have before, and how many do you have now?
It varies on a case-by-case basis, but I think we're required to have at least 2 parking spaces per classroom added. We're in some cases adding 22 classrooms. In some of the layouts, we do have an opportunity for a few more spaces, but we're not much more over the minimum. We have done analysis on the existing spaces. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but knowing that the amount of space that's parked, and as Lynn had mentioned, there are quite a few areas. Okay, I do have the numbers right here, actually. Existing parking on Reed, 58 stalls are there today. New parking is 89 stalls, so there's 147 stalls required. Typically, my understanding is for new elementaries, I believe they're in the 150, 160 range for parking. So we're still under the minimum requirement from new elementary schools. And we believe it does help to have the parking here. We have looked at minimizing or maximizing the amount of open green space with the layouts to have contiguous play area for better security and as far as staff observation during recess.
And I hear your point, and it's well taken as well about, the stacking, getting the cars off the street, getting some of that parking off of the street too. I understand that. We get a lot of complaints from our neighborhoods about, kids running into the street to go jump in a car, people making U-turns in the middle of the street. It's a safety issue. It's a hazard for our neighbors in the neighborhood as well. So thank you for addressing that. I'm just throwing it out to you for the future that, please do use that variance if you feel that it is necessary in the future and make your case.
Very good, thank you.
And just to let everybody know, condition number 13 states a traffic impact analysis or other information acceptable to the city traffic engineer must be submitted to and approved by the Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of any grading permits. And the same thing with the fire marshal, Deputy Fire Marshal David Klein and his team will be looking over that. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, I think anytime, growing up in Las Vegas, I went to school in a lot of portables, and education is so important, and I believe anytime you can get the students out of portables and into a permanent structure, it makes them feel better about themselves, and somehow they seem to do better in school. So I support getting rid of the portables. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'd like to entertain a motion, if possible, or make a motion.
Please.
Thank you. Item 13, VAR 71196, I move for approval.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chair, item 14, SDR 71197, I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor for item 14. Please cast your vote.
You want to do the other ones, or you want me to go?
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 13 and 14 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to relating to items 15 and 16. Item 15, VAR 71212, and item 16, SDR 71213. As previously read into the record, can we get a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the proposed classroom and parking lot additions to Vegas Verde Elementary School are in conformance with the policies and objectives of the school facilities element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and are compatible with the existing school facilities and surrounding neighborhoods. Therefore, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 1180 Military Tribute Drive, Henderson, Nevada, representing the Clark County School District. This is Vegas Verdes Elementary School, and currently it's the same thing. It's an 18-classroom building that we're going to place on the site to replace the portables that are on there. Currently, I can tell you that I'll adjust the parking quickly. 53 stalls are existing. We're adding 58 new ones, and for a total of 111. So we have 110 required, so we're one over actually. If you'd like, I can have Chris go through the elements of the building. It's pretty much the same building as the one that's being placed on Reed Elementary School. This school is also over capacity, and so we're trying to take those children out and put them into a newer building that brings it up to equitable standards.
Only if you feel it's necessary.
Probably the only thing I would add, Chris Fenton, 1513 Kirby Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. The only thing I would add is that on this particular site, we actually are taking care of another problem, which is bus stacking and queuing. We've added that on site. That's something else additional for this one, which we believe is a benefit to the community.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. And if there's anyone else, please come forward. Good evening, sir.
How's it going? So my name is Rudy Garino, and I live on the corner lot where this proposed building is going to be. It's the corner of Los Altos and Oakey Boulevard on the left side. So this building is going to be built directly in front of our residence. And frankly, I think I understand the point of portables and permanent education classrooms and things of that nature. But part of the reason we bought the house where we did, which was in 2004, is the openness of the way it looks when we walk out of our front door. Plus, we also have views of the Strip as well. And with this building basically 40 feet from our front door, this blocks all of it out. So and we're opposed to that. We went to the meeting they had at the school, and we asked them if they can move the location of the building to the other side of the field. which doesn't block a view for anything but other houses and anything like that, but didn't seem like it was too cost-effective for them, so that's why we're opposing.
Okay. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th. I'd like to briefly comment about bricks in lieu of books. I think the idea of spending all this money on these buildings in lieu of not providing books or teachers or increases to teachers' salaries or providing electronic training or some kind of avenue for the future needs to be done. So the idea of spending the money on buildings that are stripped out or just shells only is not appropriate behavior. And the other comment is that I find it difficult for the RTC not to be involved in this in providing ride-sharing programming or van use to truck the teachers in here instead of catering to public employees having the privilege of driving their car to school. As most urban environments have these public facilities, that they need to have adopt a ride-sharing program and make that mandatory. The idea that we're paying for parking here for green space, I don't think that's good behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing, ask the applicants to come back up. And I don't know if you have any comments or rebuttal. I would like to start just by asking one question, Ms. Perry. Is there a certain amount of money set aside on this bond that has to go towards infrastructure versus books and things such as that? I know that's not what we're here to speak about tonight, because the Planning Commission just votes on, is it appropriate for a particular neighborhood or not? But that seems to be a common reoccurring theme and question. Could you just address that?
When the legislature went ahead and gave us the rollover for the bond program, it was only for specific items, and that's construction of buildings. It's for buying property if we need to buy schools. It's for renovation and preventive maintenance. It cannot go and be mingled or commingled into having what the state provides us for our per pupil spending for books, for curriculum, for programs and that nature. So that's why we have the state funding, and that's why we weren't building schools for so long, because we didn't have that capital program, meaning the bond money.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to the Planning Commission for questions, possible action. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Commissioner Quinn? Ward 1, 1560.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Regarding variance item 71212, I make my motion for approval this evening. Thank you. I apologize. I was in the restroom. Sorry.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on, Chairman, to item number 16, SDR 71213. My motion is for approval following staff's recommendations. And thank you for your lovely presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 15 and 16 will go forward to the City Council on the October 18th, 2017 agenda.
Thank you. Moving on to items 17, 18, 17 VAR 71265, and number 18 SDR 71266. As already read into the record, I'm going to ask for the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed classroom and parking lot additions to the existing primary school are compatible with the existing school facilities and development on neighboring properties. In addition, the expansion conforms to the policies and objectives of the school facilities element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. Staff therefore recommends approval.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Linda Perry, 1180 Military Tribute Drive, Henderson, Nevada, representing the Clark County School District. This is our third school. This is actually a 22 addition classroom building on Bunker Elementary School. Again, it is to bring the school up to its equitable standards. We did add some additional parking. We had originally 74 stalls. We are adding 68 for a total of 142 stalls on the site. We did try to retain as much green space as we could. We've also looked at the circulation patterns of the traffic, giving a bus drop-off and a kiss and drop, kind of not commingling that together, and also including the fire lane on there. Again, I can have Chris talk about the architecture if you're interested in that, or the site layout.
Do you have any comments?
Just real briefly, Chris Fenton, 1513 Kirby Drive, 89117. We believe that in this layout here, it provides another opportunity for what the school can work with as far as dismissal of the students. We believe that would be a benefit to the neighbors as well. And we do know that the neighbors are working with the principal to find a better way to come to an agreement on how best to bring the students in and relieve them at the end of the day as far as dismissal. So that's that they're working on that right now.
Thank you, I appreciate it. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Jason Herlong, 2880 North Mustang Street. I got the corner house here, so this is right in my front door, just like the other gentleman. Based on your votes, my comments are in jest. But just so you know, the neighbors only got word of this 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, I think, right before the meeting at the school. The proposal was there was one proposal. There wasn't 3, there wasn't 4, it was one proposal. I've never seen one proposal, in a meeting of anything. So, this is just a rubber stamp thing. You guys just push it through. And I think it's bullshit. People do not want the money to be spent like this. And you're just going to spend it. There's not going to be enough teachers.
If you can control your language in here, please.
Excuse me.
I apologize. I'm retired military, and it doesn't bother me. Sorry about that. But it is. At my front door at 2 o'clock, there's 100 cars out there. And now you're going to put a parking lot right there? Every school has this problem. This does not solve the traffic problem. A kid is going to get hurt, like you said, Commissioner. A child is going to get hurt. They have not fixed the problem. This is just, let's spend the people's money. It's got to be spent by December. Let's do it. This does not solve the problem of overcrowding. And the architect did a great job. Yeah, that's great. Where's the other proposals? What about rezoning? I grew up in the district. They get rezoned all the time. I live 2 miles from one high school, and I had to go to another high school that's 10 miles away. What about that? You can't rezone this? I just think it's ridiculous. And there's going to be more people in our area, our small area, because it's been, she said, the principal said it went from 450 to, 870 kids now. It's on the rise. More people are living denser in the area. So there's going to be more kids, but there's not going to be any more teachers. Like I said before, there's $70 to $80 million in debt.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, please, if I may. Sir, let me just say something to you, okay? Very briefly. This is a land use board. We are not the school district. We're not
I understand that, Commissioner.
Excuse me, I'm not done talking, but you are. And let me say this to you. We're up here for hours trying to make everybody happy on this thing.
I understand that, ma'am.
You are one man in a neighborhood of I don't know how many people that aren't here tonight. So with all due respect, you've been disrespectful to this chairman, you've been disrespectful to this board, and we're done. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I didn't mean to be disrespectful, Commissioner. I see.
Thank you.
I get it. I get it.
Mike Brown Sestero. 1411 South 9th Street, 89104. I have a couple of comments. The gentleman apologized. I don't believe any commissioner has the right to tell a citizen that they don't get to speak before the board. I believe you had more to say.
Excuse me, Commissioner Quinn.
That's just my belief.
Sir, if you can direct all your comments towards the chair. No,
Absolutely,
please.
Chairperson.
No, please, let me handle this.
Absolutely, Chairperson. So, for the record, I understand that he cursed. I understand he used language that was inappropriate for a public venue, but he did apologize. And at that point, if his time was up, perhaps that could have been pointed out. But I don't think any commissioner just has the right to unilaterally kick somebody off the dais and say they don't get to speak anymore. That's just my opinion,
Okay,
and
my
perhaps I'm
opinion
incorrect.
is we're here to talk about this particular item and not the last gentleman. So either we talk about this or you sit down.
Absolutely. So this particular item, I do not live in this particular neighborhood. I do happen to live next to an elementary school that has a lot of portables, so I'm concerned that it seems that this is kind of the master plan that the school has come up with, this particular building type and style. They referred to it several times as kind of being the prototype. and all three schools seem to have the same thing. It concerns me, while at the same, I understand getting cars off the street. I love that in my neighborhood, right around the elementary school. There's certain parts of the street that never get cleaned. They never can, because during the week when the street sweepers come, there's always cars parked there, and we want to get those cars off. It's a safety issue, keeps the kids from darting out in between them. I understand all that. By the same token, I think we want to perhaps encourage the school district to go to Gensler and maybe perhaps find a design of a building that still has the same square footage and accommodates the needs for student-teacher ratios, classroom sizes, that sort of thing, but perhaps offer the people in the neighborhood a couple of different options for the aesthetics of the building. Because perhaps it could be just that simple that some people didn't like the plan, not because of the building itself, but because of the way it looked or the height. I understand that that takes some time. It's not something that can be done with these three schools, but that would be my request and my suggestion, that perhaps they go back and for future schools, come up with some options, and perhaps they will have more of the neighborhood behind them.
Thank you. I really
Thank you for your
appreciate
time.
those comments. Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close this public hearing and turn it over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support this like I supported the other one. It is a challenge when neighbors buy a home, buy a school. You know, things might happen on that school that you might not agree with, but the school is there, and we need to figure out a way to help the school district. We are not the school board trustees. We did not approve this plan to build these. It came from the school board trustees. We are a land use board, and our job is to approve or deny what's been put in front of us, and I plan to support it. And if I was on the school board trustees, I'd have some questions as well, but I am not. So thank you. And I'm not sure if there's any more comments, but if there is or there is not.
Just make a couple of comments. And I can understand people coming up and being passionate, and this gentleman that lives in the neighborhood being passionate about something. However, I don't think we rubber stamp anything that comes before us. But I'll stand behind my comments from the very first school that come before us, getting rid of trailers and putting people into a regular school and putting more on-site parking spaces, which gets more people hopefully off the streets, which they will have to go through the Department of Public Works in order to ensure public safety for the kids. And if it's not safe, as the Planning Commission or the City Council, the last board or commission to approve any of these, we have the right to bring it back forward to the Planning Commission and ask for a new traffic analysis, or ask them to reduce the number of students, or any of the above. The school district tonight has represented that they're not putting any additional students, but they're putting additional parking spaces. So this shouldn't have any greater impact on the neighborhood that's already there. And, you know, not everybody's going to agree with every decision that this Planning Commission makes, or not everybody's going to agree with what the City Council thinks. But we're on this board to make these decisions, and it's not our decision and at our discretion how the school district uses their money. It's just purely a planning. Is it appropriate from a land use standpoint? So those are my comments. Commissioner Roush.
I'd like the applicant to come forward. I have a question, a point of clarification. To the chairman's point and Commissioner Quinn's point, yes, we are a land use board. We also have to take into account the concerns of the residents best as we can, but we have to make a decision in the greater good of all. I am a product of the Clark County School District. I grew up here. I am a lifelong resident. I went to school in these modular buildings as well as Donna did, Commissioner Toussaint. So, you know, we have firsthand experience with it. It's not the ideal situation. We have overcrowding in every single one of our schools. So to the point that was made earlier, bus the kids elsewhere, redistrict, rezone. My understanding is that that does not solve the problem. I would like for you to speak to that just for 1 second, please, if you would, just to confirm. All of these schools are overcrowded, are they not?
Yes, they are. There isn't one elementary school that is not overcrowded. Most of our high schools are overcrowded, and that's why right now our plan is to build elementary schools. We do have a revision that has to come forward every time that we decide how we're going to go ahead and build schools and allocate the bond dollars. So what we're trying to do is at least do rezoning and do as many efforts as we can and look at rezoning some areas, putting additions on, building new schools. So we're trying to do the most effective reasoning that we can with the dollars. And it does go to a bond oversight committee, so that's a public committee that has to approve it. It's a recommending body. It's not an approval committee, and then it goes to the bond or the board of trustees for approval.
It's a complicated issue because you've only got so many dollars to deal with, and you've got schools that are overcrowded, and the solutions are limited, right? I mean, you can't just go and manufacture new land in these neighborhoods unless people want to sell their homes and give up sites so that we can go create new schools. And then we've got the whole discussion we can make about, transitions in life expectancy and baby boomers and ebbs and flows and when schools get large and contract. So we don't need to go into any of that here today, but I do want the neighborhood to understand that we're trying to manage everyone's expectations. It used to be that you moved in next to a school and that was a good thing. I don't know when that became a bad thing. So I'm sorry to hear that there's frustration in the neighborhood, but my question to the architect from Gensler is that are these modular buildings or are these permanent facilities? Because they look very much like permanent facilities that will be a great enhancement to each of the schools.
Correct. These are permanent buildings. They're built of durable materials that have built-in integral colors so that they can last a long time with minimal maintenance. As far as the design of the school, we haven't heard any negative comments in our neighborhood meetings about the design of the school. Therefore, I would think that the placement of the building could be something that is up for question. Being that these schools have essentially 4 quadrants to every site, we always try to be 2 contiguous sites, 2 contiguous locations to have a nice open play yard for the students. So as we've gone through different solutions, we believe we've come to the most appropriate solution to provide the best space for the children. In some instances, it does put the building in other quadrants of the site. So we believe it lays out well. We've got some good input from the other neighbors at other schools as well. And we believe the facility would provide a good long-term solution for the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, Commissioner Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 17, VAR 71265, I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 18, SDR 71266, I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chair, items 17 and 18 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 20, SUP 71318, applicant. Item number 20, SUP 71318, as read into the record. Can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment will be located in the building that was previously a tavern. The use will be located in an established commercial building and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of Golden Market. I've heard Mr. Ganson's concerned about single sales. Our operator has 7 markets across the valley. He's familiar with this condition, and he even has it in some stores. We acknowledge those benefits of not having people walk through a residential neighborhood with a single can of beer. The property is currently a tavern converting into a market. It's 370 feet from the property line as measured from our rear property line to a fellowship church across a 100-foot right-of-way, which is Sahara. The two entities face different streets. They're not visible from one another, and I'm confident that they won't interact. I hope I can address any other concerns. I'm not quite sure why I was pulled from one motion, one vote.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Good evening.
Good evening. Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th. Yeah, as long as they acknowledge not selling singles there, that sounds fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it helps the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask the applicant, are you fine with that, or do you have any rebuttal?
We accept that condition. Actually, we expected it. We were surprised it wasn't on the staff report.
Thank you. Turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned to Laura late this afternoon, I received an email that a preschool is going to be going into the church, which is the 100 feet away across Sahara. My concern is that I just was informed of that at the last minute, and so was the councilwoman's office. The email was forwarded to me at about 5:45 this afternoon. With no disrespect to you, I was wondering it would be okay if we held it, just to ensure that there isn't a preschool going in there, because there's no one here to rectify that. They wrote the email, it was at the last minute, and I'm concerned that if there is a preschool there, we're not justified in serving the children of Las Vegas with our distance separation.
I do like that idea. We did do a lot of due diligence in the neighborhood. We know there's a lot of churches within a 1,000-foot radius and a mile radius, not necessarily 400 feet. So we want to verify that it's that specific church.
I appreciate it so much. And so
I'd be
you'll
happy.
agree with that, Laura?
Yes, I'd love to see you in October.
Yeah, it was at the last minute, so like I told you at our briefing, sometimes at the last minute things happen, and this was one of those things. So if nobody else has any comments, my motion tonight will be to hold item number 20, SUP 71318, for 1 month, Laura, just to ensure that that school is not going in there, or that it is, and then we'll go from there, okay?
I'm happy with that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor to hold this item in abeyance till the October 10th Planning Commission hearing. I'm sorry. Yes, it is October 10th. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. Item number 21, SUP 71319, as read previously into the record. Can we get the staff report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicant is proposing to operate a restaurant and would like to offer beer and wine and served in conjunction with meals. The subject site is located in a well-established commercial shopping center that includes several restaurants that offer alcoholic beverage sales. Staff recommends approval of this request.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the applicant, which is actually a restaurant. So all we are going to sell is individual drinks. But it is for on-premise consumption. You won't be able to remove any of the alcohol, beer or wine, from the restaurant. So I think there might have just been a misunderstanding. I think there might have thought this was a convenience store or something because it says cooler. But it is, it's a Chinese restaurant that wants to just sell beer and wine with its meals consumed on site.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Mike Ganson again, excuse me. Errata on my part then for misunderstanding. That's all.
No problem. Thank
I
you so
withdraw
much.
my complaint.
Thank you.
Thank you. Or my comment, excuse me.
Okay. I'm going to turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner DeSavio. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item 21, SUP 71319.
Thank you. A motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, item 21 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay, we have now got through our one motion, one vote items since 8 p.m., 8:15 p.m. So we typically give our city staff a break at 8 o'clock, so we're going to recess for a brief 10 minutes and be right back. Good evening. This Planning Commission meeting is called back to order, starting with item number 28. Abeyance item VAR 70259, applicant Concrete Solutions, owner Jaime and Refugio Espinosa Lopez for possible action on a request for a variance to allow no sidewalk, curb and gutter where such are required at 4515 Balsam Street, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends denial. Item 29, abeyance VAR 70472 for possible action on the request for a variance to allow a 10-foot side setback where 50 feet is required and to allow an existing outdoor storage within the required side yard setback area. Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends denial. And item 30, abeyance SDR 70261 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing 2,784 square foot single-family residence to a contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow 0 foot along the north, south, and west property lines where 8 feet is required, and to allow 0 feet along the east property line where 15 feet is required, and to allow 8-foot tall chain link fence with screening along a portion of the north property line where 8-foot tall solid structure is required for screening. Ward 4, staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site originally obtained land entitlements in 2008 for the conversion of a single-family residence to a commercial use, but these entitlements have since expired. Since 2008, the immediate surrounding area has undergone redevelopment that includes the required sidewalks, curb, and gutter. Staff does not support the requested variances and waiver, as the lack of such elements as a solid screen wall, curb and sidewalk, and landscape buffers will legalize a commercial property that is not compatible or harmonious with the existing commercial and residential uses in the immediate area. Staff is recommending denial of all applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Dave Turner with Boffman and Turner Engineering, and with me I've got Mr. Jeff Donato. He's with our Genum Partners. He's actually representing the item to the south of us, which has similar and the same recommendations as ours, and I'd like to briefly go over those with you. As staff had mentioned, all these items have been previously approved, and we're asking for your approval again tonight, and I'll kind of brief you on where we're located in the area. The two sites, the site that we're talking about right now is 4515 Balsam Street. It lies just south of Red Coach Avenue. Rainbow is to the east of us. Craig Road is to the south of us. Our site backs onto the sound wall for the northbound on-ramp from Craig Road, and the southbound property is a self-storage facility, and it's a 0 lot line there. So with the first application that we're asking for is the deletion of any requirements for off-site improvements. The 3 properties directly to the north of us are county-owned properties. We don't see any reason why they would have any improvements in that area in the near future. We're asking that we not put ours in at this point in time. We'd like to do it all at the same time so the street matches. In addition, there's power poles that are directly in the curb line, which would require us to relocate those at a very costly expense. So we would ask at this time, and the council saw merit in this application previously, and they recommended approval. With respect to the variance for, it's a 14-foot setback in lieu of a 50-foot setback. The existing building actually sits 14 feet from the property line, so we can't maintain that 50-foot setback. It's because it's adjacent to a residential property. But if you look at the site plan, the existing property to the north of us actually has a paved surface here, and they store trailers and all sorts of other vehicles there, so it's most certainly not a residential use there. And there's a block wall roughly 50-plus feet from our site that protects us from that residential use as well, but that residents can't even see our business because of all the trailers that are stored in that location right now. We're also asking for a variance for the outdoor storage. These sites are very narrow. They're 80 feet wide. And we're asking for to be allowed to store in those areas. In order to push it back to 10 feet from the property line would be very difficult to rotate any vehicles in there and make this site work. These sites were actually purchased in 2012. They were purchased in an M2 zone property. The existing residence had been converted to office use. These property owners that bought these thought that they had operational properties. They obtained a business license to operate at this location. They had that business license for 6 months before they realized that they had an issue with code enforcement because they didn't have a proper conversion of these buildings. These applications expired while we were going through the process of getting building permits. As a matter of fact, the building permits are permit ready right now, pending approvals of these applications. Mr. Donato would like to discuss a couple items on the Public Works comments, please.
Jeff Donato, 607 South Fort Apache Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89148, here on behalf of the applicant. With regards to the conditions related to connecting to sewer, right now, if I can get the overhead, the sewer is at Rainbow. And so for us to bring sewer into this property, has to come down Red Coach, down Balsam to the property here. And so what we did is we went out and obtained some quotes on what that would cost to comply with this condition. And so to bring the sewer down Red Coach would be approximately $76,000, and then to bring it from Red Coach down to the properties would be another $70,000. So we're talking about $140,000 to get sewer down to these properties, which is cost prohibitive for both business owners. And for the record, I'd like to put on the proposals that we received showing that it is $140,000. I'll leave these here for the clerk. So 2 things. The cost involved with bringing the sewer down is a financial hardship on these 2 businesses. And then secondly, these were previously approved back in 2015 to remove the condition to connect to the sewer. So all we're asking for is these to be approved again.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission, and starting with Commissioner Toussaint.
I was on property with Mr. Turner and Mr. Donato, and I was wringing my hands about this. These are 2 small business owners, and if any of you have ever been a small business owner, you know how tight money is. And they did buy these properties a long time ago. It was previously approved, and I think some things fell through the cracks. I think if they were just purchasing these properties today, I would feel entirely different. I actually lost sleep over this. But when it comes to putting in curb and gutter, if you see where the power pole is, it's just going to be impossible. I mean, just no way you can do that. And maybe it was unfair to the owners of these businesses not to know that in the beginning, but it wasn't the condition then. So I would move to approve this only because I think this is undue hardship for the owners of a small business. I love small businesses. Small businesses that trickle up. Small businesses hire people. Those people go grocery shopping in the grocery stores in the communities. They go to the Target, and they help the economy. So even though I would love to see it differently, you will have my support on this tonight.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, I'd like to get a motion.
I make a motion to approve
Before we make a motion, could I really quick through you, Mr. Chairman? What we're asking.
I'd close the public comment. Apologize.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Hold on. Okay, I make a motion to approve VAR 70259.
Take your motions on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
For clarification purposes, please.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
Is that to remove the conditions related to connecting to sewer?
We can't remove that. That's Southern Nevada Health District.
But wait a minute, that's not on this motion. This is just for the, this was, yeah, this is just for gutter.
Okay.
We haven't got to the sewer yet.
Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint,
Yes.
can we get a motion?
On this particular one?
On item 29?
On 29, I make a motion to approve VAR 70472.
The motion carries. And then I think there's a question to remove the requirement of adding a sewer line. Is that correct?
Right.
I want to ask the Department of Public Works, and then I'll go to Commissioner DeSalvio, but Department of Public Works, we don't have the ability to do that. That would be SNHD that would have to grant them approval for a septic tank. Is that correct?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Lucian Pine, Public Works. If I could just clarify one thing as well. This property has had kind of a long history with needing to connect to sewer. There was a previous project that actually took the sewer from Rainbow to Balsam. That project posted a bond to construct the sewer, but it failed. It was the Kaboom batting cages. We're still in the process of working to try to call that bond so we can get the public sewer from Rainbow to Balsam. So for their project, that kind of complicates what they need to do, because if we can't, get the bond, then they would have to go all the way to Rainbow to connect to sewer. In either case, we received communication from the Southern Nevada Health District that they cannot support a septic tank here, so they don't have an option of providing sewer service to their site without a public sewer line.
So it doesn't help to remove the condition?
Correct. Even if we remove the condition, from what we've received, the communication we received from the health district says they will not issue them a septic tank. So they don't have a viable option for sewer.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anywhere in items 28, 29, and 30 that even mentions anything to do with sewer. I guess that's where I might be lost.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, it is condition number 14 of item number 30 requires the extension of the sewer, and condition number 13 requires them to abandon the septic tank.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Tucson.
When I met with the applicants on property, what they said was if we could address this sewer issue, and if the septic tanks were to fail, then they would address it at that time. But as long as they're in still working order, they asked for us to approve of this.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, through you, again, the communication we've had from the health district says that they will not work because they've been paved over, and they could inspect them, but they're not going to be able to issue them a new septic permit for a commercial septic. Because previously these properties were residential, so they have residential septic tanks, but they won't be able to be used as commercial septic tanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes.
1 second. We met with the Southern Nevada Health District, and they said per their regulations, if we're over 400 feet, they're not requiring us to connect to sewer. We're well over 400 feet, and as such, we would request that those conditions be deleted. And in fact, we have inspections reports. Inspection reports for both septic systems showing that they are in working order, and like to submit those for the record as well.
And yes, Commissioner DeSalvio.
So I understand, okay, we found it in 14. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. So is this for the applicant, was the leach field paved over?
That's correct. Yes, yes it was.
And you're submitting for the record that it's actually still working?
I have inspection reports that inspections were conducted on those, and they said they're in working order.
Okay, so I just will go ahead and add my 2 cents. That I've worked on a project with a septic tank, and if you're over 400 feet, then you don't have to. But if SNHD goes out there and they inspect it, or if anything happens to that septic system, they make you rip it out, and they don't care how far you have to go. So I just hate to remove the condition. I mean, as Vice Chair Sherry mentioned, maybe we could do subject to installing a new sewer pipe, or getting approval from SNHD for their current septic system.
Would it be, Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to say that we would go back and inspect in maybe 6 months or 8 months to make sure everything's in working order? Could we do something like that?
I'd ask Mr. Pride for his
Sorry,
knowledge.
Mr. Chairman, I was just checking the distance on the existing, again, what complicates the issue is we had a project that would have taken sewer from Rainbow to Balsam. I was just checking the distances to see how close they were to that sewer if it gets built through the bond calling process. I think honestly, the best option would be to possibly obey it so we can look at the information they've presented today. We can go back to the health district. We can look and see if this will really work, because the last communication we had from the health district was they can't get septic tanks. I don't really know if we waited 6 months. I mean, I don't know what that does for the site. If they have their building permits ready to be pulled, I think that condition will allow them to pull their building permits, and I'm just not comfortable with the information that they're presenting today without really analyzing it and seeing what it is. So.
Okay. Commissioner Roush.
So I have a question of the applicant. Is it your intention to try to continue to use the existing septic system by removing some of the asphalt? Is that what you're going to do as part of your construction with your building permits?
No, my understanding is you want to touch on base on the construction or the conversion to the commercial.
We can convert to commercial per Southern Nevada Health District requirements. We could convert to that, and we could put the tank in the front and bring the leach field around back if need be. So we could convert to commercial system if we absolutely had to. They are in perfect working order right now. We've got an inspection of the systems, and I know paving over the top is not per Southern Nevada Health District requirements. We understand that. This was done some time ago, long before our client bought these properties, but they are in working order, and if you wanted to place a condition on this, that we comply with Southern Nevada Health District requirements, we would be willing to accept that, I think. But they're in perfect working order right now, and we see no reason to do anything with them at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. That might be the good suggestion, is that we give them a certain amount of time to comply, but I'll defer to the chairman and to our Councilwoman Toussaint.
Well, could we do something like this? As long as they're in working order, could we just let it be? These are small businesses. These are these are mom and pop businesses. And if they do fail, then they would have to convert to the commercial system. Is there how would we do that? How can we do that? Is there, I just would hate to see a business go out of business because we're doing undue hardship financially for them.
We really don't have a choice. I'm going to ask Public Works, I don't want to hold this in advance, ask Public Works to help draft a condition stating that they'll work with SNHD, and if they fail to acquire approvals, then they must put in this sewer system.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I think what we can do to both condition 13 and 14 is just add at the end of the sentence, unless otherwise allowed by the Southern Nevada Health District. So we can ultimately leave it in their court, and if they'll provide us something in writing that they're okay, then I guess we're okay.
Okay.
It's really their call. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is for Lucia. What's the time frame on, you talked about a bond initiative that would take that sewer pipe from Rainbow and maybe possibly save them, I think it was $76,000 to go from one location to the other. You know what that time frame is? Does that fall within that 6 months, if we gave them a 6-month window?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd have to check with our land development section. They're the section that collects or can work on calling the bond, so I don't have that time frame today. I know it's been an ongoing issue that we've been trying to get the original contractor to put the sewer in, but I don't have a time frame for you.
Thank you. We're ready for a motion.
I move that SDR 70261 be approved with conditions.
With the amended conditions as read into the record by Public Works.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that was on conditions 13 and 14, Chairman?
That is on items 13 and 14. And you agree with the conditions?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 28, 29, and 30 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 31, abeyance VAR 70276, applicant Southwest Specialties Incorporated, owner Prestige Worldwide LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow no sidewalk, curb and gutter where such are required at 4505 Balsam Street, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends denial. Item number 32, abeyance VAR 70277, for possible action on a request for variance to allow existing outdoor storage within the required side yard setback area at 4505 Balsam Street, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends denial. Item number 33, abeyance SDR 70279, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing 2,092 square foot single-family residence to a contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow 0 feet along the south, west, and a portion of the north property lines where 8 feet is required, and 0 feet along the east property line where 15 feet is required at 4505 Balsam Street, Ward 4, Anthony. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this site also originally obtained land entitlements in 2008 for the conversion of a single-family residence to a commercial use, but these entitlements have since expired. Since 2008, the immediate surrounding area has undergone redevelopment that includes the required sidewalks, curb, and gutter. Staff does not support the requested variances and waiver, as the lack of such elements as curb and sidewalk and landscape buffers will legalize a commercial property that is not compatible or harmonious with the existing commercial and residential uses in the immediate area. Staff is recommending denial of all applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jeff Donato, 6077 South Fort Apache Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, here on behalf of the applicant. In an effort to save time, I know you have a long agenda this evening. This property for the subject applications is located right next to the property that was the prior applications. So all of our comments we would like to apply to this one as well. And with regards to condition 12 and 13, to have those amended as well, very similar to what we did for the last application.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Toussaint.
I would make a motion to VAR 70276 be approved with amended conditions.
There's no amended conditions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, for the same reasons why we did the other one. Really and truly, putting curb and gutter here is just almost going to be impossible the way the power lines are. I don't see how you would ever do it unless you just move the power lines and just gutted everything. So I would move to approve.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Item 29, Commissioner Toussaint.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Item 29. I'm sorry, 32. I'm on the next
32,
page.
you confused me. 32. I make a motion that VAR 70277 be approved.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Item 33.
Item 33. SDR 70279. I move to approve.
With amended conditions
With
for
amended
items 12 and
conditions.
13?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, I don't know if you put the amended conditions on the record on this particular item. So at the end of condition number 12 and 13, it would add this the sentence, unless otherwise allowed by the Southern Nevada Health District.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 31 through 33 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 38, abeyance.
Thank you very much, and Commissioner Tucson, I appreciate you coming out and taking a look at the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 38, abeyance, VAR 71002, applicant owner Ray W. Godfrey for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot side and rear yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed accessory structure, Class 2, casita garage at 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For clarification, the rear property line is located back a sidewalk adjacent to Tom Boulevard. Therefore, an 8-foot setback is being provided along the rear property line. This setback still does not meet the required 10-foot rear setback established for this residential plan development. No evidence of a unique circumstance has been presented, as the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing an accessory structure within the required side and rear setbacks. As such, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson. Sir, I'd respectfully like to remind you of our earlier request of item 58 being heard along with mine, just in consideration of time and from a number of members of our community here for both items.
I can't hear both items at the same time, but I could trail this item until 58 so we can hear one after the next. Can we get your name and address for the record?
Ray Godfrey, 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane.
So are you requesting this be trailed till item 58, sir?
I'm willing to wait till item 58, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 39. Abeyance GPA 67883, applicant owner Deborah G. Oh, sorry. Item number 42. Waiver 71294, applicant owner Touchstone Lone Mountain LLC for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no street lights where such are required and to allow intersection offset 200 feet where 220 feet is required for a proposed residential subdivision on the north side of Rosada Way, west of TP Lane, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And then item 43, waiver 71295 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to be developed to non-public street standards. Staff recommends denial. Item number 44, VAR 71296 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a deviation from complete street standards for a proposed 18-lot residential subdivision. Staff recommends denial. Item 45, TMP 71297 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a proposed 18-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 46, VAR 71286 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 38-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for Lot 1 of a proposed Lot 18 residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 47, VAR 71287, same request in respect to Lot number 2, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. 48, VAR 71288, same request in respect to Lot number 3. Staff recommends denial. Item 49, VAR 71289, same request in respect to Lot number 4, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 50, VAR 71290, same request in respect to Lot number 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 51, VAR 71291, same request in respect to Lot 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 52, VAR 71292, same request in respect to Lot number 13. Staff recommends denial. Item number 53, VAR 71293, same request in respect to Lot 14. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, we have a correction for application waiver WVR-71295. Condition number 3 needs to be corrected to state a waiver from Title 19.04.070 to allow private streets to be developed to non-public street standards is approved. And then also the staff report incorrectly stated that the applicant proposes no curb for the private streets. The staff report should state that the applicant has proposed no sidewalk. For the staff report, Mr. Chairman, no unique or extraordinary circumstances have been presented to warrant the need for the requested waivers and variance to allow a residential development with no streetlights or sidewalk and reduce the front yard setbacks. Staff is recommending denial of all applications. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Evening. Dustin Manning, 9205 West Russell. We have put forth an 18-lot estate community. All of the lots meet the 20,000 square foot or greater requirement. As far as all the waivers and variances that we have requested are consistent with the area. This is an RMP area. We are predominantly surrounded by county property. I'd like to submit, for the record, we received a letter from Commissioner Brown's office. If I could turn that in, supporting the community and the request that we put forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add?
No.
Okay.
I'm Wes Petty. I'm at 1555 South Rainbow, here with the applicant.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask applicants to sit in the front row. Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dottie Marsh, 9470 West Fisher Avenue. My property is diagonal from the proposed community, and I originally opposed the development, but since the builders made changes and is no longer making it a gated community and agreeing to no streetlights in a neighborhood that has no streetlights, I now support the community and along with several of my neighbors. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner DeSavio.
I'm ready to make a motion. If possible, a motion to approve item 42, WVR 71294.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries. Item 43.
Mr. Chairman, I also move to approve WVR 71295.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries. Item 44.
Motion to approve VAR 71296.
Motion's on the floor. Please, before we make that motion, let me ask Mr. Lowenstein, was it on item number 43 that we're supposed to make the amended condition?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So should we rescind that vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I get a motion to rescind item 43?
I'll make a motion to rescind item 43, WVR 71295, with the approved conditions that were mentioned.
We'll just make a motion to rescind the vote. Okay. Motion's on the floor to rescind item 43. That motion's rescinded. Can we get a new motion with the amended conditions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, please motion to approve with the amended conditions, item number 43, WVR 71295.
And that's amended condition number 3 is read into record by staff. Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Item 44.
Mr. Chairman, number 44, VAR 71296, motion to approve, please.
That motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Item number 45, TMP 71297. Motion to approve, please.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
Item number 46, VAR 71286. Motion to approve.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 47, VAR 71287. Motion to approve.
That motion's on the floor. That motion carries.
Item number 48, VAR 71288. Motion to approve.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 49, VAR 71289. Motion to approve.
That motion carries.
Item number 50, VAR 71290. Motion to approve.
Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Item 51, VAR 71291. Motion to approve.
The motion carries.
Item 52, VAR 71292. Motion to approve.
The motion getting the habit up here. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And last but not least, item 53, VAR 71293. Motion to approve.
Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 42 through 53 will go forward to City Council at the October 18th, 2017 meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 54, VAR 71086. Applicant owner, DCB Inc., for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 10-foot tall block wall with chain link fence and razor wire where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed along the west perimeter. An 11-foot tall block wall with chain link fence and razor wire where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed along the north perimeter. An 11-foot tall chain link fence with razor wire where 5 feet is the maximum height allowed along the east perimeter. A 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for an existing shade structure with razor wire on interior screen walls at 47 30th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Item 55, VAR 71449, for possible action on a request for variance to allow an outdoor storage within the setback area where it is not allowed. Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this application is a result of a code enforcement case. The applicant is requesting variances for wall fence heights along with razor wire, also a structure and outside storage within the required setbacks. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the request has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, Attorney Donald Butch Williams on behalf of DCB. My brother Doug will be presenting most of what happens this evening. I'm here for a couple reasons. Number one, because I am DCB's counsel, but I'm also my brother's brother, if you will. And last of all, my brother doesn't hear very well, and unfortunately last time he was here supporting a situation similar to what you're seeing this evening, he couldn't hear real well, and anyway, so I want to be able to assist in that regard. I do need to disclose that in the past I represented Precision Construction, Mr. Stephen Quinn's company. It's probably been every bit of 10 years ago. I do not know Commissioner Quinn on a personal level. but I do consider Steve Quinn a friend. I do not socialize necessarily with him, but I would consider him a friend. But again, I want to make that disclosure.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I have never met this gentleman, but it's nice to hear nice things about my husband. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you, are you able to make the camera zoom in on what I
Yes,
have
we can
here
go
for
to-
some pictures?
We can go to the overhead. Okay.
Okay, the first item that I wanted to show is, I hope you can see that okay. Of the walls that were in question, these have been in place since my parents purchased this property in 1990. They were in place 5 years prior to that because they rented it for 5 years. We're simply asking permission to keep not only what was existing, but also what you will find existing on almost every business down there, other than the businesses and the tenants that got really afraid when code enforcement showed up and just started taking down barbed wire and stuff like that. So we didn't add this. This has been existing since my family purchased this. We're just simply asking permission to keep it. And I was told that this was the procedure to do such a thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This was...
I have other pictures that I have snapped of people attempting to climb this, because this whole area here is not a good area. It's a drug-infested area. And like I say, I've caught people in the middle of the day trying to climb my neighbor's razor wire, and the people, they don't think right. And I can tell you that between having the razor wire and having a couple of pit bulls in there, I have not had issues down here, and I don't want to be one of the people that start having issues. I still have a full C1 plumbing and heating license, and I have every intention of jumping back in that business. And the last thing that a plumber needs is thieves. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. I'm going to go ahead and start and state that I agree with the staff on the Constantina wire, razor wire, but I don't really have a big issue with your storage containers and the setbacks. But there's some properties right across the street from you with no razor wire, no fence, and beautiful looking places, and hopefully this area starts to clean up. That's all my comments. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Chairman. I was at your property today. I drive a lot of the properties every hearing date. And to your point, 69 30th Street has an 8.5-foot block wall with razor wire. 59 30th Street has a 6-foot block wall with razor wire. And 29 30th Street has a 6-foot and 8-foot chain link fence with razor wire. So my question to staff would be, have we singled out this particular applicant, or have we cited everybody else with a similar code enforcement issue and request to have them come before us, or are we enforcing that they remove?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is code enforcement case driven, so it was reactionary to a complaint issued to the department. So there is no singling out of any particular individuals. As far as the rest of the block, code enforcement at this point is not wholesaling, sweeping the area at this point.
Okay, my comment would be that it doesn't look good, first of all. Nothing on that street looks real great. I mean, to your point, Chairman, there was a couple of properties that didn't have razor wire. I assume they're in a different type of business altogether, that maybe they're self-contained within their building and they have alarm systems. I respect your comments, and I know the struggles that you're going through. I'm a downtown property owner myself, and I've struggled with homeless vagrants and others. So it is a big challenge. But there's debris, and there's all kinds of inconsistency with the heights and the execution of your secured fencing, if you want to call it that. You've got walls with chain link fence on it with barbed wire fence on top of that. You've got chain link fence in front of block wall. I mean, it looks like you've done this about 5 different iterations, and I think that it would be great if you had some sort of a cohesive plan to this.
But Commissioner, in all due respect, if I may respond to that, those conditions have been there, most of them, for many, many years. And if you just pointed out the razor wire issue, I believe Mr. Dan Baca was in front of you guys a month and a half or 2 months ago, a hearing which my brother testified about, and you granted the variance on an issue somewhat similar to this. In addition, I believe the position was made last time that your own beautiful city golf course, which is a few blocks away from that, is also protected by razor wire. So we're trying to, again, protect the business. In addition, protect people, frankly, from the apartments behind this business and in that area from jumping that fence. We don't have a greater solution. And again, existing, greater solution, and you have a similar situation at your own golf course. So we are respectfully requesting that you grant this.
I understand your concerns, and I appreciate your comments. So to finish my comments, what I was going to say is that it would be nice if there were some consistency to the appearance of your property. And I do understand and respect the fact that you said that this was a pre-existing condition, but staff is telling us that we have the ability to enforce code, and code states that you're supposed to perform alternately from what you have there. So I'm going to have a hard time, supporting your request for a variance, simply because I'd like to see things in this city start being cleaned up. I love this city. I want this city to be the best that it can be. We deserve and should have a world-class city, and if we keep granting variances to everybody, we're never going to get there. We're going to just keep kicking the can. And at some point, we're going to have to start requiring that people conform to the codes and laws that we have. That's why we have them. So if there was a hardship condition where there was some other reason why we should give you a variance so that you didn't have to perform to the code, I could understand that. I would encourage code enforcement to look at the other folks in the neighborhood and see what's going on there. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to support this.
And ma'am, you're aware that
Vice
your
Chair
own public
Cherry.
housing also is protected?
Ma'am,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sir. Please talk through the chair and not directly to the commissioners.
Very good.
Vice Chair.
He wants you to speak directly to him and not to the
Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, I have a question for fire. What is your stance on razor wire there in the department, Mr. Klein?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, if there is a fire situation there, we have some real special tools within the vehicle. We can get through the razor wire. In a fire situation, the dogs usually don't present a problem. They run away from it. Although we don't like it because there are dangerous conditions. Look at the photographs here with the cars and all that other kind of good stuff in the area. It does present some kind of hazard for the firefighters. We can't 100% support razor wire, and anything could be a danger to firefighters or first responders in general at all.
Thank you for that. And I have to say, I stand with the chair's comments on and Commissioner Roush with the first application for the razor wire. I do have issue with that. I don't have an issue with the setback, seeing kind of a small parcel and somewhat of a hardship out there with storage. So that's where I stand on the two items.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember the one we talked about before, and I think one of the solutions, I forgot if we passed it or not, I believe we did, and one of the issues was the razor wire would be on the inside of the wall.
Which it is.
Versus on top and on the outside of the wall, which made it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing as you cruise down the road, because that's usually the issue. You're trying to protect your business, but aesthetically, no one, it's one of those things you drive down the street and you see razor wire and you're kind of immediately thinking, okay, where am I? And that's not something that we really want to promote, but I think the solution to that, if someone can correct me, that'd be great, that the razor wire was on the inside of the wall, which helped the aesthetics of the razor wire within itself.
Commissioner Creer, I think that was a solid block wall, so you didn't see it, so therefore...
Yeah, it was.
This is an open block wall, so you don't see it just the same.
Yeah. Okay, I tried.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer.
I'm ready for a motion.
Through the chair, prepared to make a motion on item number 54, VR 71086, motion for denial.
Motion on the floor for denial. A yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny carries.
Item number 55, VAR 71449. This is the one where I feel that an approval is warranted. I'll make a motion for approval.
Motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 54 will go forward to the City Council on the 10/18/2017 agenda. Item 55 is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk within 10 days.
Moving on to item 56, VAR 71349, applicant owner Cheetah Development Corporation for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a proposed 55-foot tall off-premise sign where 40 feet is allowed at the northwest corner of Sahara Avenue and Paradise Road, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. And item 57, SUP 71350 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 14-foot by 48-foot, 672 square foot LED off-premise sign use, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to relocate an off-premise sign on the site along with increasing the height to 55 feet. While staff does support the relocation of the existing sign, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the variance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Furthermore, the existing sign which is being relocated was approved with a condition limiting the height to 40 feet. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Rick Truesdale, 820 Rancho Lane, Suite 85.
Thank you.
We want to thank staff for their recommendation on the relocation, but we disagree the height. And if you look at this, the photograph before you, we've always applied for the sign on this site at 55 feet. Historically, there was a variance or an approval for a 55-foot height. It was built at this height at, for another reason because of some visual impairments before the Walgreens went up. But when we came back for an application on the digital last year, we asked for 55 feet and it was approved. No one mentioned O. So I understand staff's concerns and I understand what they are looking at, but we sit in a maze of aerial lines. The Walgreens is shoved up against the strip, or the strip, the corner. They have a sign that runs off premise there constantly, and it's well over 55 feet in height. It's about, I want to say 80 feet up, if I'm correct. So we feel we fit with that. By giving us the variance, we won't encroach on building signs, pylon signs for the development around there, and we feel we'll provide a better visual effect for the sign.
Thank you. This was noted as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, oh. All right. Good evening. If I could ask applicants to sit in the front row.
Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. For the record, I'm familiar with both these individuals. I've known them off and on for many years. I would consider them friends. We do not socialize, though. It's been a couple of years since I've seen either one of them. My only request would be that if they are putting up an LED sign, that it have an auto-dimming feature. I happen to be in that business. There are some LED signs throughout the city, particularly the early generation ones that are at maximum brightness 24/7. In other words, the brightness that's required for the sign to be seen clearly during the day, that brightness is maintained at night, at which point it becomes actually difficult to see. It just blinds you as you're driving down the road. Sunrise Hospital is a great example as you're heading north on Maryland Parkway. So I have no objection to the sign itself. I would just ask that it have a proper dimming feature for day-night setting. That is all.
Good evening.
Good evening. David Figler. So many addresses on 6 and now a new one on East Charleston, 550 East Charleston, also 1302 South 6th Street. I'm the president of the John S. Park neighborhood, which is one of the neighborhoods that are so gently nestled back in the neighborhood behind this site. Just the question is this, whether or not it's just a LED version of the sign that was just shown for the pawn shop that's there, or if it was intended being a rotating sign with animation that has different things, or just something about the sign, because I think that the nature of the sign that's intended should potentially inform whether or not that's an appropriate use for that area. Certainly that's a unique corner with SLS on one side and now the very large and bright Walgreens on the other. I can understand why the applicant is requesting what they are doing and the travails that they have over there. It's a challenged shopping area, but they've been making some real strides. It's been cleaned up recently. Some of the new tenants have been good. I know that the pawn shop has been there for some time, and they're good tenants and good neighbors for us as well. But I think that it would be important, since this is the gateway to many of the neighborhoods back there, that we kind of know what the idea there is with a much larger sign. I don't know that the materials that were submitted or what's been presented today fully explains that to the public, and especially those of us impacted. That was my comment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. To answer both those questions that were raised, the sign will be automatically dimmed, meeting all the codes that the city has. With regards to the sign itself, it will be, which was approved last year, is a standard LED. It will be a rotating message, still within the, visual impact of the code. It's a V board. In fact, the V will be slightly larger than currently is there, which will prevent any light overflow into any of the residential areas there. And we're looking at, I think what was presented or was submitted is removing the bottom cage area so the sign is lighter and screened for all the bird issues that are there. So with that, we're spending a lot of money on this center. We're in the process of a major tenant, about 6,500 square feet, is being renovated. They're raising the roof. They're putting a couple $1 million into that tenant space. We will be coming back in the future with a revised sign for multiple properties along there, or sign code. So we're very sensitive to what our impact is on John S. Park, Beverly Green, and the tourist corridor as a whole.
Thank you. Turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, this is, driving out there and seeing the scale of what's around it with, like Mr. Figler mentioned, with the Walgreens and SLS and even the monorail, it's easy for me to see how the 55-foot can be justified and work just fine. So I will be supporting the application. It sounds like we have all our answers with the dimming, so I will be supporting the application.
Commissioner Roush.
Through you, Chairman, I just wanted to say that I did drive the property again today as well, and I'll be supporting. I just had one question for the applicant. One of your tenants has kind of a janky sign. I think it's a banner that's for Thai Pepper Restaurant, are they going to get a permanent sign, or? It looks
If-
like it's been up for a very long
If not, code
time.
enforcement will notify us immediately, and
Yes,
we
they
will
will.
get the, I will make sure it's removed.
Thank you.
And that's part of the other upgrades we're doing with the signs on site.
Thank you.
Just one question for staff, the city plan and staff. The typical language about the number of nets and meeting the illumination, is that within the conditions?
Mr. Chairman, it's addressed through conformance to the sections of code that are in their standard conditions. It's not explicitly called out, but it refers by reference to code.
Thank you. Ready for a motion.
Thank
Through
you.
the chair.
I'm sorry.
I just want to make a comment,
Commissioner Quinn,
Commissioner
please.
Cherry. My comment is that I did speak with you, Mr. Truesdale, on the phone about this. I had no contact with Mr. Michaels, who is my neighbor, and the only thing about know him is he's a great dad with kids over the fence, so I don't have a conflict voting on this evening. Thank you.
We hope you're feeling better.
Thank you. Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, on item number 56, VAR 71349, I'll make a motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 57, SUP 71350.
Is that final action, or is that going to?
1 second, sir.
71350, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 56 and 57 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to, going back to item 38. And although we will not be hearing item 38 and 58 at the same exact time, we'll hear them back to back. Item 38, VAR 71002, is already read into the record, and I think we already received the staff report on this. So, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chair. Ray Godfrey.
Actually, one second. I think you might have asked for this to be held before we received the staff report.
Mr. Chair, I did read the staff report, however, I can read it again if...
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This is the one with the rear property line that is located back of sidewalk adjacent to Tom Boulevard. Therefore, an 8-foot setback is being provided along the rear property line. This setback still does not meet the required 10-foot rear setback established for this planned residential development. No evidence of a unique circumstance has been presented as the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by proposing an accessory structure within the required side and rear setbacks. As such, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Ray Godfrey, 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane. First, I would like to thank the committee and chair for allowing the abeyance for last month. Those were plans that were 9 months prior to that meeting. The 3-foot variance that I'm requesting is for a structure in my backyard. The structure is dual purpose, part casita, part garage. The garage portion is for storage of recreational vehicles, for security. As recent as 2 months ago, we've had individuals come through our neighborhood. I actually have video of them coming through the side yard of my property from an exterior wall. So in an effort to secure my belongings, that's where the garage portion of it comes from. The casita portion of it, that is for an elderly family member, more specifically my grandmother, who just turned 95 this month. She is no longer able to drive, legally blind, and she needs care from family. And so that's the purpose of the casita. And on a side note, I feel that she would actually add value to the community. Right now, she's actually the president of the Federation of the Blind for the state of South Carolina. She's also has visited and is very excited about becoming a member of the community, specifically in the community garden, as she's been in agriculture for over 50 years. As far as moving the structure from side to side or front to rear, going to the north, there's a swimming pool with a water feature there, prevents moving that direction. Moving to the west would bring the structure too close to the existing residence. I wouldn't be able to maintain the minimum 6-foot requirement of separation. And of course, going to the east, there's a block wall there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. If I can ask you to sit in the front row, and just by a show of hands, can I see how many people are here to speak on this item tonight? Okay. Considering that it's getting fairly late, you can elect somebody if you would like to be a community spokesperson, but I'm going to ask comments to be held to 2.5 minutes because we're not even halfway through the agenda, and we have more people here wanting to speak, and I don't want everybody being here till 2 in the morning. So anyways, whoever wants to start, please feel free to come forward. And
good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Eric Doberstein, 601 South Rancho, and I'm with and representing Mr. Regan Orr, who's the immediate adjacent homeowner at 4016 Nancy Margarita. I have a couple photos for you to put in the record. Hopefully you can see. This one here is a front shot of the two residences. The residence on the right is Mr. Orr's home, and then the applicant, as you can see, has a sign on the left. You can see the motorhome. We have no objection of the motorhome being there, and there's plenty of room next to the house on that it could actually slide closer to the house if the applicant so chose. If you look, this is from the backyard of Mr. Orr's residence, looking directly to the north, and you can see the motorhome, and it doesn't even get to the rear of the property from that view at all, and that's currently a 5-foot high fence. If you look at the next photo, is from the back of the property looking towards the front of the property, and you can see there's a large space open on the side of the applicant's residence where he has a shed. If he so chose, he could go ahead and expand upon and extend that home and put the casita right there if he so chose, and put it adjacent and connected to the house, as well as the structure needed for the motor home. Lastly, and one of the most important views, is this is the view from Mr. Orr's patio. And as you can see, he has a direct view looking out to open sky across the street. There's no neighbors in the back. That's a school across the street. And you can see the palm trees and the rock waterfall that the applicant has. If you take this request and approve it, then that motorhome is going to be right up against this next block. It's only, I think he's asking for 3 feet from the rear property line. It's in a jagged corner there, and 3 feet from the side yard. So I think that's a very difficult location, and again, I think it's a self-imposed problem that the applicant has caused. I know I'm just about out of time, but I just want to hit a couple bullet points. Again, that we have a problem that this is going to look like it's going to be a 45-foot length billboard, 11 feet higher than that existing fence. And so as you can imagine, that's all you're going to be looking at is a blank slate. And then you're going to have an HVAC unit to cool that. And the logical place to put that would be either on the roof or on the side next to Mr. Orr's property, which again will cause a problem for Mr. Orr. With the HVAC noise, you're going to have a blocking of any wind or current moving through there, as well as the view issue. So those are the main issues I wanted to bring to your attention, and I believe your staff did a great job with reviewing everything. And I think you also have in your packet the substantial number of applicants, people who have mailed to you the opposition, as well as, I believe last time you had the petition of 22 different residences, I believe, in that community that came out against us. So.
Thank you, Mr. Gopherstein.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that Mr. Gopherstein and the other gentleman that just was up here did come to downtown and met with me, and everything they told me that day was the same, substantially the same as what they represented tonight. So just wanted to put that on the record that I met with these two gentlemen.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Did you want me to say something, or?
If you have other stuff that Mr. Gopherstein didn't talk about,
I have.
We could get your name and address.
I just
for the
have
record.
some comments
Name
from
and
other
address.
residents. There's about 5 of them here, paragraph each one.
Name and address, your name and address.
I'm Regan Horn at 4016 Nancy Marguerite.
Thank you, sir.
Kenny Zamora, 5101 Missy Marie Lane. Well, I'm going to skip that one because Jerry Bonnell, 40004 Nancy Marguerite Lane. We were one of the first owners in the development. We bought our home when there were only 10 homes in the complex. We love ranch house living, and we want the CCNRs to be followed. Vicki Richards, 4013 Nancy Marguerite Lane. We don't want him, Ray, to build a garage that close to the neighbor's home. If he is allowed, then everyone is going to want to do the same. I say no to the garage. Marilyn Heisel, 5105 Missy Marie Lane. We are completely against this plan for building. The association should put a stop to this plan. Arlene Hernandez, 4009 Nancy Marguerite Lane. I want this complex to follow the original CCNRs. There shouldn't be any favoritism or any bias for certain homeowners. And I totally agree with my legal representation that this is it's going to be 3 foot away from my wall. It's going to be like a huge billboard blocking my view, plus any air that would come from the north. It's going to make my lifestyle much less enjoyable.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Sir, did you want to submit those comments for the record? Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. We have 3 microphones, so if we can get people to line up at all 3 microphones.
I need to write anything on that. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Chet Kohler, 4117 Nancy Marguerite, 89130. We were here last month, and this is a different topic, but in our same community. So I'm here as an original homeowner and as the president of the board of Rancho San Miguel. Our community is made up of 46 homes, all 1/3 and half-acre lots, all designed for RV and boat parking. With that said, on those size lots, there are currently, since 2002, the very first home made the similar adjustments with garages, casitas, and additions, and there are currently 6 that have been built. There's one that was approved here last month, a very similar type structure, and I know you have 2 more before you tonight. The committees that do this, the art committee, typically handles all of this. The only time the board gets involved through the management company under NR 116 is when we have something of this nature where there is an appeal or a protest within the community. So the board has sat back down with Thoroughbred Management and their legal counsel. We've gone through NR 116, and we have validated that the art committee, two of the three art committees, I have been on the art committee since the builder handed over the rights to the homeowners association. They're quite familiar with those other properties that they have approved, everywhere from a 3-foot to a 10-foot variance. Worthy that we talked about last month, and you had verified with staff, that in 2011 is when this variance of footage to distance to wall changed, and it was primarily for 2-story homes. This is an entire single-story community. And I do want to reiterate that we did validate that the art committee had followed all processes and due processes. Part of their process is to ensure that the structure and the aesthetic of anything built matches the existing community, everything from roof line, tile, stucco, fascia, color, etc. That has been done, and I realize in lieu of time we may not have room for everyone else, but one of the head of the art committee is here to validate what I said. We have 4 other original homeowners who have watched the development of it. I'm sorry that 1 or 2 homeowners have been unhappy, but we certainly weren't going to allow this just to turn into the homeowners deciding what happened. They're under NR116. We followed it with proper protocol back to the board from the art community. And I do believe that pictures that you have seen, they are all true, but if you were to look at other homes, they would all have a very similar look with a very similar design, with a very similar square footage, and there has been no other complaints other than recently. So,
Thank you. I appreciate it. We do have 3 mics, if we can at least get some other people to line up. Good evening.
Chairperson, my name is Greg Halverson, and I live at 4105 Nancy Marguerite Lane, and I'm on the art committee, and we have approved it, and he followed all the instructions and everything, and I'm just here to tell you that yes, we did approve it, and he's not the only one. Like I said, we've got about 5 other garages in the neighborhood. So,
thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Doug Meekum, 4104 Nancy Marguerite. I'm Ray's other neighbor. I'm here to support Ray. What he's trying to do is improve our community and improve home values. So I'm here to support that. Also, the fact that he's trying to help his mother, we want to support that as far as the community. It enhances the community and makes it a better place. So I just wanted to give the other side of that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening.
James Wolf, 4001 Tyler William Lane. I'd just like to say I have a variance. I'm number 58. I also support and approve his project.
Thank you.
Jared McGrath, 4000 Nancy Marguerite Lane. We bought in the neighborhood on a 1/3 of an acre so that we had a big backyard so we could put accessory structures out there to store our toys, or have a big yard for family, or to have family move in their elderly ages, so that they didn't have to be in, paid care with people they don't know taking care of them and stuff like that. So I fully support Ray's building. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Whitaker, 4008 Tyler William Lane. I am an original homeowner. I lived in that home for 24 years. And there is a precedence with the 6 garages that are already within the neighborhood. I support the 2 garages and the casita that are being requested.
Thank you. Good evening.
Terry Hoverson, 4105 Nancy Marguerite. I also was here last month in representing the gentleman that also wanted a variance on his garage. And I'm also on the board of directors, have been involved with the neighborhood since I moved in nearly 25 years ago. We've never had anybody dispute any additions that we've approved. They're all very similar. And also being a neighbor that already has a garage that we added on, and I happen to live across the street from Mr. Godfrey, I know for a fact that that motorhome that is in those pictures is not his. It's a visitor. And it's not there for long term. So I'd like to just make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson and Commissioners. My name is Renee Skierka, and I live at 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane. And I would just like to ask for your consideration of the time sensitivity of this for Ray's grandmother to come out so we can take care of her. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Stephen Richards, 4013 Nancy Marguerite Lane. I do not support it.
I think there's a lot of conflict of interest between the Board of Directors and the Architectural Committee. We just had Greg Halverson up here, who's on the Architectural Committee, and his wife, who's on the board of the community. I think we have a conflict of interest. I think stuff is getting rubber stamped, as what was said earlier, and I just don't support it. The Architectural Committee is not elected. We don't know who they are. We don't know what the qualifications to be on the Architectural Committee are. All we know is that it's a committee. I'd like to serve on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment, turn this over to the Planning Commission, or if I could ask the applicant to come back up. Do you need 10 to 15 seconds to address anything that was said?
Ray Godfrey, 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane. Just want to speak towards some of the things that were made. The motorhome that was pictured in my yard is in fact belongs to Renee's mother, who lives in California. It was used during my absence last month, which is why it was there. It will be gone in less than 3 weeks. As far as the palm trees, when I first sat and talked with Mr. Orr the end of March and shared with him my intentions, we talked about I plan on relocating the palm trees so that they are still visible, not only from my property, but from his as well. As far as the air conditioning units, split units, so ground units that are on the east side, so they would actually be away from his home as well. I tried initially to take all considerations with my neighbors. I sat down with all of them, had drawings of my proposal, and tried to address any concerns to the ones that were willing to communicate. That's all I have, unless there's more questions.
Thank you. You might stay here for a second.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner DeSalvio.
Question for the applicant. Mr. Godfrey, I understand you're asking for this easement, but what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, why don't you shrink the size of your garage and the size of your casita and give me the ability to help me support you? Right now, it's it's a self-imposed hardship, and I'm having a problem with trying to support this for you.
Through the chair, the width of the structure is 21 feet. If I were to shrink it to allow for the 10-foot easement, there would be a 12-foot wide structure. I would imagine I'd have more opposition to have a permanent structure that looks like a very long shed in my backyard versus a structure that matches what is existing in the neighborhood as far as the garages and the other casitas. As the application shows, it'll match the house, stucco, paint, everything in that nature. And as far as the suggestion, as far as adding on to the side of the house, that side of the house has 2 bedrooms on it. Adding to the side of the house would remove the windows from those bedrooms, which I know you can't sleep in a room with no window per fire code.
I have a comment. So how much room is actually between the neighbor's block wall and your house?
Currently?
Currently. Where the RV is parked?
I'm sorry?
Where the RV is parked?
Between the RV and the block wall now, I would say is 6 feet.
From your house to the block wall, where the RV is?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not from the RV.
From the house to the block wall at the closest point, I would estimate it at 22 feet, 22 to 24 feet.
And moving it forward and attaching it to the house so it wasn't an accessory structure would be out of the question because you need a window in each of your bedrooms?
Correct, yes, sir. And also the CCNRs state no add-on construction, no adding on to the house. Through my interpretation, I just didn't explore that.
Okay. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. It seems like you're trying to do just so much on a piece of property that is going to infringe on your neighbor. And I always use a litmus test of what would the neighbors want, and then if I live there, would I want that happening in my house when it goes against what the rules are for there? And with that, I can't support it. I just think you're trying to do too much. I think you got to try to find a way to not have as much density there, and then try not to push up to your neighbor so much. I just wouldn't want all of a sudden having that structure pushed up against my house. So I won't be supporting it.
Commissioner Tucson.
Are there any other structures like this that have been approved in your community
Yes, ma'am. There are 6 already.
that are exactly what you're trying to do?
Yes, I actually have some Google snapshots if it would help illustrate what I'm proposing to do versus what's already been done.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Creer, I've seen several of these within the same neighborhood, but I don't think we've ever seen one with without their neighbor's support.
Right.
So I'll go ahead and look for a motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, item 38, abeyance, item VAR 71002. I am going to go along with staff's recommendation for denial.
A yes votes for denial. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Moving on to item 58. VAR 71238, applicant owner Jeff Wolf, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 944 square foot accessory structure Class 2 garage at 4001 Tyler William Lane, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. May we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a 944 square foot accessory structure 3 feet from the side property line. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the variance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is actually James Wolf. I don't know how that...
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We bought the house in 2012 because of the lot size and the fact that there was 5 existing garages in the area, so I thought maybe one day we could add something on. The current house only has a 2-car garage, and my truck will not fit in the garage just because of its length. The reason I'm asking for the setback variance is because of the shape of the lot. You can see from the site plan, the only way to access the RV parking and stuff is through the narrow spot there, so the only way I could make the garage fit was scoot it back towards the back wall and the side wall. There's an existing palm tree noted and a pool and cool decking and so on and so forth in that area. I have a neighbor directly to my south that has a garage, and it borders my property line with a 3-foot setback. It was already there when I moved in, so I figured that maybe one day I could do the same. I have approvals from my neighbors, one of which you heard from, the Architectural Review Committee, the association, the board, and like Ray had mentioned, a while back we had people come through our neighborhood and they went into my backyard and went into my vehicle, so I'd like to secure my vehicle and my RV and my recreational vehicles in a structure.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Good evening, ma'am.
008 Tyler William Lane. My home is catty corner across from their home, and I fully support their garage.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Greg Halverson, and I live at 4105 Nancy Marguerite Lane, and I'm on the Art Committee, and we have approved this design.
Thank you.
Jared McGrath, 4000 Nancy Marguerite Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. I agree with his building idea. His shape of land is very difficult to stick something back there in the corner, and trying to back in an RV or a fifth wheel or something is a huge difficulty as it is, especially with the shape of his land. So I approve it.
Good evening.
Barry Schultz, 4013 Tyler William Lane. I live 3 houses down from James. I've seen his yard, I've seen his lot. James is a wonderful neighbor, nice and polite to everybody, and he's just trying to add a little more security, and based on what the way the lot is already built out, it's about the only place that this could be. He's not asking for a monstrous garage. It's just something to be able to encompass his vehicle, and because he does have a large pickup, standard garages they just don't accept these larger trucks and stuff. So I support his garage.
Thank you.
Ray Godfrey, 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane. I'm a neighbor of James, know him as property well, and I support his application.
Thank you.
4117 Nancy Marguerite, Chet Kohler on behalf of the Homeowners Association as the president. I do support this. I also want to make note on the record that there are 2 homes that do have full-size casitas and garages, of which one I own and have done so since 2003. I also know that legal counsel from our management company had warned me I better do what was right by all neighbors and in accordance with NR 116. And I want to go on the record that the prior denial, I believe, was an injustice, and I do believe there were things said that weren't true. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to be heard, please come forward. We have 3 mics.
Yes. Terry Halverson, 4105 Nancy Marguerite. I also support this decision for his garage. Again, also because we have many garages already existing in the neighborhood, that this is nothing out of the ordinary, including houses with casitas, pool houses, etc. Also, just to make a note that we are a community that a lot of you already know, HOAs. We are volunteer board members. We are voted upon. Nobody is there that somebody doesn't know or didn't approve of, and that's important for me to say because I have been involved for many years. So when someone makes a statement as, who are these people? We just didn't come out and decide we wanted to do it all by ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, and I was going to make some of these comments on the last application, and maybe this will clarify a few things as far as why I voted no on the last one and why I'm going to vote no on this one. And I want to start by saying that HOAs are there to protect the good of everyone. I find it interesting and unique that we have a married couple who are on both the board and the design review committee, but I'll let that be alone. Since you are here today, I'm going to ask one of you to come up and address the issue of the CC&Rs. I've heard conflicting reports today as to whether or not the CC&Rs allow a casita. We have something in our supporting documentation that says that a casita is not allowed according to the HOA documents and the CC&Rs, and then you're saying today that they are. I am new to this commission, so it is probably too many horses out of the barn as far as I'm concerned on this. I would have voted no from the get-go on all of these. If that's the case, and it's true that there's not supposed to be any accessory structures. Furthermore, I think that there's an epidemic happening in this neighborhood. You've got 6 garages already approved, you've got 2 homes with full-size casitas, and I'm just wondering if you're renting them, flat out. Lastly, I want to say that I don't think it's very fair to come in and when people have bought in a neighborhood and they know what the requirements are, to take away the quiet enjoyment, airflow, views, and ability to enjoy a home that you had when you bought, and then you turn around and you take that away by saying you want to put an accessory structure in. So I'm not in favor of it. I'm not in favor of the size of these. I'm not in favor of the distance that they are from the neighbor's walls.
Thank you. Sir, do you have your neighbor's support on all sides?
I do.
Okay. And this is a irregular shaped lot, and considering you have the support, I may or may not vote the same as I did previously, but I'll wait and hear from the rest of our commissioners.
A neighbor came to my house and gave me this. He said he didn't send it in on time, and I didn't know if that could be added to the...
Sure, we'll put it into the record for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Greer?
Thank you. Is there someone who can answer definitively the question about the CCNRs and the casitas?
Are you asking through the chair if somebody can come back up?
Yes.
Yes, I'll go ahead and grant that.
Thank you. So again, Chet Kohler, 4117 Nancy Marguerite, on behalf of the Homeowners Association. There have been 3 different sets of documents that circulated. The very first set, which you may or may not have, because I don't know what you have, Scarborough Development, prior to 1993, decided to develop these third-acre and half-acre lots to sell. The land at that time was still too close to North Las Vegas. Other areas of town were booming. He had a completely developed community with streets, walls, gutters, park, and he couldn't sell one lot. He then changed all of that and decided that he would sell the lots. That began to change. After the lots were all sold out in approximately 2005, I believe November.
You know, we're actually agended for a garage, and I think we're talking about casitas here.
Yeah.
And as you might know, that the city council and the city does not enforce CCNRs. That's a private agreement between the developer and the homeowners and the homeowners association. So I think we're going a little far afield of where we're supposed to be here.
Thank you, City Attorney.
I would agree. We're going a little too far on
Point of
this.
clarification. So we can't get an answer on, I know that CCNRs don't play a role per se in this board, but we could get an answer on if the CCNRs allow them or not. Not that it would make a
It's up to you,
legal
Chairman.
determination on if or we could not do this. I think from it's relevant.
I guess even if he said yes, the CCNRs allow accessory structures, that wouldn't play any bearing on your decision-making because you don't enforce those CCNRs. Even if he said they disallow them, you could still vote to allow it.
Sure.
But that private agreement between the homeowners and the homeowners association would not allow it to happen. So
I
it's up
understand
to the chairman, Commissioner, if he'd like to pursue this line of questioning.
As long as it has no bearing on your opinion,
No.
I'll allow you to ask the
Yeah.
question, but I'd like for this to be wrapped up as quickly as possible.
So the answer is yes, they do allow it through Thoroughbred Management, who maintains the current homeowners association and all CCNRs. And the reason there are married couples is because there is no coercion, Mr. Chairman. There are 46 homeowners. I have now served 8 years as a volunteer as the president, only because every 2 years, no one steps up and volunteers. So
Thank
that
you.
is the answer to someone else on the committee.
Great. So my second question to the applicant is, how come you can't make this 10 feet off, like, and fall within the required?
Because, like, as on my site plan, I can only fit 20 feet wide. If I took an additional 10 out of that, then the structure would be about 10, maybe 12 feet wide. I would not be able to get my vehicle and recreational vehicles in the structure.
And how tall is the structure? 10 feet? No, not 10
No.
feet. How tall is it?
It's the same height as the house,
Okay.
and it will match the house exactly.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Toussaint.
we cannot interpret anybody's documents. We are not HOA lawyers, and every document, every community is different. We can't do that. And it's what the gentleman did say. It's very difficult to get people to serve on the board of directors or on the architectural review committee. And when your community is that small, it's very common to have a husband and a wife be on one committee or the other. So it's not unusual. It happens all the time. You can't have 2 people that are married on the board together, but someone could serve on the architectural review committee. So that's not a problem. That happens all over the county, all over the state, actually.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, I see an applicant here that has a unique shaped lot and is here for a garage and has really done what we've always wanted this commission to do, which is to get an HOA approval if there is an HOA, and then also support of all the neighbors. And if that doesn't happen, then typically what I've seen is there's a denial. But I feel like the applicant's done everything that he can within his power and has brought forward an application that the neighbors are generally happy with. There are some people that aren't happy with. So I feel like he's done a good job with his application, and I will be supporting it.
I think that sounds like a motion coming.
Prepared to make a motion if there's no further discussion. Item number 58, VAR 71238, make a motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that is going to go forward to the City Council on the 10/18/2017 City Council agenda.
Thank you. Moving on to item 59, VAR 71272, applicant owner Danny and Tony Fox for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 6-foot rear yard setback for a proposed patio cover where 10 feet is required at 10613 Axis Mountain Court, Ward 6, Fiore. Staff recommends denial. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a patio cover with a 6-foot rear setback. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the variance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. Dan Fox, my wife Tony, 10613 Axis Mountain Court. We're trying to get a revised setback. We initially we have 2 associations where we live. We went to both of them and we're told that it was a 6-foot setback. We submitted the paperwork to both associations. They also asked for a drain program. They also asked for approval from the neighborhood. We provided all this. They gave us their approval, and we built and installed the patio cover. Since then, we found out that it was 10 foot when the city inspector came out. In conversation with him, he was saying that there was a time it was 5 foot, and now it's 10 foot. But the size of our lot is 15 feet deep, and so if we honored, not that we tried to not honor, but if we did honor the 10-foot setback, we would only have a 5-foot cover. And so that's our dilemma. And I think you have the pictures and all. Anyway, it's not a big patio. It's only like 9 foot, 9.5 foot. So it's not a huge patio. And even the city inspector said it's nice looking, and he agreed with us. You know, a 10 foot, it wouldn't be worth putting up a covered patio, and not to throw blame anywhere, but when you look in our backyard at all the neighbors, they're all most 6-foot setbacks. So we'd like to get your okay.
Thank you.
Tony Fox, 10613. We have gone around the neighbors, and I did submit letters of the neighbors that we did contact. The neighbor that lives next door to us, one of them, he was here with us earlier tonight, but had to leave due to that. But, you know, we did go through the HOA. We have talked with Patricia De La Cruz through the master, Providence Master, and they are in the process of, they've approved the application fee to where they can go and get the guidelines, and I believe they're scheduled to come to you folks next month with their guidelines to get changed, so it does meet the city with the 5-foot
From the 10
setback.
to the 6, yeah.
Yeah, for the 5-foot setback. And we're at 6 feet, so we're even further back than the 5-foot setback is required. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Starting with Commissioner DeSavio.
Mr. Chairman, after reviewing this and seeing what they're stuck with, and I totally agree with the applicant, doing a patio cover any smaller than what it is wouldn't be worth doing. And based on the shape of their yard, I would ask for item 59, VAR 71272 to approve.
Motion for approval on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Mr. Chairman, item 59 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn item number 60 over to Vice Chair Cherry, seeing as how this property is adjacent to mine, and out of an abundance of caution, I'm just going to go ahead and abstain on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 60, VAR 71281, variance, public hearing, owner applicant Ronald Ripp, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 2-foot corner side yard setback and a 7-foot rear yard setback where 15 is required for proposed 982 square foot expansion of a single-family dwelling on .42 acres at 1608 Concordia Place, APN 16202207001. Is the applicant here?
Hi, Bob Bellis, 1269 South 8th Street. I'm here to represent the owner. What we're doing is we wanted to do an addition to this property. As Chairman Schlotman said...
Bob, could I stop you for 1 second, please? Can we
Yeah.
get a staff report if there is one? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, no unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented. Therefore, the variance is the subject of a self-imposed hardship, and staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
So we wanted to do, we're doing a total remodel on this house, and in addition, we wanted to add on some more garage space. As Chairman Schlotman said, is that it actually backs up to his property. We've had many conversations with the chairman. He has no problem with it, and that's actually the only piece of property that this would affect. Right now, on the overhead, this is what it looks like right now. The wall is about 4 feet from the sidewalk. What we want to do is actually take that wall down and actually make the buffer bigger. So we want to do the landscaping, and it would be a 7.5-foot landscaping, and we want to do it more modern, and take out all the oleanders and stuff and make it really look nice, because right now the view from the street, it looks horrible. And on Chairman Schlotman's property, this is the view from his property. You can't see the house. He doesn't care. He has no issue with this expansion, and so mainly we're just asking you for approval. It only backs up to, it only goes to Oki and his property, his driveway, and so nobody really has any kind of issue with it. So it's going to look amazing.
Great, thank you. I'd like to open this up for public hearing. This has been noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll turn it over for the commission for discussion. Any comments from the fellow commissioners? No, I'd like to make one comment. As far as the wall that you would tear down, that's the south wall, correct?
That is, yes.
Okay, because you're expanding to the south, and that would leave a wall that's 3 feet that goes to like 3.5 feet away from the property line.
Yeah, and it'll be actually about the building will be 7.5 feet from the street.
Well,
And
and-
all that would be professionally landscaped.
And are you okay if that would be a condition in the motion?
That what?
That wall would come down?
Oh, yeah, it's coming down.
Great, thank you. Does anyone like to make a motion?
Thank you. Through you, I'd like to make a motion regarding variance 71281. My motion tonight is for approval. For the record, Commissioner, sorry, and I met with him, and it's great. I mean, it looks like a nice property, so thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn, would you be okay if that did have a condition?
Oh,
tear
with the
down
added
wall?
condition, yeah, with the walls coming down, yeah, the wall comes down.
Thank you. There's a motion
Thank you
on the-
so much.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor for approval?
Mr. Chair, is staff okay with that condition, or is that understandable exactly which wall you're taking down?
No, I need a little further clarification. Is this a property line wall, and which property line is it that this wall will be coming down?
For staff, I believe it's the south wall on Oki, the existing CMU wall on Oki.
So with that, I would just say that the existing CMU wall along Oki shall be removed.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor for approval with the added condition. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item will go to the City Council at the October 18th, 2017 City Council meeting.
With that, we've been going a little over 2 more hours, and so we will have a quick 10-minute recess and be back.
Good evening. This Planning Commission hearing is called back to order. We're going to pull item 73 forward due to medical condition. So we're going to go ahead and start with 73, SUP 71311, applicant owner Shemont Tevet LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term rental use at 6336 Lawton Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed four-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of a special use permit. As all other code requirements are being met, staff finds that the use is appropriate for this location and recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Okay, is the applicant for item 73, SUP 71311, present? Shemont Tevet, LLC. Okay, it's going to be kind of hard for us to pull this forward without the applicant.
We can trail it, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, or just...
Yeah, we'll just have to trail this particular item until the applicant gets here.
That lady went to check.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go back to 61. The applicant shows up, we'll
Are you the...
Are you the applicant, sir? I can't have you talking from the audience.
Arnold Huffman, 6337 Parsifal Place. I live directly behind 6336 Lawton. And no, the person is not here. He's got 3 on your calendar. And I don't think he should have a short-term rental in a residential area.
I apologize, sir. Just been advised by the city attorney that since the applicant's not here, I can't even open this particular item until he gets here.
Well, I've been here for 2.5 hours, or for 4 hours, sir. I only brought a 2-hour tank.
I guess, Mr. Chair, if you want, if this gentleman can maybe put those comments on the record now, and then the clerk can maybe put that onto the item once we get to 73? If that's okay with you.
It's fine with me.
I'm fine with that, if you'd like to do that, because I know he has to leave, so that's...
Okay. If you'd go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ronald Huffman, 6337 Parsifal Place. I live directly behind 6336 Lawton Avenue. The property has been vacant for 3 years. Before that, it was a short-term rental, and we had trouble with bands and young kids in there, it was a party house is what it was. Then it became empty, okay? And now he wants to do it again. This is a different property owner though. But if you look at your calendar, he's got 3 more properties on here too, and he's not showing up.
I noticed that, sir, and yeah, and it's not that he's not here, it's just we pulled this out of order due to your medical condition.
As much crap is going on with short-term rentals in this town, shouldn't be.
Thank you.
And I'm not the only handicapped person in here.
I'm not saying that. I made a special accommodation for you.
Well, I realize that, and I thank you for that.
Yes.
But there are others here that need to do the same.
Okay, I got to go back to 61.
Regarding number 73, Mr. Chairman, what happens if he doesn't show tonight?
Then
Do we proceed without him if he doesn't show? Or do we sit here for 7, 8 hours for nothing?
Mr. Chairman, it'll be up to you to determine if you'd like to take their testimony now, and then we can put it on the record if you decide to obey 73 to another time, or if the applicant shows up, then you can put those comments on the record once he shows up.
Right, so
It's up to you.
just as the city attorney said, we can open it up and put all the comments on the record tonight. We could vote on the item, or we could choose to hold that in abeyance at that point, but you will be heard tonight. Okay, item 61, VAR 71300, applicant owner Kenneth D. Vorsmeyer Revocable Trust and Susan Klein Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 1-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required and a 3-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required, and to allow an accessory structure in the front yard where such is not allowed for an existing 432 square foot accessory structure Class 2 garage at 2500 Palomino Lane, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This request is the result of an open code enforcement case for an accessory structure being constructed without a building permit. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, as the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing an accessory structure without building permits and locating it in an area that violates several zoning code requirements. Staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Ken Vorsmer. I live at 2500 Palomino Lane, 89107. I bought my house 5 years ago. We love it when we moved here. Recently, we're adding a bedroom in the back of the house, and during the permit process, a planner went to code enforcement and said, that garage is not legal. Oh, I live in a beautiful little house. No difference on the garage. We haven't touched it. We're not trying to touch it. And code enforcement visited me, and I'm trying to straighten this out. I hope that I don't have to change it, because that would be a major cost. I'm not trying to build anything else, and I think you can see my home. You have pictures of it. I have approvals from both of my neighbors that have been there forever, and I was thinking maybe this is a fire problem. I have on the side of the property that we're talking about, my home is a concrete block home. It has a concrete roof. My next door neighbor is 70 feet away from me, at least, with a concrete block wall between us. And I'm hoping that you will grant me my variance. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, sir. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Roush and I loved stopping by your house the other day. We visited with you, remember? We knocked on the door, and the problem, sir, is we were under the impression, as this is written, that you were going to build a garage coming out in the front yard, which in fact you're not, correct?
Correct.
Correct, that this garage that is existing has been there 20-plus years, and it's beautiful. The house is beautiful, the little addition coming out the back is beautiful, and you kind of got stung by the bee, in my opinion, unnecessarily. If my commissioners have no other comments about this, I hope they take my word on it that I was there. I was there with another commissioner, and this evening regarding, if nobody has anything to say, regarding variance 71300, I'm going to make the motion this evening for approval, and through the councilman's direction to me, it can be final action and you can go home.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, per the direction that Ms. Quinn has identified, this can be final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 62, VAR 71322, applicant owner Placido Bustos for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 8-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required for an existing one-story front porch carport addition at 5708 Heroin Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This request is the result of an open code enforcement case for a non-permitted structural addition within the front setback area. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, as the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by constructing a carport within the required setback area. Staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Al Velasco, 2120 Ramrod Avenue, in behalf of the owner. Just to clarify what the owner wants to do, he wants to remove this existing structure back to a 14 feet setback instead of the 8 feet setback that states on the variance. That's all he has to mention.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. So the way this is now, he wants to move it?
Yes. He wants to remove part of the carport that's already there.
And there would be a
to
14-foot
a setback. Yeah, to 14 setback,
Okay.
not 8 feet.
Thank you. So my question to council or to planning or staff is that can we even take action on this at 14-foot setback, or do we have to take action on this and then have him come back and reapply? But if he does reapply, then that's going to be additional cost for him as well, one way or the other.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, actually, if he reduces the setback from where he's requesting 8 feet to 14 feet, it's less intense and you can actually take action on it. We don't have plans that correspond to it, but we can condition that the setback be 14 feet, and he would have to meet that going forward.
It would be a condition then?
You would be able to include that as a condition of what is actually being approved. So instead of what's being noticed by condition, you would change it to a less intense setback variance.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just want a question. So, Mr. Lowenstein, would that be tonight a motion for denial? No, it would be a motion for approval with an added condition? Okay, so, okay, I'll think about it.
Commissioner Quinn, can I just interject? If they're changing this from 8 feet to 14 feet, we don't have any elevations. We don't know what we're voting on. Hold this in advance for 30 days, please. Can I get a motion?
Absolutely. The motion through the chairman is to hold this tonight for 30 days. So variant 7133322 will be held until the next meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
do you want to maybe instruct the applicant as to what he's to bring you within that 30 days?
Yes, new elevations, just showing what you're going to be doing, moving that back. And are you fine with the advance?
Yes,
Okay.
I will bring anything that clarifies the situation.
And then if you don't mind meeting with Mr. Lowenstein, he's going to get up right after the vote, and you can talk to him about everything that's needed.
No problem at all.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Yes votes for in abeyance till the October 10th Planning Commission hearing. And that motion carries. This item is held in abeyance till October 10th. Moving on to, if you'll talk to the gentleman over there.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to items 63 and 64. I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Cherry. seeing how I have ongoing business relationship with the applicant.
Thank you. Item number 63, SUP 71249, special use permit. Applicant owner 123 10th Street LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a trailer, RV camp, or park use with waivers to allow 22 recreational vehicle sites where a maximum of 20 sites per acre is allowed. Vehicle sits 0 feet from property line where 10 feet is required from internal property lines and 15 feet from property lines adjoining a public street. Vehicle sites to be set back 3 feet from a building where 20 feet is required and 6 feet between vehicles where 10 feet is required at 123 and 125 North 10th Street. Item number 64, VAC 71246, vacation related to SUP 71249. Applicant 123 10th Street LLC, owner 123 10th Street LLC for possible action on a request for petition to vacate a public alley north of Fremont between 10th and 11th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. And the staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The proposed RV park does not have adequate spacing between vehicles and does not provide adequate setbacks from property lines adjacent to both the street and adjacent uses. Although the site meets the non-waivable minimum 10% open space requirement, the open space is located within the primary drive aisle along the eastern portion of the site, and it is unclear how this space will be utilized. As evidenced by the number of waivers from the minimum special use permit requirements, the proposed trailer, RV, camper, park use is not appropriate for this location, and staff recommends denial of the special use request. Staff has no objection to the related alley vacation and it recommends approval of that request. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant?
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, John Curran, 701 East Bridger, Suite 850, here on behalf of the applicant to briefly describe this project and answer any questions you might have. What we're doing here is returning to a previous use on this parcel, that of a trailer and RV camp. We are requesting some waivers to accommodate some additional density on this lot. We expect to have about 22 Airstream and other travel trailers around the perimeter of this lot. We will meet all the required open space. We will exceed the open space requirements. We will maintain a 20-foot drive aisle for those requirements. We did have the opportunity to meet with fire on site. Additionally, we are requesting a vacation of the alley in its entirety from Fremont to Ogden. That vacation will help increase connectivity on this block. This entire block, we've already begun some redevelopment efforts on it and will continue in the coming months, with the next project being this RV camp at 123 North 10th Street. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. This has been noticed as a public hearing. Would anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing nobody, I'll turn this over to our commissioners. Commissioner Roush.
Hi. I just have a couple of quick questions. You guys have another RV park like this down the street, correct?
Actually, just across the alley.
Across the alley, okay. And are there any amenities or accessory structures? Are there common area bathrooms or toilets? Are there any other things?
Not on this property. Again, with the vacated alley, it does sort of increase connectivity to the other parcels on that block. But again, this is just restoring to a previous use. All of the trailers and travel trailers on there are sort of self-sustaining with their own bathroom facilities and everything.
There's no hookups for sewer
there are
or
hookups.
water?
The hookups will remain.
There are hookups on the site already?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I
Yes.
couldn't figure out from all the backup information. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else like to be heard? Commissioner
Ma'am,
Quinn?
through you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I just wanted to say that that was my question because I didn't ask you when we spoke about it about the hookup. So I think it's a great thing, and I think that people will enjoy staying there. Are they going to be short-term rentals? Just kidding. Just kidding.
For the record, I actually do want to...
Just kind of a little joke there, John.
I know. It will be daily, weekly, and monthly. I did want to make sure that is on the record.
Daily, weekly, and monthly on the record. Okay. If anybody has nothing else to talk about, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Thank you. Regarding item number 63, SUP 71249, my motion tonight is for approval, noting that this will be a daily, weekly, and monthly rental,
Motion's on the floor for approval.
not 3 days.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Item number 64.
Oh, excuse me, item number 64, the vacation of 71246. My motion this evening, again, is for approval. Thank you.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, item 63 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days. Item 64 is, will have to go on to the city council, and it will be heard at the October 18th, 2017 city council meeting.
Thank you. Item 65, SUP 71268, applicant Noble Massage, owner Moffett Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a massage establishment with waivers to allow a 94-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,000 feet is required, and to allow 117-foot distance separation from parcel zoned for residential use where 400 feet is required at 2120 Paradise Road, Ward 3, Coppin. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting 2 waivers for distance separation requirements from both residentially zoned property and a similar use located on the east side of Paradise Road. Due to these waiver requests, staff is recommending denial. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, I am Joy Moffett, and I'm the owner of 2120 Paradise Road, and I've had the property for 50 years. The 94-foot distance, the waiver is, I'm assuming, for the people across the street, which is a massage parlor also. Those people are gone. They are not in the building anymore. I spoke with Nicole a few moments ago, and they're going to do some checking on it. I have had the property vacant for a couple of years, but 14 years before that, I had a massage parlor in that also. And here it also says 117-foot distance from a zoned residential area. Well, that has not ever been a problem before. What separates us now is a vacant lot and a parking lot on the north side. And on the south side of the apartment building is the mall that you approved the sign for, and they have a massage parlor in there, and their massage parlor is closer to the residential area than ours is. We have done everything that the Business Licensing Board has asked us to do. We reinvented the wheel with a parking lot for them, and I have had that property vacant for 2 years now, and I would like to see it rented.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson, and Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Commissioner. My name is Ying Fan. I'm trying to do the second business with this property. I have a massage establishment and food spa in Clark County since 2015, January. We have a very good reputation. We have very good review on Yelp and Groupon. And since the location is not very convenient, we're losing customer because the location right now is not front of the street. It's behind Sahara and behind Karen. It's in the middle, the commercial center. So some walk-in customers and the Groupon, they come from another state, they have hard time to find me. Then I was looking for the surroundings, and then her property was very close to Stratosphere. We had like 8 girls trying to find our location, but they walk, and they are not used to the heat, so they just, I'm sorry, they can't come over. So I talked to her, and then start from April, we signed 3-year lease. Now I'm paying more than like $2,000 a month. We can do nothing. I try to open a fitness because I want to make people healthy. But I am a single mother of 2 kids. I come to U.S. from Beijing about 6 years. I joined U.S. Navy about 4 years. So I just came back last week from Bahrain for a Navy job. So I try to be independent, to support myself and my family, and to do the American dreams, to do the very best I can do and follow the laws. And I went to massage school for 700 hours. And I don't want to see I can even get a license, I can even get a use permit for that. So if you don't support land use for massage establishment, so are you supposed to support massage school? So how about the kids, the new generation, just tell them, don't go massage school because you cannot even get a license. You can start with your business. It's a bad career. I fully understand why you guys don't like massage parlors. My English is not perfect, but seems there's a difference between massage parlor and massage establishment. Just like when we try to eat food, everybody like mushroom. A lot of people, they try to eat some, they kill them.
Okay, ma'am, if we could
But
talk.
we can see you can eat mushroom because they kill people. Some of them, they're delicious, they are healthy. We can see massage parlor no good and no more massage business.
I think we're kind of getting off the subject of what we vote on.
I'm sorry. I'm
If
nervous.
we could talk about, if you have any comments why this is appropriate at this location or not appropriate at this location, that would be better, or I'm not sure if you're finished with your comments.
All right. I know the permit denial is not the end of the world, but I truly request the board consider to give me the use permit, and I will do the same as my first business to follow all the regulations. And I guarantee, we have been doing this 3 years, we have nothing violations. Thank you.
Thank you. And would you mind spelling your last name for us, for the city clerk?
Her first name is Y-I-N-G.
Her last name is Fan, F-A-N.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if this was noticed as a public hearing, anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask both of you to sit in the front row.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening. David Figler, Jonas Park Neighborhood President. We'll just go with 1302 South 6th Street. The concern of the neighborhood, this is actually more of the gateway into the historic neighborhoods back there, Beverly Green, South Ridge, Jonas Park. Right now, if you do drive down that stretch of Paradise, it is an area of some derision because of the cluster that appears to be there of massage parlors, many of which have fallen into, and this is not an aspersion on the applicant, but many of which have fallen into violations with city council having to revoke their licenses or other actions against them. So oftentimes that cluster on Paradise will be referred to in a derisive way when we're talking about the things that the neighbors are trying to do in the neighborhood and trying to establish. We applaud the efforts of cleaning up the strip mall from Mr. Truesdale and the applicant over there. They've been doing a really good job. But if we are really going to go to an urban form-based code, I think we really need to give large consideration about when things get clustered or not. I appreciate the applicant indicating that the property that requires the variance is no longer operating as such, but it is still marked as such. I would think that code enforcement would be out there to bring that down or to confirm that. And so my recommendation, before you even consider this, that you think of that stretch between Sahara and the neighborhoods as not being appropriate use for a cluster of this type of business, but that you certainly obey it until you can verify some of the information that's been presented to the Planning Commission tonight with regard to its need for a variance or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be quick. Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, community member, John S. Park. I don't remember this coming up in any of the meetings, but the idea is if the applicant runs an honest business, as most of us do in this community, that I think it would be appropriate, just as the Arts District down here is littered with bail bonds people. So it's the same kind of genre of business ventures. This is America, and the idea is that she should be given an opportunity just because of a setback or a distance problem. And that place has a history of massage parlors in that area, and I think they should continue and embrace the idea that that's what goes on in that part of the world down there. And I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Fan, do you own one already on Paradise? Oh, okay. I
own one
if you could come
I can't hear you. I missed
microphone.
where you have the one you own.
I own one in Clark County in Commercial Center.
Oh,
The address
nice.
is 900
Okay.
Karen Avenue.
Okay.
900 Karen Avenue,
Okay.
B117.
Yeah.
It's called Noble Massage and Noble Foot Spa.
Okay. I want to speak directly to you because as I sit up here as a planning commissioner, I have to make decisions this evening about short-term rentals, okay? And we have ordinances that we have to follow, like footage and this and that. And what concerns me, even though the sign is there and they're not operating, is that you want to put something, a distance separation of 94 feet where 1,000 feet is required. I mean, that's like, I can't add too well because I don't know my math rule, like, you know, budgets and stuff. But I do know that's a big difference in the ordinance. You understand? So the ordinance states, you know, 1,000 feet, and yours is only 114 feet. Okay, so understand we're not picking on you. That's the ordinance. And the second thing is, you have a 400-foot separation between a residential spot, and you only have 117 feet, even though the residential spot might not be built yet. I don't know if it's vacant land. So here's what I'm facing. Is I can't sit here and not follow an ordinance that is not. It's not fair for me not to follow an ordinance tonight with your application, because what am I going to say to the people with these short-term rentals when it's, you know, 600 feet or we have to follow the ordinance. An ordinance is put in effect so that we follow it. That's my job. I'm not supporting you because I don't think you're going to do a great job. I'm not supporting it now because of the fact there's one so close by. You want to come back in a month and that sign's gone, and we might have a different story here. But right now, I can't allow this ordinance to be broken because I'm not doing my job for all of these neighbors, okay? Thank you, Mrs. Fan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, I sit with Commissioner Quinn on this with the distance separation, even though we've looked at other establishments and looked at access and shopping centers that while they might have a distance separation that's close, to get to them, it's a big distance. But the bigger issue for me is I look at the background information. I've never seen a property that's had so many violations and stuff that I don't even want to read into the record. They're so bad. So because of those reasons, I'm sorry. Because of those reasons, I won't be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners?
May I answer the gentleman's?
Through the chair, there's really nothing more for me. I mean, even without the stuff, like I said, with Commissioner Quinn's comments on the distance separation and where this is at, I just won't be supporting the application.
Thank you. Can we get a motion?
Through the chair, item 65, SUP 71268, make a motion for denial, following staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Item 66, SUP 71301, applicant Raphael Shaker, owner RZMZ Family LLC, Series 2, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1602 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use at 1801 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, there are no protected land uses within 400 feet of the subject site, and the minimum special use permit requirements for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment have been met. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this request. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Laura Drea with James Brown's office, 520 South 4th Street. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Shaker, who is a market operator who recently relocated from San Diego. This will be his first venture here in Las Vegas. He picked a site that requires no waivers, is in a walkable area, and has staff approval. We hope for yours as well.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Could I ask the applicant to take a seat? Mr. Eagle. Good evening.
Good evening, and I'm sorry that I'm punishing you for the 4.5 hours we have been here, but there's a couple of items that are on the agenda that are of importance to the neighborhood, and as long as I'm here, not to cross over into gadfly, but there has been some discussion in the social media realm from some of the neighborhood activists with regard to yet another off-site beer and wine location abutting the neighborhood, even if it technically falls into the C1. I just wanted to read very quickly into the record one of the more poignant comments of one of the neighborhood activists who has significant dealings and contact with the Crestwood and the Huntridge neighborhoods, which are directly behind. If you look at the site map, it is virtually circled with residential area, despite it being off of Sahara. Briefly, for several years, the city has approved wine, beer, and liquor sales for retail establishments where such sales were originally deemed to not be proper, but things did change. If you feel that easy access to alcohol negatively impacts our neighborhoods and parks, if you think this increases the likelihood of intoxicated people lumbering through our neighborhoods and parks, if you think more inebriated people making bad decisions like breaking into homes and littering streets and parks with bottles and other trash that come directly from these places is a bad idea, I highly suggest that you take 60 seconds to click a link and voice your opinion, and I know some of those did, and that those have been noted. To remain silent on applications that seem to be approved from city staff is showing that the neighbors don't care about their neighborhoods, but the neighbors really do. Access for beer, wine, liquor is so easily accessible right across the street at well-lit and secured, security-laced places like Albertsons and CVC. In the past, there have been other approvals, et cetera, it goes on. And then there's a picture of the subject property, if I could just show that really quickly. Oh, a lot of comments. And to have more of these again, without there being some sort of thoughtful form code, which seems to be the trend that we're headed towards, which everyone is very excited about, that uses like these need to be scrutinized in perhaps a different way. There's also the issue that's ever present about the selling of singles, which seem to be a bigger issue. Selling singles and 40-ounce bottles of liquor do seem to find their way into neighborhoods a little bit more, and so if you were inclined to approve the application, as you have in some others in the past, we'd ask that the condition be considered by the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Yanson, 1100 South 6. I am the singles proponent, and I hope that the applicant will consent to providing a facility that does not sell singles and sells packaged liquor. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I would ask that we just reject the application entirely. There's a million places to get liquor in our neighborhood already, including singles. I recently took up running as part of raising funds for St. Jude's during the 10K, And so I'm running through my neighborhood now pretty regularly, and I'm just amazed by how many empty beer cans and beer bottles are just everywhere. You can't get away from them. I never notice them when I'm driving, but running through, there's definitely no shortage of places to get liquor in our neighborhood. We certainly don't need another one.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to close this public hearing. Mr. Riggle, do you have any questions? Or not questions, do you have a rebuttal?
I certainly do. In response to the sales of singles, most of the operators that we talk to understand that when they sell singles, especially the big beer cans, they often get cited because there's a certain radius and distance that people can consume from a convenience store. So most of them prefer not to take that chance. This operator has been made abundantly aware that there have been problems at the site before, and that he's probably going to be subject to more code enforcement visits, as the previous operator had problems, and he plans on following the rules to a T. We're happy with the year review if need be.
Thank you. Disclosure, I live within the notification area, but it's not going to affect me any greater or lesser than anyone else within the neighborhood. I hear the neighbors' concerns, and Mr. Figler and the other gentlemen that come up, and Mr. Ganson, and this was something that come before us years ago for beer, wine cooler, and then I think it went to hard liquor, and then went to gaming machines, and we had problems with sign spam and everything, and so I made them state on the record that they wouldn't have sign spam and they'd have legal signage up on the front of their building. 3 weeks later, sign spam all over the building again, and I called them and said, you know, the conditions are forever, not just for 3 weeks, and I live in the neighborhood, and I'm going to be looking after stuff like this. And I know it's not signs that Mr. Figler and the other neighbors within the neighborhood were concerned with, but this was a liquor store at one point with gambling machines and everything else, not just beer, wine, cooler. And I do understand there's the Albertsons and CVS across the street, and I mean, even the 7-Eleven on Fremont and Bruce. So this isn't any more intense than what it once was. Would your client be willing to not sell singles? And if they, I mean, because if they're just selling singles, it's typically the people going in, purchasing a single and walking out in the street and opening it up. But would your client be open to not selling singles?
Yes, he's abundantly aware of the distance requirement for people to consume from the store, and that imposes a greater risk of him losing his license, just like the previous operator did for various reasons.
Okay. Vice Chair Cherry?
Through the chair, so for clarity, you're fine with the condition that they won't be selling signals on there?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Ready for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind, we got a condition that I can read now, and then you can incorporate into any future motion.
Yes, please.
The sale of individual containers of any size beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited. All such products shall remain in their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Furthermore, no repackaging of containers into groups smaller than the original packaging shall be permitted.
Thank you.
Through the chair, is the applicant good with that condition?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 66, SUP 71301, make a motion for approval with the added condition.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to the City Council meeting of October 18th, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to item 68, SUP 71059, applicant Judah Zakalik. Sorry, it's becoming pretty late tonight. I butchered your name and everybody else's.
It's past my bedtime, too.
And Judah Zakalik Living Trust for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 343-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 1621 Birch Street, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. And I'm just going to remind everybody that we do have time restrictions because we have a lot of people here, and I don't want to keep everybody. So if you can keep your initial presentation down to 5 minutes, and then I'm going to ask everybody not to repeat their comments. So please go ahead.
I'll do my best, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. It's getting late. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site has been operating as a short-term residential rental with a business license issued on April 18th, 2016, but now requires a special use permit to continue operating after June 30th, 2019, per ordinance number 6585. Due to the request for a waiver for the distance separation requirement from a similar use, staff is recommending denial. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Commissioners. Judah Zakalik on behalf of 1621 Birch LLC and Judah Zakalik Living Trust. I have to take a little bit of objection with the description of the reasons why we're here today. We're not here today because of the new bill that went in place. We're here today because, unfortunately, the Planning Commission made a mistake in my conditional use permit. I have a letter dated April 24th. If you guys want to look at it, you probably already have, that states that the Planning Commission made an error in the distance when they issued me the conditional use permit. I went forward with the conditional use permit on March 22nd, 2016. At that point, it was allowed. They did a check. The Planning Commission did a check and said that this house was 660 feet away from the, or greater than 660 feet away from any nearest short-term rental. On April 24th, 2017, I got this letter in the mail stating that the Planning Commission had made an error and that it was, I guess, they didn't say the exact distance, but that there was a competing short-term rental within the 660 feet.
I think you're referring to the Planning Department, not the Planning Commission.
Director of Planning, I got that from Tom Perigo. So, my mistake if I'm confusing these departments. But that's why we're here today, not because of the new bill that went into effect. So unfortunately, I'm here on an error committed by the city, which has kind of put me in a hard spot in that I've invested well over $20,000 in this property to run it as a short-term rental, and now I'm told I can't without coming forward with a special use permit because of the 660-foot violation. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Scotch 80s neighborhood. Very great. So you understand that it's surrounded by pretty much a block wall with gates that don't open, right? So, and I agree that as the crow flies, there is a distance issue with the 660 feet, but let me put this map up here if you don't mind taking a look at this. So this right here is the subject property. This property with the thumbtack is the one at issue, the one that's 300 and so feet away. So you would think, right, that you could just come out of this way and come to this property, and that's not so. This is a gate that does not open. So the only way to access or travel from this property to this property is to go up Birch, go to Waldman, and if you're in a car, you can't take a left here, right? This is a right-only lane, or right-only turn. So you'd have to go up to Charleston, pull a U-turn, come back, down Rancho, take a left on Oakey, then go into Ivanhoe. Okay, but let's just, for sake of argument, say that someone was walking this distance, okay, and they don't have to take a right here because that's a right turn-only lane. That's still 0.9 miles. That's over 4,700 feet distance from the subject property to the 600 to the other short-term rental here. So I would submit that this is a special circumstance in regards to this. Also, I've been operating this property. I initially bought it as my home. I found a better suited home for my family in the same ward. And so I had rented it out as a long-term rental for a number of years. I had a lot of problems with those renters, and a real estate colleague of mine said, well, why don't you look into the short-term rental? And that's how I went to the city, and they said, look, you qualify for the conditional use permit, and that's why I went forward with it. Since that time, there's been very little issue with this house. I know I know that some of my neighbors, I can hear them behind me right now, don't believe that, but there haven't been any viable complaints put forth with the city. I spoke with two of my neighbors less than 2 weeks ago, Mr. Sailing, who's directly to the west of me, and then Ms. Colon, who's directly to the south of me, and what they stated was, since the first tenant that I had in that property, which was a problem, and they had a very large party. I had a property management company running the facility at that point, and I told them, look, I don't want you running out to anyone that you don't meet with personally. They did not abide by my instructions, and the person had a very large party there. I fired the property management company the next day. I had to put forth the police report. I had to go through months and months of rigmarole with Airbnb and invest over $5,000 to replace the property. But what Mr. Sailing and Ms. Cullen told me 2 weeks ago was, hey, look, we haven't had any problem with this property outside of that initial issue, which happened on May 30th, 2016. Okay, so now we're looking at over 15 months of me operating this property, probably having at least 4 guests a month here with no real issue. And so I leave it to you as that. I'll reserve any comment that I have after my neighbors speak their mind. And of course, any questions you have.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Since there's all the neighbors in the front row, maybe I'll ask you to sit on the side row. And so, 3 microphones. Come on. Good evening.
Good evening. Gerald Duncan, 1716 Adra Court. What can I say? We've seen some more funny math tonight. The ordinance is very clear about the 660-foot separation. Noise and so forth don't take these rather creative paths around the homes. I would ask that you do not approve it. The 660-foot separation is really all that keeps our homes now from becoming, or our neighborhoods from becoming an ocean of tiny little motels. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
My name is John Salian of 1620 Birch, which is right across the street from the gentleman. And I've lived in that neighborhood 24 years. I just don't like the cannibalization of our neighborhood, period. But I did tell him it has been better, even though it's still a hotel. Right now, there's 8 people staying in a 3-bedroom house. The traffic for Ubers, Lyfts, taxis. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I get up early, I see them coming and going, and it's not a neighborhood. That's not the way I look at a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening.
Jeff Colon, 1625 Birch Street. My bedroom backs up to the property, and it's not uncommon for us to hear the tip. It's not wild parties necessarily, but 10:30, 12 o'clock at night, a lot of times there's people out around the pool having a good time, socializing, and it's my neighborhood. It's not like I'm in a hotel casino downtown to expect that kind of.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Estrella Matlich, and I live at 1626 Birch Street. And with this short-term rental and several others, sometimes they get loans. And in the loans that they have different riders associated. As he purchased the property as an owner-occupier or as a traditional loan, he has this verbiage in his deed of trust. Use of property, compliance with the law. Borrower shall not seek, agree to, or make change in the way in the use of the property or its zoning classification unless lender has agreed to in writing to the change. So I would ask that his special use permit be denied, particularly as he does not have approval from his lender that I know of.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, Amy Saling, 1620 Birch Street. As of this afternoon, there's 8 people staying in a 3-bedroom home, which is not with the ordinance. Labor Day weekend, there was 12 ladies staying there, and they had a caterer come the next day. That would be an event. June 21st, there was 27 plus cars on Birch Street for an event.
Can you put those pictures?
Yeah, you guys can have all of these.
No. If you can put them, we have underneath
Right here.
The FBI light.
Here, do you want to do that for me? I've got a lot of them. July 27th and 28th, there was a wedding, bringing in tulle and chairs and twinkle lights and a bunch of cars in the driveway. I mean, they crammed cars in the driveway to where they were hanging out into the street. There's a bunch in there. Here's some more tables, chafing dishes. Of course, that's not an event, right? Chairs. Garbage sitting out. Oh, here we go. Shuttle bus in front of my house. And then there's the cleaning people that come in every 3 days when they leave. And then I just have a various bunch of pictures of cars that are parked on the street that aren't supposed to be parked on the street. People coming and going of all hours of the night, so. But I leave these for you guys to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I oppose it, by the way.
Would you like to hand those over?
And I just
to the
want to, my
city
name is
clerk?
Pam Grogan, I'm at 2121 Silver Avenue. I had lunch with my friend yesterday, and she says, oh, I just did an event at the house down by your street Labor Day weekend. She was called in for a private chef to do the bachelor party for 12 girls that were staying in this house Labor Day weekend. There's supposed to be 2 people per room. They had 12 people staying there, 3 bedrooms. Thank you.
Thank you.
I oppose this.
Did you want to leave those photos for the record? Good evening, ma'am.
Amy Colon, 1625 Birch Street. My husband sleeps a lot harder than I do. I've been up till 2 o'clock in the morning with noise coming from that house. I have called the short-term rental hotline 3 times in the short time that it's been in operation, once about noise until 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 times about illegal fireworks.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Duncan. I live at 1716 Adra Court, 89102. I'm a substitute teacher for CCSD. And I'll be very brief, but I'll just go ahead and do this now so I don't do it for each one of these short-term rentals. I ask you to never approve any waiver of the 660-foot distance separation established in the city ordinance. All of us homeowners in the single-family residential neighborhoods have been very adversely affected by the addition of party houses. These commercial businesses destroy our quality of life and quiet enjoyment of our properties. They devalue our properties. There is much more potential for criminal activities such as prostitution, drugs, drunkenness, and sex trafficking, and my big concern, child predators. They compromise our safety and our security. Owners of party houses all claim they have model renters, but you can never predict the behavior from one group to another. Please never allow a waiver from our 660-foot safety net, and please never allow an STR anywhere near a school or on any route that a child might take walking to or from school. There is no way for a party house owner to know if they are renting to a child molester. I thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hi, I'm Herman Fox. I live at 1244 Park Circle in Scotch 80s. I'm here on behalf of my mother, who lives right across the street from the house in question on 2020 Silver. And I just wanted to confirm what everyone's been saying here, and wanted to point out that the level of commercial activity over there has caused my octogenarian mother. Basically, she's, I won't say freaked out, but she's certainly paranoid about what's going on over there. And on June 1st of this year, I had to hire full-time supervision to spend the nights there because she's afraid of being alone in her house now. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jessica Saylor. I live at 1208 Charmass Lane within the Scotch 80s. And I think one of the beautiful things about our neighborhood is the walkability of it. And I know that this is a particular street that I enjoy walking up and down on a daily basis, and it's disheartening to walk by and see all of the other beautiful homes in the neighborhood that people have spent a lot of their hard-earned dollars and resources, and then to see a facility like this operating as a commercial business within our neighborhood where there's trash bags and cars and shuttle buses. And I was there walking by the day that there were the 27 cars parked out on the street, and to see that level of activity within our beautiful neighborhood is really a disgrace. It should be for the residents and not for people coming in to make a quick extra buck. Thank you. I'm opposed to this.
Thank you. Good evening.
Stephen Grogan, 2121 Silver Avenue. I represent the neighborhood as the president of the Scotch 80 Owners Association. We're in opposition to this. This is a party house, clear and simple. It's also been our battle when getting the short-term rental ordinance passed that we support single-family residential and not commercialization of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Kent Hoffsummer. I live at 1451 Birch Street. I built my home in there because of the large lots, the quiet neighborhood. That has now been commercialized and ruined by short-term rentals. We have both legal ones or supposedly legal ones, like the one in question that's too close to another one, and there's an illegal one even closer than that to the question property. I oppose this variance and like to keep our neighborhood residential as opposed to commercial. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else wanting to speak, I'll invite the applicant to come back up. I'll give you 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I'd like to be clear, you know, if the residents in the neighborhood don't want me there, I understand that, and you know, I'm going to abide by their wishes. Not really an issue for me. The problem, as I started off saying, is I'm put in a quandary, a difficult situation in that I relied upon the city telling me I could do this, and now I'm being told that I need a special use permit to do this after investing tens of thousands of dollars into it. I understand that they say that certain things are going on, and the amount of fear-mongering here is quite astounding to me, as far as child pornography and child molestation is really disheartening to hear those kind of allegations with no proof. Really, no proof has been provided at all. There's no substantial evidence of anything going on at that property that's illegal. The only thing that you've seen is pictures of cars. No, you haven't seen any of that. You've seen no proof of that, in fact. No substantial evidence of that, Ms. Quinn. And now, this is a notice of the violation that that relates to the, I believe, June 27th is what was said, if you have it up on the screen there. This is a notice of violation that was reported because of the vehicles there. I talked to the code enforcement officer, and I said, hey, look, were these cars going to my house? Do you know this? And he said, we have no evidence of this. All we have is a report. So what I have is a notice of violation. You'll notice I've highlighted a couple things. First of all, this is a courtesy notice, not a correction notice, not a notice of violation. Second, it says description of violation. The City of Las Vegas has received complaints from neighbors regarding events and parking violations in relation to 1621 Birch. So you've got complaints. You have no evidence of anything, of any wrongdoing at that point. And then you have down here later, and this is not my form, this is the city's form. Please take steps, it says, well, what steps need to be taken? None of these things, no compliance achieved, no violation is found, no violations found. None of those things are checkmarked. All right, so like I said, you have no substantial evidence of any wrongdoing, any violations there. All you have is, like I said, a lot of hearsay, a lot of conjecture, a lot of fear-mongering. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. Go ahead and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Sir, so
yes, Commissioner.
Is this the citing, the cite, or it wasn't a citation. When you said on 5/16 that was your last citation?
I've never received a citation.
Well, you said on 5/20/16 you got a complaint. Was that from the City of Las Vegas, or is this the?
I've never received a complaint.
You have not. Okay. So you also said that Mr. Sailing, this gentleman here that comes to every meeting
yes.
about these, told you 2 weeks ago that it was fine, there was no problems, And so if then in fact this man spoke up and he kind of contradicted what you said. So was there a miss of communication?
No, there was no miscommunication.
Okay,
He
you
clearly.
don't need to get up, sir. I'm just asking him
No.
because I'm a little bit baffled.
No, there was no miscommunication. Mr. Saling clearly said to me about 2 weeks ago when I went to go check on the property, he said, look, Judah, because John and I have had many conversations.
This is about a land use thing. So my third question to you.
So you don't want me to answer the question?
Well, I don't understand how everything's misconstrued. So let me just get back to the points here.
Do you want me to answer the question or not?
No. The
Okay.
point, my question to you, though, is you said you got a management company because of all the things that these people have photographs of.
That's not what I said.
You didn't want, what did you say?
I said when I started off, I had a management company.
Okay, so you're
And-
doing it yourself now?
Yes, I have
Okay, well-
myself and one of my employees.
Okay. So these pictures and all this stuff doesn't mean that there's more than 2 people per room. It just means that people are coming there, having a party, and then leaving, and only 6
It doesn't even mean they're having a party, Ms. Quinn.
Okay, all right. So
It means
here's
that
my-
there's cars there around that house. It's free for people to park on the street. It doesn't mean they're going into my house. There's no proof of
Tell you
that.
before this, before you took over this house, this neighborhood was not inhibited by as much people, so it's a little
Do you have any
different.
proof of that, Ms. Quinn?
I got those pictures, but excuse me, I'm going to get right to the point. Could I,
Please.
Mr. Lowenstein, have the exact distance separation of this house to another party house, please?
Another party
Because
house?
I'm not going down the
I
street.
take objection to that.
Around the, whatever. I don't want to go down the street, around the corner. As the crow flies, what is the distance separation between this man's house and another short-term rental that we have complaints about as well?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as far as other complaints, I'm not aware of at this moment, but the distance separation that is requested a waiver from is for 343 feet, where 660 feet would be required.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest, and my fellow commissioners can either go along with me and they can make their comments. But let's just stick with the ordinance tonight. And the ordinance says 660 feet, and as the crow flies through Mr. Lowenstein, it's 343 feet. So his crow's flying one way and yours is going around the corner. So I'm going to go with the city of Las Vegas and say that you're breaking the ordinance of over 200 and some odd feet, and therefore my motion tonight will be for denial after I hear from my fellow commissioners.
Beautiful, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. A couple of things. I'm very familiar with the Scotch 80s area. I literally grew up there with friends on Bannies, and the mayor lives there. I spent a lot of time in the house as a kid. And, I'm not a fan of short-term rentals. It's probably no secret. And it just seems like there are people that have good intentions, and I think you might have good intentions of what you want to do. The issue is that bad things happen that go beyond your control. Unfortunately, in a perfect world, it'd be great if things went as you laid them out and people could do right by you, which would allow you to do right by the neighbors. But things don't seem to happen that way, and it seems like we keep getting these issues. My brother lives in Ward 1. He lives off of Buffalo, and he has a short-term rental. He lives in one of those gated areas where they have like 10 homes, and they rent it out short-term rental. They don't have a license. They're there, and people are out racing Ferraris on their street. Cops are called. The people got evicted. The bad things are happening, unfortunately. And until we can get a stronger, I know there's this hotline that's supposed to happen, but it doesn't seem like there's true enforcement. And I think if once people have the ability for the enforcement and realize the consequences of those, then we probably make it better for everybody. It keeps honest people honest. And I don't think that's the case. And unfortunately, good people are getting caught up into this, and you seem like you're caught up in this, unfortunately. And so I can't get behind it. Seems like you went through some stuff, unfortunately, and you'll have to deal with that accordingly how you see fit.
Agreed.
But I can't get behind it. I can't get behind the separation, number one, and it's tough for me to get behind short-term rentals as a philosophy in neighborhoods, including my own. But I wish you the best. I don't think your intentions are any ill will whatsoever you're caught up in a situation that it seems to be unfortunate, but I wish you all the best, but I cannot support it.
I appreciate your reasoned explanation.
Commissioner Toussaint.
I think one of the main issues here is when people buy a home, and it's probably the most important, the biggest expense they'll ever make, they buy in a neighborhood because it's a neighborhood. They want to know their neighbors. They know if they go on vacation, they want to tell the people across the street and the people inside, if you see a moving van, it's not me. They want to know their neighbors. They want to feel that it is a neighborhood. And when we have short-term rentals so close to each other, now they feel like they're living in a commercial area, not a neighborhood, not a residential area. And I think that's the bottom line is that I know with myself, I don't want a short-term rental across the street from me. I did live in a neighborhood where they did have a short-term rental, and it was a problem. It was a problem for all the neighbors, and they did not feel safe in that community. It was a very expensive gated community. So I think that my heart goes out to everybody, but I can tell you that it's the neighborhood. It's not a commercial entity.
Fair enough, thank you.
I'll say what I said every time in the past. I love short-term rentals when I'm in Washington, D.C. or in Hawaii. But typically, we're not going to Hawaii or Washington, D.C. to party. And I think a lot of people do come to Vegas, and I spent some time talking to a former planning commissioner who, we probably had an hour-and-a-half long conversation about Vegas is probably a little bit different because people do come here to party. And it's not just you or somebody else's house or whoever's, but, and not saying that parties are going to happen every night. And I do agree that some of the comments that were made were maybe over the top, but some of the comments that were made about, parties and this and that, and it's hard to control at this point. And there's certain neighborhoods that, I don't want to say that there's any one neighborhood in our city that's better than another neighborhood, but there are certain neighborhoods that's quite sensitive, such as John S. Park and, Beverly Green, Marycrest, Scott Shady's. And I think once you start getting into some of these neighborhoods where a lot of these people have lived there their entire life, or they have significant roots there, and then we try planting a short-term rental into the neighborhood. I don't think we've approved any of them, and quite honestly, of the other one that's within 343 feet, or any others that exist within Scott Shady's, if they start having issues, we can yank their special use permit and get them back down here and revoke that too. So, which I imagine might happen. So, nothing against you or anything else, but
I don't take it personally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other comments.
I'm ready to make a motion on a special use permit number 71059. My motion is to follow staff's recommendation tonight for denial due to the distance separation of another short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that action is final unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Very good.
Moving on to item 70, SUP 71230, applicant owner Renee Page for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 3284 Mustang Road, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed four-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of a special use permit. As all other code requirements are being met, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the property owner here today. I wasn't going to say much, but I've listened to a lot of your concerns as commissioners, and I've talked to some of you individually about short-term rentals. I'm not going to give a long presentation. It's already been a long night, but there are some things I'd like to get on the record related to this. And specifically, I'd like to mention that all of us are going to be hearing a lot of these over the next 6 months to year and a half. I mean, and I say a lot, I've got 5 of these on the October agenda. So there's going to be a lot of these coming before you. So I'd like to just put a few things on the record related to this. You know, I would just ask you as a commission, and I've obviously been before this board many, many times, and respect you guys and ask that you respectfully don't paint every one of these applications with a broad brush, and I know that you'll look at each one of these individually. This property owner has a vested interest in this community, first of all. She's a NICU nurse. She was in the military. She lives in the community, unlike some of the people that have contacted my office who do not live here and do not have an interest in this community. Those people that have contacted my office, I have told them that I have no interest in representing you before the City of Las Vegas. You can call someone else. I can also tell you that you'll never see me standing before this board representing a short-term rental and a property owner like the one that's standing before us here today that does not care about the neighborhood. You will not see me do that. Not putting my reputation on the line with all of you in the City of Las Vegas. I was born and raised here. I went to UNLV. I love this town, and I'm not going to stand here and represent a party house, okay? I wanted to get that on the record. I also wanted to say that this misconception that some people have, not everyone, that a property owner can't control what goes on in their property is kind of a misnomer, because you can, okay? This property owner has cameras, security systems, a contract. She goes there and vets every single person that rents there, or she will after we get through this process. She's got all this in place. I've seen it. I did a questionnaire through my business, a questionnaire that I created myself, that I've shown to some of the commissioners, and it has a series of questions. And if you answer one of those questions and I don't like the answer, then I call you back and say, you're going to need to call somebody else for representation, because I'm not going to do it, because I care about this town, okay? Born and raised here. This property owner has done all of that and will continue to do all of that. The other issue, too, is that with the special use permit, she knows that if she does get a special use permit and she does turns it into a party house, she's going to lose her special use permit. So she has an incentive to follow the rules. The next thing I'm going to say is that, you know, you look at short-term rentals, and I've learned so much over the past 6 months, like you all have, about short-term rentals, is that, you know, in my neighborhood, I had someone with a long-term lease, 2-year lease, that made my life and my wife's life a living hell for 3 years. I had to call the cops. I had to call security. I had to call the HOA. I can tell you, I'd much rather have a short-term rental property owner like the client I represent today, who cares about the neighborhood, than the person that was renting a house next to me and made my life a living hell for 3 years. There's something to be said about a property owner who cares about the property. I'm here today representing this applicant, Ms. Page, because she cares. She truly cares, and she has given me her word, as I'm giving my word to this planning commission, that you will not have a problem with this property. And I'll leave it with this. You know, I've talked to some of the commissioners, and it's been brought up and mentioned about one-year reviews. We are completely okay with the one-year review on the special use permit. And if there's issues, the property owner understands she will lose her special use permit. So we're completely okay with the one-year review on this. Staff's recommended approval. I'm respectfully asking that you guys recommend approval. You're not going to have anybody come up here today and you know, have any allegations of anything about this property. She's invested over $100,000 in the property, and I can just sit here today and tell you that we'll answer any questions you have and give you my word that this property will be run right. It's off of between Torrey Pines and Jones, off of Cheyenne. There's a church on the corner, a big LDS church. Many of those members go by every Sunday, and they talk to Ms. Page. So there's no issues here. And that's what I'm representing today. I'll answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I can ask you, I'll scoot back.
And if I could just, David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street. I would typically just reserve my arguments for Ward 3, which is the one that impacts us the most. The hour is getting late. I don't take a position one way or another with it, but I do think that a lot of parties, as the commission knows, were involved in the process of promulgation of the new code ordinance to require special use permits. And part of that was the idea that the waivers really don't belong in this experimental system of allowing short-term rentals in the city where it's not allowed anywhere else in the valley. I appreciate the presentation that was made with regard to some of the highlights, and I would encourage the commission to ask that of all applicants, ties to the community, ties to the neighborhood, appropriateness with regard to the particular neighborhood, listening to the neighbors, seeing if it fits the character. But again, what we're most concerned about, and this applicant in much contradiction to, say, number 74, which is in my ward, which I've already submitted a card in opposition to, because of that restriction, because if it doesn't fit into the old historic neighborhood, that we take these all seriously, but that there is a distinction between those that comply with the ordinance and those that require the waivers. So I do appreciate the inquiry, and I appreciate those type of presentations, and I'm hoping that all of them reach that level. I don't know that I'm going to be here for the opposition there, but I did already submit that, so I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
How you doing? My name is Bruce Hamburg, and I have the property that is, I have a bunch, and we have 3440 Mustang, and we have 6687 Atwood, 3515 Bronco, 6708 Atwood, and well, we have a lot, and we pay a lot of tax in that little rural neighborhood where they want to put this. And if you look at the picture here, their little 1,000-foot circle, it comes by Tobler Elementary School, and we have kids that walk to school. There's no sidewalks there, none. And you're not familiar with the neighborhood, you don't know that speed limit's 15 miles an hour at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning when these children are walking to school. And they would be unfamiliar with it, and we have invested a lot of money into that rural neighborhood there with a lot of properties, and we have long-term tenants there that have families. And people have horses there, and I oppose that short-term rental for whatever reason what people that would bring in, because you can't vet everybody coming in there. And I like to oppose it before it even starts, because we do have a lot invested in there. As you see, these are all our taxes that we have, and it's all in that neighborhood that we invest in. So I appreciate you guys take that into consideration.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening.
I've been lived there 25 years.
Name and address, please.
6680, and I got right across the street, 6687, my daughter, my grandchildren, the judge.
Can I get your name, though?
6680, oh, I'm sorry, my name Leilani.
Okay.
Middle name Levine, last name Antoine. And right across the street, my daughter lived there, my grandchildren there, and they walk to the church right next to her. They go to church, they go to school, just right a circle where you missed there. We've been here a long, long time, and the neighbor's really nice, and I love my neighbor. I have horse, I have 2 acres, and an acre across the street, chicken, horse, duck, peacock, and no sidewalk, no city light, and we really, if she really loved her house, she don't do that. The children there, a lot of children there. I don't know who's gonna live in that house, who's gonna go in at night, midnight, to rent it. I'm okay with that, but not there. Different area. And I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mike?
Good evening.
Ganson. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Marco Rizzo, 525 Ruby Vista Court. I'm a short-term rental owner myself, and I think we can be really clear. There's problems in every neighborhood. There's problems in apartments. There's problems in long-term rental houses. There's problems in hotels. The issue isn't really that, you're bringing problems into my neighborhood. I don't think that the length of the lease is the differentiating factor there. The differentiating factor is the screening, the care. I happen to know Renee personally, and I know she's a good operator, and like many business owners, they care very much about their business. They care very much about what happens. This is a home, and we all have a vested interest in keeping the home, in not having people who destroy our property. Personally, I live in the neighborhood with my short-term rental. But like I say, it's the idea is enforcement. Enforcement is really the issue, and having a good operator. And I can tell you, knowing Renee personally, she's a good operator. She's one of the good ones that will make sure it's run correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ganson.
Yeah, real quick, Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6. These properties, do they pay residential property tax, or do they pay commercial property tax? I don't know. Does anybody know?
Residential.
If we could ask business licensing.
It's, as far as we understand, they do pay regular residential property tax.
So the way that I see it is that they're getting to skate here on running a business when they should be paying business tax on the business property. So I think there's an error there. I think the idea that the city allowed one in, once you allow one, it's hard to stop others. And I think that that's one of the problems that needs to be readdressed by the city, and the idea to have these party houses not being owner occupied. I think that's the other problem, where they turn into being a business. And they should pay the appropriate tax and limit them like they say they do, but obviously they have a hard time doing that. People are people. They come here to party, and I think it'll hurt the community by not allowing this. That's the other problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Michelle Duncan, 1716 Adger Court. I already stated I'm very opposed to any of the short-term rentals in our residential neighborhoods. This one, however, it seems highly inappropriate to put a party house directly behind a Mormon church.
Thank you. Good evening.
Annette Fiala, 208 East Levi Avenue. I represent a lot of short-term rental owners and managers, and I just wanted to say that I support the staff's recommending approval, and the City of Las Vegas has adopted the most stringent short-term rental requirements in the whole United States between the SUP, the 660, if you have 6 bedrooms or more, requiring a security company available, and everything else. And the fact that Renee was able to meet all the qualifications, we just want to show our support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Ken Graham, 373 El Pico Drive. I'm a member of the Short-Term Rental Association here in Vegas, and I met Renee through that organization, and I just want to voice my support. I think she'll be an outstanding operator. I think she'll do things the right way. She's very detail-oriented, organized, and I think you should take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I do realize that there are some well-intentioned people out there, but we all know that good intentions sometimes go awry. If we take a look at the overhead real quick, I actually brought this for item 74, but I think it illustrates the point. I pulled this off the Las Vegas website today. These are the licensed short-term rentals in an area bounded by Las Vegas Boulevard, Charleston, Eastern, and Sahara. This is what has been licensed in Las Vegas. At 4:30 this afternoon, I created this map off of Airbnb. This is actually the short-term rentals that are in the areas bounded by Las Vegas Boulevard, Charleston, Eastern, and Sahara. So it's fine to look at a map and say, oh, there's only one here, there's one, 800 feet away, there's not that many. No, there are only a few that are registered. The reality is in any given neighborhood, the difference was on this map, there was 25 that are licensed. This map shows 59 in the same area. And I'd be willing to bet that ratio carries out throughout the city. It took me about 2 hours to create this map because Airbnb does not make it easy to research a given area. It's a little random. So I'm sure there's good people that own short-term rentals. I'm sure there are, and they're good, and they're very conscientious, and they live in the community, and they mean well, and it's an opportunity for them to build to their retirement, college funds, and all that. That's all great. She's putting cameras in. That's great. The cameras will only catch something once it's happening. It won't prevent anything. And it's still going to be some sort of scene. Let's say she looks on the cameras, there's a party going on, she goes out there at 1 in the morning, she calls the cops. It's still a scene for all the neighbors. So I realize staff recommended this for approval, but I want to make sure that we understand that just because there's no distance issues doesn't mean that there's not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, could I get a copy at your convenience of your RB? Because I tried to do that and it was...
I'll leave it at the end of the night after something.
Thank you very much.
All right. Can you keep it?
I will keep it brief. Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the applicant here today. Forgot to give the clerk, we've got 5 of the adjacent neighbors that have signed letters that they're in support of this application. She went there herself and got them to sign these letters. I'd like to put that in the record. And I'd just like to leave you with a couple things. The assertion that this is a party house, it's not a party house. It doesn't even have a special use permit. She doesn't even have a business license. She can't get a business license until she gets a special use permit. The other thing that I've been talking to people about over the past couple weeks is there a need for short-term rentals? You guys have heard this conversation. Is there a need for short-term rentals? I'll just give you one example of what I was told by someone I spoke to in Utah that talked to me about why she likes short-term rentals. She has 6 kids. She comes down here for sporting events with her children. She doesn't want to get a room on the Strip because for religious reasons, she doesn't want to stay in a casino. She doesn't want her kids walking around the casino. She likes short-term rentals because when she comes down for basketball tournaments or soccer tournaments, that she can go and do a short-term rental, and she can have all the amenities of home, and she doesn't have to go to the Strip. So there is a need for short-term rentals to a certain extent. I'm not advocating all of the need for it, but I'm just saying that there is a need for certain people. I'll leave you with that, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Turn this over to the Planning Commission. Commissioner?
Nate, this house, under the background information, it says it was purchased or at least changed of ownership on 8/25/16. Was this house specifically purchased just to be a short rental?
Well, she purchased it, she started doing the renovations. The conversations I've had with her, she started doing the renovations. Like I said, she put $100,000 into it. While she was doing the renovation process, she made a decision that she wanted to turn this, instead of a long-term rental, she wanted to turn it into a short-term rental.
So follow-up, Mr. Chairman? So at no time has she ever even had any vetted interest into this community other than to make it a short rental? She's never lived in the property?
Renee? I'm going to have her come up. I don't believe she's lived there. She, like I said, she did renovations on the property, but I'll have her come answer that.
Renee Page. I'm the owner and operator of this property. I live at 3357 Remuda Trail in Las Vegas here. When I purchased this property, I did purchase it as a second home. I was an Air Force nurse and traveled a lot as a nurse on contracts. And so I did live in the community, in this house, as a second home prior to deciding to make it a short-term rental.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman? And how long did you live in that house?
I currently do not live in that house, but I did live in the house off and on between contracts as a second home. My primary property was in Idaho. I lived in that house for 6 months as a second home.
The question was, how long did you live in that home?
6 months.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. And just for some point of clarification, maybe for you, Commissioner DeSalvo, on the backup material, it says the property owner has the email address is Renee at Renee Page Properties, which indicates that, is this what you do for a living? Are you in the land business or property business? Do you have any other short-term rentals here in Las Vegas or elsewhere around the country in Idaho?
I do not have any other short-term rentals. When I was in Idaho, I also was a licensed real estate broker and had a lot of investment properties, but no short-term rentals.
Okay. As I said earlier, I'm not a fan of short-term rentals. Especially for the fact that I don't think that they can be policed, and I think good people go into it with the intention that they're going to do right by the city, by the neighbors, et cetera, and to no fault of their own, bad things happen. And I've cited a number of examples earlier today, and it is nothing to do with you as an individual. And I'm a small business owner myself. I believe in the fact that you should be able to try to, make a business out of something, but I don't think it should be out for the backs of the neighbors to do that. Until we can really get a solid handle on the enforcement side of this, even though the hotline, people say they call the hotline, but they, can the city really come out at this stage and police all of these short-term rentals? I don't think so. So I cannot get behind the short-term rental phenomenon that's going on, and so I won't be supporting this. And it's like I said, once again, it's no indication of you as an individual, nor to Nathan. I think you guys are, especially Nathan, is a really good person, has great intentions. Philosophically, I can't see get behind this, especially so many neighbors just not in favor of it.
Can we get a motion?
Great. Agenda item number 70, SUP 71230. I make a motion for denial.
Yes votes for denial. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that item, Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Moving on to item 71, SUP 71248, applicant Maria Lynch and Nuala Evans, owner VAC Fundy LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential use, rental use at 1111 Callan Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed four-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of a special use permit. As all other code requirements are being met, staff finds that the use is appropriate and recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi.
Hello.
We've been listening to what everybody is saying, and we absolutely...
If we can get your name and address to start, please.
Maria Lynch. I live in San Jose in the Bay Area. Myself and Nuala work here in Vegas, so we work with Aaron Taylor of 048 Realty. So we come back and forth to Vegas all the time. We've been here 12 times since February, and we stay in hotels. We decided to purchase a property here to stay in when we're here working. And so we chose this house at 111 Callan Drive to live in when we're here in town, and to then rent out for a short-term rental to help us cover the mortgage. We believe that we have a unique situation here because we are on the boundaries of a commercial area and a residential area. The back of the house is a car park, and the side of the house is an office building, and so we're on the very edge of a neighborhood. We have plenty of off-road parking, and we are happy to pay taxes for being here.
Thank you. Did you have any comments? No?
I'm nervous.
That's fine.
Just that really we want to live in the house.
Name and address?
Pardon?
Your name
Oh,
and
I'm so sorry. Nuala Evans. I live in San Diego. But as Maria said, we're here a couple of times a month. And we want to make this our home. It's a really nice property, and it's going to be for us. So we certainly don't want to have anybody coming in and messing it up. We just want...
We have no intention of having a party house. We're actually...
Look at us, we're old.
We are actually really aiming towards families. I know the previous person, I think Renee brought it up, but we've had children here come here for actually a rugby tournament, and there was nowhere really to stay that didn't have casinos that we wanted to rent out. And so we're really aiming for families for when we're not here, because it will be our home.
Yeah, I don't want to come back to a mess. I mean, we want to make this our home. I also own some other properties that I rent out just regularly in Vegas. So we do have ties to the community. So
and to the new stadium.
Yes,
okay.
We've applied
Thank
for
you.
tickets.
All right. Good deal. Well, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. If I can ask the applicants to sit in the front row.
Annette Fiala, 208 East Levi Avenue. The city council members voted for very stringent rules for short-term rentals, and the $1,030 application fee, the $500 for the application fee for the special use permit, the business license, $500, and to hire representation costs between $3,000 and $10,000. And so when staff is recommending approval and it's coming in front of everyone, that is, they don't stand a chance, and people are spending $5,000 to $10,000, I don't think that that's what the city council, I don't know if that was their real intention, to just have people go spend $10,000 to hear denial, denial, denial. And so this is kind of going to set the pace for when you see the map of 25 houses in an area and there's really 50 in there. Our organization, we recommended license everyone and then start shutting the bad ones down. Just for people are paying room tax when they are licensed, but right now with the 660 foot, if you guys have identified 1,000 houses and there's 161 licenses, you might only be able to get 200 people licensed, because you're going to eliminate all the other people because they're going to fall within that 660 feet, and then you're not going to ever know where they're at. So I would, if staff is recommending approval, I would like to see some approvals. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Evening. Gerald Duncan, 1716 Adric Court. I am for the denial of this. I checked this afternoon. I found that this property is within 800 feet of Wasden Elementary's property, and I think you can expect to see school children walking by there. And I don't know how you vet the people that stay in these places, and I really don't know how you control the traffic, so I would definitely be against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Christopher Allen. My wife and I live at 1125 Kalen Drive. We live right next to the property that is looking for the SUP approval. We're wildly opposed to this, and after being here this evening, we're extremely nervous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Estrella Matlich. I live at 1626 Birch Street. I grew up in McNeil, where this house is located, and I'm a realtor here in town.
Can you move up to the mic a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. So my name's Estrella Matlich. I live at 1626 Birch Street. I grew up in McNeil, and I happen to be a realtor. And I just want to make one thing clear when people are talking about screening their tenants and everything like that, and, oh, if the police come, if there's a party. Because these are not hotels, because these are under a quasi-residential thing, if one of these owners gets a bad renter, they can't kick them out. The cops can come, they can say these people are really, really bad, and even if they have things in their contract about noise, whatever, that's a breach of contract. You have to give the tenant an opportunity to cure it, and you have to follow Nevada state law in order to evict the person. Once they've committed to that, once they have that contract for whatever duration of time, they're a tenant and have to be treated that way. So when people are like, I do this and I have this in my contract, it's not really enforceable as far as getting the bad people out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's me again, Jessica Saylor, 1208 Charmast. I am opposed to this short-term rental in the beautiful McNeil neighborhood. I'm also opposed to this because it's next to one of the most fantastic assets in our community that they loosely referenced as a commercial center, and that's the SGI Meditation Center, which is directly adjacent to this. It's a place of peace, it's a place of prayer, and I would hate to see something like this put in there. Additionally, it seems like the home across the street from this and directly adjacent to it have also put in a lot of money as far as improvements, and they're actually living in those homes. And then I would like to just also state that I'm not sure how they're going to be policing the property if they're from San Diego. And if they're only up here occasionally living in this home on a weekly, bi-weekly, bi-monthly basis, that's a lot of time that they're not there. And if it is rented out, I don't know how they can police it from there. And if it is empty, I also don't know how they can secure the property from the vagrants and things like that we also have issues with down on Ward 1. So thank you. I oppose this.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Shauna Waldman, 2901 Colanth. I have a question for planning and the staff, if somebody could answer it and clarify it for me. In the justification letter that Nuala Evans submitted, she states that she is in escrow for this home. So my question is, how, I understand that licensing comes later, but do you have to have ownership? Should there be some legal standing in order to request a special use permit, or can you make the escrow contingent upon receipt of the permit? That's one question. And secondly, does the permit stay with the property or with the applicant?
Well, the special use permit would run with the land, but the business license would run with the particular person. We could ask business license and if they would address the first part of that question.
Sure. Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. In answer to that question is the most recent change to the ordinance requires that to have a business license, it must be the owner of the land that is applying and receives that business license.
I understand with regards to the business license, but my question is, do they have to have legal ownership and standing to apply for the special use permit? Because in her letter, she states it's an escrow.
For most special use permits, it requires either the owner's permission, the person can be a renter, a tenant, a potential owner, as long as the owner consents, that's all that's required.
And we're not here for business licensing tonight,
No, I
just for the
understand, but
special use
the permit. So anybody can apply for a permit. They don't currently own the home. It's an escrow.
As long as they have the owner's consent, they can apply for
And
a
how do
special
we
use.
verify that as it's owned by an LLC?
It's on the application.
It's on the application,
Yes.
okay. Additionally, in the letter, they state that, you know, they want this to be their second home, it'll be looked after and respected, et cetera. And my question is, I'm curious how many second homes they need to have in order to have a place to stay when they come up. I think Ms. Evans mentioned at the end that they have 3 other properties in town already, which could possibly be used when they come up. And as an aside, I know for a fact that married own properties separately, but Mr. Evans owned a home on my street, purchased in March of this year, sold 6 months later, and ran it illegally as a short-term rental until he was run out. So even though this is no 660-foot restriction, I'd like you to deny it.
The beep and noise means we've gone
I know,
over.
I'm out of time.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairperson, Commissioners. Laura McSwain, 2727 Ashby Avenue. I live approximately 3 houses away from the subject property. The ordinance, I guess, was created to try to mitigate the challenges that a lot of the neighbors are facing with the proliferation of short-term rentals. So conceding that obviously some rentals are going to be approved, that was the point of putting the ordinance in place. I'd like to have the Commission consider possible mitigating things that might help soften the blow to the adjacent neighbors, maybe additional landscaping along the perimeters. This particular property has kind of suffered for a long time. It's been quasi-abandoned. It was in disrepair. It's actually been improved to the point where it's not an eyesore that it once was. But there is very little landscaping. It's just a bare minimum. Possibly some landscaping along the perimeters, I think, would be an improvement. Also, the applicants in their submission, they talked about placing a pool on the property. If you could consider a condition that would require them to comply with the way they've stated that a pool would be away from the neighborhood to the north boundary of the property, that would probably be a benefit. Also, I have a concern because the footprint of the property is small compared to some of the other neighborhoods in the other properties in the neighborhood, that if a condition could be placed to limit any increase in property square footage. I don't know if there's like a 10% minimum or what have you. If they exceed that, or if they want to exceed that they have to come back before the Commission, possibly provide an architectural drawing so that we can see what the impact would be on the neighborhood for increased square footage. Also, I'm curious, I know that they have to have a business license, I guess, with the City of Las Vegas, but is there a requirement for a state business license? And is anybody enforcing that as part of the permitting process? And also, because this is a quasi-commercial property, is the city enforcing or requiring any additional general liability insurance for the protection of the neighborhood? So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McSwain. Seeing nobody else, I'm going to close the public hearing. Call the applicant back up. If you can, please keep it quick.
Yeah,
If you have
absolutely.
a couple of comments.
I just want to answer a few questions. We don't have any other homes. Nuala has some rental properties that are rented out full-time. This is going to be a house that we live in. We are here every 2 to 3 weeks, and so will be like our home. We have a full-time 24-hour property manager who's going to manage it when we're not here. It will be enforced at all times. There'll be somebody keeping tabs on the property at all times. We are in escrow on the property. We got the people who are selling it to us gave us the right to apply for this. And we're willing to do whatever it takes to help the neighborhood. The pool is was already built in the property when we bought it. The pool is on the other side, away from the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to the Planning Commission for action, or discussion and possible action. Commissioner Quinn.
Yeah, thank you. This is a little bit of a quandary for me this evening, so if you don't mind, I'd like some opinions from my fellow planning commissioners, because this is a little bit different, and I want to make the right decision with some advice from all of you. If somebody could make a couple comments, I'd feel better with my decision. Thank you.
I'll make a couple of comments. It's in McNeil, which is one of those other, areas. It's where there's a lot of pride and where everybody looks after each other, but it is directly on the edge of McNeil, right by that church and by Charleston. I don't know. It's a tough one. I mean, I don't know. We'll see what Vice Chair Cherry has to say.
Thank you for that, Chairman. Yeah, I can see why this is a difficult one, and we do have new regulation in place and a system to kind of supervise these, and I don't think it is right to just have a blanket no on everything when it should be looked at, and it is looked at on a case-by-case basis, even though the feeling is, and I've had the feeling that the rental houses in these neighborhoods, because of their proximity to the Strip and really the type of tenant that you have in and out of them, it's different than when you travel to the other parts of the country, and so it makes the decision very difficult. So I really, if there's one that could push forward, this might be the one that's on Charleston, and from a neighborhood standpoint, if this was deeper in McNeil, I'd probably have a much bigger issue. But it is something where I can't, if this comes back in 6 months from now and there is a complaint on it, it's an easy no for me to revoke an SUP on any of them, not just the applicants, on any of them. So, well, with that's my opinion on this.
Well, while we're trying to collect our thoughts, and so Deputy Fire Marshal David Klein doesn't go to sleep, are there any special considerations from a fire standpoint when we're talking about these short-term rentals?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We attend or place comment on every one of these short-term rental applications in the pre-application time frame. We have a set of guidelines that is pretty stringent. The addition of interconnected smoke detection, exiting, we treat them as much as we can, residents, but we treat them as much as we can like a hotel. We don't require fire sprinklers, but we do require carbon monoxide and interconnected smoke detection, fire extinguishers, exit signs from all the rooms, everything that we can do to possibly make it as safe as we possibly can. From a code standpoint, it's still an R3. The occupancy classification is still the same. I'm sure there'll be some language in the next couple of code cycles, but at this time, we're doing everything we can to make them as safe as we possibly can for the use. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush.
My position on this, and I haven't been real vocal about short-term rentals yet, but I'm going to be. I'm not in favor of them at all. And the reason I'm not in favor of them at all is because I feel it's an incompatible use in a residential zone. Our city has chosen to allow it to happen, but from my point of view, it's a right to ask, not a right to get. And furthermore, from my point of view, it's a privilege license. The closer we get to the Strip, the higher the risk of abuse. And I have no doubts that you'll probably do your best, and I think that all applicants come before us hoping to do their best. But I think that the reality is that in a town like this, where people come with the main purpose to misbehave most often, and we advertise that they do so, we're in a situation where we have to protect our neighborhoods. So for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support this tonight.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. I don't need to repeat everything I've said about short-term rentals tonight, but I kind of think this is a little easier because the applicants aren't even here. They're gone a lot of the time. And so I find it absolutely impossible for someone to enforce the standards that they are setting if they aren't even here. So you can call if you got to dial 310 to get a hold of the owner of the property, then I really can't get behind it. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I stand behind ordinances, and I stand behind them because they're written for a reason. And they're written so that we have guidelines that if your home was a short-term rental at 559 feet tonight away from another one, I would have no problem batting my eye and telling you no. But you're not breaking an ordinance. Could you come up, because I kind of blind at midnight or 1, whatever time it is. Here's the thing. This is tough because I don't like them, but people worked in the city of Las Vegas really hard to create an ordinance so that we don't just deny every single one of them. And you two are probably the most privileged people in front of us tonight because I can't say no to every one of them, even though I want to say no to you. I don't like them. I don't respect them. I don't even know why you can't rent it out for a year. But that's none of my business. My business is land use. So you're next to Charleston. You're in front of a neighborhood that's going to watch you like a hawk. And if you think you're laughing now, you won't be laughing when you're in front of me when we take your special use permit away, because I don't really want to give it to you. But we have to give out some. And so if you're at Charleston and Kalen and you're by a pretty church and you're disrespectful, you just get your stuff and go. But tonight, my motion will be for approval on SUP 71248 with a 6-month administrative review. Okay. With you joining the neighborhood association, the president's right behind you with the black hair, Ms. Shawnee, I don't know her last name. If you want to be a part of a neighborhood, get involved with your neighborhood, because none of us trust this. Prove us wrong.
Okay.
I wish you luck.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can do it, but my motion is reluctantly for approval.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, that's from the date of issuance of a business license?
Yeah. The condition is 6 months from the day of the business license. There will be a administrative review, which means you'll be back in front of this board, and with one code enforcement.
Let me ask you, Commissioner
Yes.
Quinn. 6 months administrative review, the planning staff will review it. 6-month review.
I want him here.
Okay.
So how do I say that then, right?
So a 6-month, a required review in at a public hearing in 6 months from the date of issuance of the business
Yes, and
license.
6 months after that, and 6 months after, just kidding. 6 months, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will go forward to the City Council at the October 18th, 2017 meeting for a hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shawnee's right back there, ready to meet you. 4th row, it's not funny.
Item number 72, SUP 71273. Applicant owner, Vince Bracken, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 152-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 309 Arnold Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. May we get the staff report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On July 19th, 2017, the City Council approved a special use permit for a bed and breakfast at this location. The proposed short-term rental is intended to operate in conjunction with the previously approved bed and breakfast use. The proposal will not be owner-occupied, does not meet distance separation requirements between two other short-term rentals, and exceeds the maximum number of permissible bedrooms, and therefore a special use permit is required. There is an open code enforcement action for this operation of an unlicensed short-term rental at this location. The proposed short-term rental use is similar in nature to the recently approved Bed and Breakfast Inn, which is defined as a facility where overnight accommodations and breakfast are provided to guests. Due to the similar nature of a short-term rental and a bed and breakfast, it has been determined that the proposal is compatible with the surrounding uses, and staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
Dylan Bracken. I live at 309 Arnold, the subject property. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioners. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. About 4 months ago, I came in front of the same commission and applied for the bed and breakfast license. And you guys denied me. And I don't blame you. Man, there's a lot of heat on this. And so I did my homework. I met with every single council person I could possibly meet on Commissioner Creer's suggestion. And then I wrote everybody else that I couldn't meet with or that didn't have time. And I had a little bit of pushback at first, but as I continued to meet with everyone and I said, you know, what would be a good plan and how could I make this better? We started to work together to make a good plan, and the person that I was most scared to meet with was Councilwoman Tarkanian, and we hit it off famously, and we worked on a plan that was good, that everybody likes, my neighbors like. And so the council unanimously approved our bed and breakfast, and it was actually Councilwoman Tarkanian, and during that time, wanted me to have it being pushed through as short-term rental, not the last bed and breakfast to be approved before the laws changed. But because that application was already in, it was easy for them just to approve it, and now I've had to go back to apply. Just so you guys understand what the plan is the Lions Burn Center is an amazing place. It's the only level 1 trauma burn center in the nearest 10,000 miles, so basically all of North America. I'm the closest bed and breakfast, or short-term rental, to the actual Lions Burn Center. And so I stand to be able to be a benefit to them, to the neighborhood. So I worked directly with Lions Burn Center to put together our plan, and I also worked with the Ronald McDonald House that's looking to use us as their overflow instead of the plaza or the Palace Station that's close to there. They would prefer to have the Burn Center families staying with us, a non-smoking home, instead of a smoke-filled casino. And I also, on Mayor Goodman's recommendation, I reached out to the Red Cross, the local representative for the Red Cross, I think the local CEO, and he also gave me recommendations. I have those recommendation letters from Ronald McDonald, from Lions Burn Center, from the Red Cross with me. I also did extensive work with my neighbors. Can I make it so that you guys can see me? What do I?
Yes, we're on the overhead.
Okay. Maybe this one's better now. Okay. So this is what our flyer looks like for the Phoenix House, that Ronald McDonald House actually helped us with the name. And it shows us, and it shows the medical district. These are pictures of the home and the walking path to get to Lions. And then, talking to my neighbors, for my bed and breakfast, when I went in front of the city council, these were the people that all were for it, all my neighbors, and then people far away from me that hadn't yet talked to me. There was two that were opposed, and then this is a closer-up map of all of the people that I've talked to and made sure to get approvals from. So I highly, I hope, and I'm praying that you guys are going to recommend me for final action for approval, so I don't have to wait and go in front of the city council. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. This is public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. And if I can ask the applicant to please step back.
Thank you. I'm just getting my paperwork.
Okay. Good evening, sir. You can go ahead and begin.
Good evening. Gerald Duncan, 1716 Adra Court. A couple of things about this. The first is, it doesn't say anything here about a bed and breakfast on the agenda. It's being given as listed as an approval, or pardon me, a waiver to the 660-foot separation requirement. If indeed you feel inclined to give this permit or this business license or SUP, please don't do it under the guise of violating or corrupting the 660-foot separation rule. As I say, it's the only thing that stands between us and becoming just a sea of motels in our residential neighborhoods. The second thing is, if I'm not mistaken, you do have to, when you make an application for this, I believe you have to say who you're going to get your bookings from. And we just heard about the Burn Center and so forth. Has this applicant forsworn, shall we say, getting bookings from Airbnb, VRBO, and the like? Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Grogan, 2121 Silver Avenue. I'm sorry that I come back against something that sounds so great, but I remember your earlier testimony that basically said that if it was not within the 660-foot thing, you would stand by that. I want to point out there are 2 existing short-term rentals that are within this thing. This would be therefore 3. My main concern, though, is you looked at the master plan tonight and you had second thoughts on that, and this is right against the medical district. And are we now commercializing housing in the medical district when we should be supporting residential housing in the medical district for long-term people like students or doctors who want to improve the neighborhood? This person has great kudos for trying to help the neighborhood, but I'd also ask how far this residence is from actually the things he's saying he's going to be serving. But my points are, again, it's within the 660 of 2 actually existing STRs, and therefore it's against city ordinance. And I don't know why planning staff didn't point that out, because it was up to planning staff to point out the rules and regulations of their own ordinance.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Paul Murad, 353 East Bonneville. I was taking a page from Mr. Figler, who was here earlier, and commenting on issues that don't necessarily concern the immediate neighborhood. I'm been a downtown resident. I've been in downtown office. I had an office in downtown for quite a while, and I'm real concerned with the sentiment that I'm hearing from some of the neighbors. Prohibition doesn't work. It simply does not work. We learned that through the alcohol prohibition. We learned that through marijuana prohibition, hopefully here in Nevada. We learned it through religious prohibitions and prohibitions on the freedom of speech and gathering in many other places around the world today. It just doesn't work. The notion by some of you that you don't want to approve those at all, that you don't like them, it's not really conducive. It's not going to help the neighborhoods, especially in downtown redevelopment area, that this particular issue got really close to area of interest for me. Because the medical district and anything that's in downtown redevelopment area, 660 rule should not apply. Residential area, it's one story. But in downtown where you've got mixed-use properties, you've got a 4-plexes, 10-plexes, 20-plexes, you've got offices right next door, you've got businesses, stores right nearby. The 660 rule doesn't really make sense when you already have mixed-in commercial residential use in the downtown redevelopment area or the medical district or some of those areas. So I want to really ask you to consider that some of the properties that people are buying to turn into short-term rentals are not feasible to buy and fix if they're just used as a long-term rental, because the rates just don't support it. So if you are tired of seeing properties that are run down, you've seen some pictures, I've seen some pictures in agenda items. If you're tired of seeing properties that are boarded up and the homeless people are living behind there, if you really don't want to see that, you need to be a little bit more open-minded, because the only way that it makes sense to invest in those properties for investors that I represent is to actually make it a short-term rental, because they will be getting higher return than they would in a long-term rental, especially in the area where the rental rates are not quite there to support it on a regular basis. So if you want to see less properties that are in bad condition, they're creating more problems, they're causing fires, they're causing all the issues that you're familiar with, you need to really be more open-minded to short-term rentals, because it's the only way that some of these properties in the downtown area, especially downtown redevelopment area, make sense.
Thank you.
So I talked about prohibition. Working from home, the issue that some of the residents mentioned, it just so mind-boggling. They're concerned about people doing business out of their home, but what about all the real estate people, including myself and someone who spoke here? How about an accountant that works from home who has a small practice? How about Mary Kay Avon representative that works from home? Are they then required to pay different taxes out of their home because they're using it as a home-based business? It just, again, doesn't make sense, and I hope you consider that. I mean, people do consulting service out of their home. People have construction business out of their home. There's a variety of ways that
that's a
homes
home
are being used.
occupation permit, not a short-term rental, and we're talking about short-term rentals tonight.
Absolutely. I'm just talking about short-term rentals being a business form that people are running out of their own properties. And property values is something that's important to these neighbors. I want them to really consider the fact, as a real estate professional, I've been in real estate since 2003. It's not a long time, but I'm a fairly young guy. Those properties that were previously problem properties that had, again, they were boarded up or had people that were perhaps living there that were paying a couple $100s a month and doing all kinds of things there that I drive by those properties every day since I live here and work here in downtown.
Mr. Murad, Mr. Murad,
yes, sir.
I just have to say, the timer didn't start on this one.
It didn't start, yes.
But
That's why I'm being very cognizant
I
of
have
that.
a timer sitting here next to me, and we're way over the time limit.
Okay,
If you want to
so
come
just
speak
very-
on the next one, that's fine. But we need to-
Closing point, that as a real estate professional in the downtown area, those properties are going to increase the value of the neighborhood because of the investment that goes in those properties, because of the cameras that go in there, and even whoever was making a comment that cameras don't make security, I will tell you from many experiences, even the dummy cameras that are sold on Amazon increase security because people think that it's a camera and they don't do things that they would normally otherwise do. So those properties will help increase your property values. Please consider that, and please help improve downtown by allowing this activity that will help properties that otherwise are not feasible and don't make sense to be improved.
Thank you, Mr. Murad.
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I appreciate what he's saying. I just don't think that now's the time to start changing rules and being open-minded. The rules are there for a reason. Despite good intentions and good plans and heartfelt wishes. I actually have benefited a little bit from this. My home value went up 50% in the first 6 months of this year. I know it's because in the downtown area, a lot of homes are getting flipped. Some for short-term, some for long-term rental, some for resale. So what scares me to death is what happens if the economy doesn't even crash. Let's just say it slows down again, and all those short-term rental customers stop coming to Vegas, and all those short-term rental owners have no income. They're going to walk away from those houses, just like 5 years ago. And once again, I'll be in my neighborhood calling the cops every day because people are moving into abandoned homes, because homes are catching on fire, because it's a mess. I already think there are too many short-term rentals as it is, but I recognize that people have the right to apply for something that legally is permitted, and within the bounds of the law, we certainly do have to approve of some of them. But in this case, it doesn't meet the 660. I urge you to deny it.
I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate everybody's comments. And what I want to try focusing on, is this particular application appropriate for this neighborhood, or is it not appropriate for this neighborhood? Not what if or what happens in the future, business licensing and all this other stuff, and if it turns into party house or everything else. Is it right for this neighborhood, or is it not right from a land use standpoint? That's the only thing we can look at tonight. Thank you.
Mike Jansen, 1100 South 6th. in that vein, I think it is right for the neighborhood that all too often previously, these homes were left abandoned. These people have come into the community, invested their money into this community, taken the boards off the walls, chased the homeless away from these areas. And I think it's very important that we have this kind of development here, diversification to our economy. We need to welcome, and it is a truly urban environment that's changing as your planning department's talking, and we need to move forward. And we need to be open-minded about it. And these are, in most cities in the United States, you will not find a residential area this close to cash registers, and that's how I value property, is your proximity to a cash register. And I don't think that Mr. Adelson or Mr. Wynn or I don't know who's at Caesars, but the idea is that we can't fault them for the people that they have, that they bring in this community here. And I think that we need to be open and allow these people to be successful or fail. We got to give them the opportunity. Thank you.
For this location or not for this location?
For this, it's appropriate for this location.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Michelle Duncan, 1716 Adric Court. It is not appropriate. And it's not appropriate because it's 180 degrees from another feet. It's tired.
Late
feet
night.
From another single short-term rental. So no, it is not appropriate. Please deny it.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Johnson. I am from Los Angeles, and I do short-term rentals. And over a year and a half ago, I bought a property in an area near downtown to do a short-term rental. I purchased the property, and I have spent more in the property than the property is worth. So I'm upside down in the property. And then you guys changed the law saying that you're outlawing short-term rentals. I haven't even started short-term rentals. But I've been listening to everyone tonight, and I know you guys, Commissioner Quinn and Clear, you guys are against short-term rentals, but there are people who come to Las Vegas other than to party. And there's ways to determine who's going to come in your house and party in it, because I screen my guests very carefully. That I don't want I'm not going to spend $100,000 for a property and spend another $60,000 rehabbing it to have somebody to come in and party in it and tear it up. I've been living in my property. I've gotten close to my neighbors. I've talked to them. They're all waiting for me to do short-term rental in the house. They're there watching my property when I'm not there. I think you need to take another look. This is not going to go away, but you can take advantage of it. People, don't send people underground because they're going to do it anyway. I'm not sure I'm going to do short-term rentals. I'm very apprehensive of doing a short-term rental in Las Vegas right now because of the way you guys are, your outlook on it. I think you need to take another look. People come here for jobs. People are looking for transitional housing, and there's all kind of reasons for short-term rental. People come here with families.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson.
Johnson.
Oh, okay.
I'll end it. People are coming here with families. They don't want to put their families in a hotel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shalini Bhujani, 2220 West Oakey Boulevard. I'm going to focus just on this property, though it is 152 feet away for the 660. I feel that the gentleman has presented the purpose of this property to be used because it's near a burn center. There are a lot of children who are brought in by families. They may not be able to afford. If they come in, they are maybe 20 miles away, 30 miles away, instead of staying in a hotel, and they have to take the expenses of all the medical bills that they have to pay. So a small place like his home, which is going to be called a Phoenix House, have a bed and breakfast place, I think will be very helpful for the families. There are going to be families who may not be able to afford, and his price could be very affordable. So I think that it's very important for the commission sitting here really to consider this property as something different, and I strongly approve it. My background is in the health field. I take care of seniors, so I really understand, and I think it'll be a great benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing, and you can come up and give a rebuttal per our rules of conduct. Just keep it as short as possible.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you, everyone that spoke on my behalf, and also everybody that spoke not on my behalf as well. I think that discussion is great, and it's important that we talk about both sides of it. But I do think that it's important that we make sure we're talking about the right thing here. There are some people that were upset about the 180 feet, and I can understand that. I think what we're usually talking about when most of these people are upset about 180 feet, they're talking about changing the use of a property, from the residential property to the use of having short-term rental. I'm not looking to change the use of the property. It's already a short-term rental. I already have the license. The only thing that I don't have is the entitlement. So I have the license. I've already gone through that process. I happen to have been the last bed and breakfast that was approved, and all that's being changed is adding the short-term rental entitlement onto my bed and breakfast. So that nothing's changing, and there's no addition of another short-term rental within 150 feet. And I hope, I think I put together a pretty good plan. I hope that you guys feel that way, and I hope that in the spirit of trying to enrich our communities, that we're encouraging people to put together good plans, to talk to their council people, to make sure that they're an enrichment to the community. And I believe I did that. I hope you guys also agree. I'm almost positive the council will agree. But I hope that we could just prove it now, if
Let's
possible.
discuss this amongst the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it somewhat interesting because you stood before us before and you said this is a bread and breakfast. You and your wife are going to live there. You're going to, this is not a short-term rental. We had a few short-term rentals that came in front of your agenda item. You specifically said this is not a short-term rental. This is a bed and breakfast. Now here you are, a few months later, coming back saying, I want it to be a short-term rental.
That's an excellent point.
Right? Hold on. Well, I actually find it somewhat insulting to this committee, to be honest with you, because you said this is not a short-term rental. We could pull the tapes and listen to that. This is
Yes,
a bed and
absolutely.
breakfast. Now you're
I don't
here
deny
a
it at
few
all.
short months later asking to go into a short-term rental.
May I
No.
respond to that?
No.
Oh.
And I just really find it somewhat offensive that this is the case. And then you've tied into the burn unit, which there's no guarantee. I don't think there's a contract that you have that states only people from the burn unit will stay in here. That's not something that would be enforceable. Anybody could come in here at any point. And it's 152-foot distance separation from 660. I got to be honest with you, I really can't support this. And I think that, for you to come back in a few short months to say that I'm asking for this short-term rental, when in essence you said it was not a short-term rental, I take somewhat offense to it. It's been in a short period of time. Thank you.
Sir, just one moment. If I can ask staff for some clarification.
Thank you.
Earlier, I heard the applicant state that he has a business license and he's back for entitlements for a bed and breakfast. What exactly does he have? Does he have entitlements for bed and breakfast, or does he have entitlements for, or just a business license?
Mr. Chairman, he has an approved use permit for a bed and breakfast. And associated with that is a business license for a bed and breakfast.
Okay, so he already has that, and so with the new ordinance that come out here recently with City Council, and I'm not trying to make any arguments one way or another, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what's going on. With the new ordinance that City Council approved, did they do away with bed and breakfast?
In Title VI, they do.
Mr. Chairman, yes, those use categories were incorporated into the short-term rental. Basically, in essence, the approval of short-term rental at this location would allow it not to be owner-occupied, and some of the parking and parking lot screening would also be eliminated.
Now, if this gentleman here, if we denied this application tonight, he would still be able to operate a bed and breakfast, and it would be a legally non-conforming use at that particular project or property or not?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So either way, we have a bed and breakfast, legally non-conforming use, or we have a short-term rental. So I just wanted to try making that clear because I was having information coming from different directions. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you. Can staff please address a question that I have? Of the two other approved short-term rentals that are within the 660 feet that we keep referencing, when were those two approved, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, you're going to have to give us a moment to get the date of...
All right, good. Well, I have a couple of other comments that I'll make while you do that. And I stated earlier, I'm not in favor of short-term rentals. This is a very unusual situation. We have before us an applicant who has already been approved for a bed and breakfast, which no longer exists. So you've already said, Chairman, that he could continue to operate if he wanted to. So I think the best thing to do in this type of a situation is try to avail ourselves of what we do have available to us in terms of regulating his activity. So I may be in favor of this one. I used to live 2 streets over on Sunland Avenue, and I know this neighborhood really well. It is high density. There is a lot of high density residential in this area. You've got a very large apartment complex to the east. Between where I lived on Sunland and where the applicant is located, you've got, I don't know what the density is, staff maybe can tell me, but it looks like it's at least R2, maybe more. Very small lots. In my opinion, I think that, you know, in terms of neighborhood impact and the density that we're looking at here, the proximity to UMC, it makes a lot of sense, especially if you're actually going to use it for the intended use that you've stated. And I'm sure that code enforcement and other things can be invoked if you're not. So I would tend to lean towards being in favor of this, especially because you basically already have the right to operate, too.
Thank you.
Does staff come up with when the other 2 items were approved? Was it since his bed and breakfast was granted? Because I suspect maybe we've got a situation where he got caught in a timing snafu here. And that's all the comments I have, so I'll let you go back through the chairman with your response.
Mr. Chairman, of the 2 licenses, one was January 3rd, 2017, and the other one was March 2nd of 2017, which are both prior to the issuance of the special use permit for bed and breakfast.
There's no other comments, so I'm looking for a motion.
Great. Agenda item 72, SUP 71273, I move for denial.
Yes votes for denial. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go to City Council on the October 18th, 2017 agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Cherry just reminded me that we have to give our city staff a break every two hours and spend 2.5 hours. And nobody really wants to take a 10-minute break right now, but unfortunately, we have to keep that break. Thanks. Be back momentarily. Let's try to make it in 5 minutes. Good morning. We're going to go ahead and continue this Plan Commission hearing, starting with item number 73, SUP 71311, applicant owner Chemont Tevet LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 6336 Lawton Avenue, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a proposed four-bedroom short-term rental and it will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of a special use permit. All other code requirements are being met, and staff finds this use appropriate and recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Seeing none, I'll open this for a public hearing. Please come forward.
My name is William Nickel. I live at 3628 Lawton Avenue, 2 doors away. I've been in the neighborhood 7 years. I've lived in the house 2 years. I'm getting ready to sign another 2-year lease. My 5-year-old daughter goes to Vale Pittman Elementary School, which is 0.2 miles from my house. This resident happens to be closer to the school than my daughter's school. On the next street over at 6232 Parsifal, my son and daughter live with my 4 other grandchildren. We're very close to this, and I've been watching the community. People come in and they buy the houses and they develop them and they stay in them, and they go to the school, and they're all our neighbors. This one here, I got a couple other things I want to give to the court from other people that couldn't make it tonight. And then I got a couple of pictures I'd like to show that kind of displays the house. Oh, there we go. So that's there, and I think it's the only house on the block with that kind of door on it. And they don't have the right trash receptacles. That was left out there for about 4 days. And then we had a lot of wind come by, and then you can see the bottom there where that was a shower door that was standing up, fell over. So we had to walk my daughter on the street to get through to go to the school. And there's lots of kids. Next door, we have a family with a couple of kids. Next door to me, we have another family. It's a really nice community, and I just don't see what benefit him having a short-term rental is going to do for our community. What's that? Oh, yeah. And we know that house has been vacant for a long time, and we've gone back, and the pool is a concern because there's no secondary barrier. So as we all hear about children drowning all the time, if there's no one in the house watching it, and then all of a sudden the gate's left open from the people that just rented it, and then a child goes into the pool, there's no secondary barrier to stop that. So these are concerns that we have.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Raymond Dunn. I live 6341 Lawton. I'm directly across from the house. It is correct to say it's been empty for about 5.5 or 6 years. I was excited to see progress. I know that it was in a foreclosure. And already the work that they've done, as you've seen in the pictures, the green in the red isn't landscaping. It's actually the weeds already growing up through the new landscaping that's already not being maintained. So I already have concerns about how the property is going to be maintained. I'll give them a little pass on the trash thing that was brought up. They are taking over the property in the midst of the changes, but I would think by now they would have been required to reach out to Republic and start service as long as they've been in the house, or as long as the property's been in the new ownership. I have a couple of other things I want to make clear. There's nothing in that area that's an attraction for a short-term rental to be in that area. There's not a hospital. The nearest attraction is Springs Preserve, and the next nearest hotel or casino is over 2.5 miles away. I also think, and this is just, I want this on the record, a special use permit should be like a hotel permit or a casino permit. It should be issued to the operator, not the property. You don't issue a hotel license or a casino license to the lot. You issue it to the operator. These special use permits should be issued to an operator. Makes enforcement much easier.
Okay, thank you.
And I did have a question. I've forgotten, so I think it may have already been answered.
You can tell somebody else. I'm sure somebody else
Yeah,
is coming
I'm
up
sure.
when it comes to your mind. Thank you
Thank you
for
for
your
your time, Mr.
comments. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Tom Dinkle. I live at 6232 Lawton Avenue, and I'm new to the neighborhood, only been there for about a year. My daughter goes to Pittman Elementary School, walks right by that house, and I'm concerned about the safety of our children in that neighborhood. There are a lot of kids there. And it's a nice, quiet neighborhood, and I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Mulkern, 6348 Lawton Avenue. Been in my property for 13 years. I've seen low to middle income people buy up properties. They're making improvements. The neighborhood has been quiet. It's been really nice. There's a lot of children. That's my main concern. Walking to Vale Pittman. Garside is on the other side on Torrey Pines. It's a middle school. We have a lot of children walking to that school as well. Again, the pool is another issue with leaving a gate open. And how many people are going to be allowed to stay in a 4-bedroom house? How many people are they going to squeeze in there? We had another house that was illegal that had 15 to 20 people on a weekly basis staying in it. And finally, that went away. Now we've had a nice neighborhood for a while, and I'd like to keep it that way. So I am against this.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mary Delma DeLuise, and I live at 6353 Lawton, and I've been in my house 16 years, and I put a lot of money in my house, and I like my house, and I'll be 78 in a few days, and I live alone. So I like to know my neighbors. Kathy's my neighbor, and I like to keep in touch. So having something like this in the neighborhood runs down my property value, and I try to keep my property value up. Plus, these people come and go. You don't know who they are. You don't know where to go or who to talk to, and I just think it's terrible, and I don't know who ever thought of having this in a residential neighborhood to begin with. Can't you control licensing where these people can be? Shouldn't they be on the strip or downtown somewhere and buy a hotel? So I think you guys should cancel them all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorraine Peroni, 6333 Parsifal Place. I live right behind that house. I've been there since 1999. There was a Metro substation there, a fire station there, a Smith Center there, and they're all gone. The only thing there is there are long-time neighbors that's been there. I know their cars. I have 2 elderly neighbors next to me. I know when their grandkids are coming over for the summer. Normally the end of July. I know when my neighbors are going to have a barbecue, like every 6 weeks. So I'll bring in my dogs, not to bother them. And that's what a neighborhood is to me. May not know them directly, but you know, habits and stuff. And this particular house, friend used to live there, and I know there's 2 bedrooms downstairs also. I'm not sure how it's set up now, but so there might be a total of like 6 bedrooms in there.
Thank you.
Just saying.
All right, seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask the applicant to come back forward if he's here
I'm ready.
for a rebuttal. Seeing no applicant, I turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. I'll tell you what a neighborhood is. It's people coming out at 1:35 in the morning and sitting here all night to fight what they own and fight for their neighbors and who they love. And I'll tell you what a neighborhood is not, and that's when an applicant doesn't show up here tonight to fight and to explain to us. I don't think there's any conversation here. I don't know if my fellow planning commissioners want to talk. But my motion tonight will be for denial on SUP 71311, and thank you all for staying here so late.
That was a recommendation.
For denial.
Recommendation for denial. Yes votes for denial. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council on the October 18th, 2017 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 74, SUP 71312, applicant owner Savan LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 180-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 809 Franklin Avenue, Ward 3, Coppin. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is approximately 180 feet away from an existing licensed short-term residential rental and requires a waiver of the distance separation requirement. Due to the waiver request, staff is recommending denial of this application. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Okay. So this is a different.
Okay, what number
Okay,
are we on?
so I guess no applicant here. We'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and open this up for a public hearing, and if we can keep our comments short.
Did you just call me short?
If your comments are.
I've been up, Mike Brown, Cestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I live approximately, as the crow flies, about 600 feet, I would guess, from this property on the other side of John Park. I will simply reiterate some of what I said earlier tonight. This is currently what we believe to be licensed within this given area, which includes the neighborhood. This is actually what is happening in the neighborhood, and frankly, I don't think we don't need another one. We got plenty. There's plenty of them. There's even one for $16 a night, so we all the way up to $199.
I appreciate it.
Here's the property in question relative to John Park Elementary. This big area right here is John Park. This abandoned area lot here is an old, it's an LDS church location. I have concerns about traffic and street parking, given that there's already street parking because of the teachers at John Park, not having, because of the portables taking away parking. We talked about that earlier. So I don't think there's enough parking here. This is a close-up of the property. This is a shot I just pulled off the web tonight. It's a 2014 shot, according to Google, as you can see. The renovation has actually already begun on the property. But as you can see, there's not a lot of parking here. It will force people out into the street. And it is literally across the street from an elementary school. I think it's completely inappropriate for the location.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Commissioner Quinn had asked for me to leave this.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Ellis.
Bob Ellis, Vice President of the Jonas Park neighborhood. He's
Address?
right that, excuse me?
Your address?
1269 South 8th Street.
Okay.
Yeah, they are actually remodeling it. It's a historic home. It's in the historic neighborhood. And they actually just ripped out the windows and put in modern windows without going towards the Historic Preservation Commission. So we just recommend denial. I don't have a problem with 660 feet. I mean, it's something new, but 180 feet, it's 3 houses away from, so it's just getting ridiculous. I think you guys really should stick with the 660 feet.
Thank you, Mr. Bellis.
Gerald Duncan, 1760 Nadra Court. I agree with this gentleman that we must keep that rule. It's all that stands between us and this completely transforming our neighborhoods into something nobody ever imagined. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Ron Ripp. I live at 823 Park Paseo. I'm in the Jonas Park neighborhood. I'd be directly affected by this. I think this is almost a no-brainer. The 180 is an extreme request, and I request that you deny this one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mike Hanson, 1100 South 6th Street. It's late, and that house was been blighted for years, 1 by the historic designations, 2 by a fire, and I think that anything that we can do to get the house occupied is better than turning it over to the transient community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I'm going to make a couple of comments. I think that this is a special neighborhood where all the neighbors are very active, and I feel that I can waive distance separation where 180 feet is being provided, where 660 feet is required. So if there's no other comments, I'd like somebody to make a motion.
Through the chair, prepared to make a motion on item number 74, SUP 713312, to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Yes notes for denial. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Creer. Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that action is final unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item 75, SUP 71313, applicant owner Shemont Tevet LLC for possible action on the request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 720 Starks Drive, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed four-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of a special use permit. As other code requirements are being met, staff finds that the use is appropriate for this location and recommends approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Could we get the applicant Shemont Tevet LLC up? Seeing none. This was noted as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard? Please come forward. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Ryko Campbell, 613 Starks Drive, and I am opposing it. I do believe in STRs as a personal for me traveling, but on that street, I think the owner already owns 11 houses, and he hasn't even bothered to show up for his second one that was here, and I think that's not right. I'm very much involved with the STRs, and I think if the owner is responsible and wants to take care of his home and to monitor who's coming in and out, but when you have these companies coming in buying these houses and are not established in the neighborhood, that it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Michelle Duncan, 1716 Adra Court. Very quickly, of course, I'm opposed. It's 470 feet from an elementary school and 1,000 feet from a middle school. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close this here and turn this over to the Planning Commission, and I just want to make one comment, that a comment that was made earlier about the appropriateness of, where these go and where they don't go, and I think it was Mr. Murad that was up here, and I do feel that around downtown, and when I say downtown, I mean we're talking about Maryland Parkway to Las Vegas Boulevard, Fremont to Charleston, some of those areas where there's some of the older hotels that might be converted. I think there's some real opportunity there, but we got to be careful encroaching into these neighborhoods. But that's all the comments that I have. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. I concur with you as well, believe it or not. Agenda item 75, SUP 71313, I move for denial. Oh, excuse me. I think agenda item 70, nope, we're at 75. Yes, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other comments, can we get a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, what was the motion?
For denial.
Motion for denial, sorry.
And for bacon and eggs.
Okay. Yes votes for denial. That item has been denied. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Yes, guys.
Okay, moving on to item 76, SUP 71315, applicant owner Shemont Tevet LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 4300 Sawyer Avenue, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed four-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of a special use permit. As all other code requirements are being met, staff finds the use appropriate for this location and recommends approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can the applicant come forward, please? Seeing no applicant. So as noted, says a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Please keep your comments brief so we don't have to take another break.
Good morning. My name is Michael Dye. I live at 4304 Sawyer Avenue, right next to the property in question. I'm also speaking for my neighbor who lives on the other side, named Jesse Lopez. He lives at 4236. I've learned quite a lot in the 7.5 hours that I've been here. And two things have given me a bit of comfort. One is that my agenda item was not last. Sorry, 77. And number two is that I'm glad I don't have your job. I appreciate it very much, and I've appreciated quite a bit how you've been and what you have to go through. So I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. My issue is not with the concept of short-term rental. My issue about this particular property has to do with how this came about. It's been functioning as a short-term rental for over a year now. I've lived at the property that I live at for 22 years. And in that time, I've gone through several different neighbors. My neighbor Jesse, who is not here, who gave me permission to speak for him, has been in his location for 12 years. We've probably been in that neighborhood the longest. I'm not so much concerned about parties because we live on a party street. We have a quinceañera about every month. We have all kinds of different gatherings there. But one thing that we do have is what this owner did not give us when he came into our neighborhood. And that was a sense of accountability, a sense of responsibility, and a sense of decency. There was no word to any of us that this was going to happen, that this house was going to come in. It had been vacant. I'm sorry. Is that my time already?
Yes.
Oh, well, okay. Have a nice morning. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice comments. Excuse me. I'm going to go ahead and, come on up.
Michelle Duncan, 1716 Adra Court. Could you please deny this application for a short-term or a special use permit? The applicant did not even come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Starting with Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you. I'll make, no need to. Agenda item 76, make a motion for SUP 71315, make a motion for denial.
Yes, no, yes votes for denial. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 77, SUP 71316, applicant owner, Savan LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 5616 Pinecone Place, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed three-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of a special use permit. As all other code requirements are being met, staff finds that the use is appropriate for this location and recommends approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant? Seeing none. I'm going to open this for a public hearing.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Michelle Duncan, 1716 Adra Court. And once again, sorry, it's very close, 1,000 feet from an elementary school. I am concerned about kids. Sorry, Kimberly.
Thank you.
But anyway, Thank you, and I hope you do deny this.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, turn this over to Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, if I may quickly, is there any way that staff could maybe reach out to this applicant in the outside chance that there was some emergency that they're not here? Oh, you have tried?
He's in Reno.
We will make efforts this morning.
Thank you, that's all, thank you. I think we're doing the right thing in voting on it, but thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you. Agenda item 77, SUP 71316, I move for denial.
Thank you. Yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 77 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
All right, moving on to director's business. Item number 80, TXT 71338, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code 19.12 and 19.18 relating to the liquor establishment tavern use, to amend LVMC Title VI relating to a general on-sale license, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Can we have a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this amendment will accomplish the following. One, with approval of a special use permit, it will allow the sales of full alcohol for on-premise consumption to be approved at specific locations that meet certain criteria where the sale of alcohol is ancillary to the primary use. It will add a minimum special use permit requirement to Title 19 for the liquor establishment tavern use that would allow a waiver of the distance separation requirements for establishments to be licensed as a general on-sale establishment. Also will add the definition to Title VI for an amusement theme park.
Thank you. Would any commissioners have any comments on this particular item? I read through this and didn't have any questions.
I hate to belabor it, but what's the difference between these things that are being added? What's the difference between now? You still need a special use permit to allow the sale of full alcohol on premise consumption to be approved.
Mr. Chairman, I think this amendment seeks to allow amusement theme parks of a certain size the ability to apply for a waiver for the general on-sale establishment license as part of the tavern license, whereas right now they would not be able to do so.
Like a Wet n Wild or something? Or
a Wet n Wild would be large enough for it. Other things might include the Area 15 project that you saw most recently.
Oh, okay. They would still have to come in front of this board to get the special use permit.
I believe so, yes.
Thanks.
Through the chair, if there's no further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please.
Item number 80, text amendment 71338, motion for approval.
The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to the City Council in ordinance form for their consideration.
Thank you. Item 81. Item 81, TXT 71381, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend LVMC Title 19.12 and 19.18 relating to the packaged liquor off-sale establishment use. LVMC Title VI relating to the ancillary craft distillery license and fees, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Can we get a staff report, please?
Yes, Chairman. This is a request to amend Title 19 by adding packaged liquor off-sale establishment as a use that can be permitted in the CPB Planned Business Park Zoning District by the means of a special use permit. It would allow a waiver of the distance separation requirements to be requested under specific circumstances and limit the use of ancillary
use as ancillary within the CPB zoning district by adding minimum special use permit requirements. This also amends Title VI related to ancillary craft distillery as well as associated fees. This will align the City of Las Vegas ordinances with the NRS related to distilleries.
Thank you. Open up this for a public hearing. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action.
Through the chair, seeing no discussion, prepared to make a motion on item number 81.
Yes.
Text amendment 71381, motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 81 will go forward to City Council in ordinance form for City Council consideration.
Thank you. Moving on to item 82, TXT 71382, text amendment, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code 19.12 and 19.18 relating to animal keeping and husbandry used and to provide for other related matters. Staff has no recommendation. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment will accomplish the following. One, it adds the animal keeping and husbandry use as a conditional use in the R1 and RMH zoning districts on lots that are developed for single-family residences. In the RMH zoning district, mobile home parks are excluded. It limits the use to the keeping of 5 chickens, hens only, solely for the production of eggs for personal consumption and not for sale or slaughter. Larger numbers of chickens could be approved via a special use permit. It clarifies that roosters are prohibited in all zoning districts and adds it as a non-waivable minimum special use permit requirement. It prohibits non-domestic animals, wild or exotic, in the R1 and RMH zoning districts. It provides additional standards regarding coop structures and property maintenance requirements, and adds minimum special use permit requirements for the animal keeping and husbandry use. Thank you.
All right, this was, note says public hearing. Anybody wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll turn this over to the Planning Commission, and it seems like we have a couple of comments, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. So I understand that you're saying that these R1s and RMHs don't have to be in a rural neighborhood preservation overlay, and they can still have livestock and chickens, and is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, yes. This allows up to 5 chickens, hens only, no roosters. This is for what we've been coining as urban chickens. I don't know if they're hipsters and have beanies or any of that stuff, but they are for more, I guess, in higher density areas where basically food production on only a residential scale for the purposes of that property owner. And currently following suit with the ordinances that are adopted in Henderson as well as some other cities around the country.
So if over here in Ward 1, there's a home that's an R1, they could have livestock, they could have chickens and hens and, yeah?
Mr. Chairman, it's just limited to a maximum of 5 chickens, yes, that would have to be kept in a coop.
Wow, that's a pretty big deal that we're talking about. And also, so if someone has roosters, I have roosters, I live in an RMP. I live in an RMP district, RMP overlay, and people have roosters and horses and chickens and goats and everything. So the people that have roosters now, they cannot have roosters, or moving forward, a person could not have a rooster. Well, I get people crow every single morning in my neighborhood.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, roosters have been prohibited in the city of Las Vegas since I've started work here. So those roosters, I don't know if they're older than 15 years old, but they're not grandfathered in, and they would be prohibited.
Miss Deputy Planning Director in business licenses has some issues then, because I don't know if I'm supporting this. Thanks.
I have a question.
I have a quick question for Deputy Fire Marshal David Klein. In here, Section 5 says, or no, it's Section 6 says, all chicken coop structures shall comply with all the requirements of the building code and fire codes. What kind of fire codes are relating to a chicken coop? Are you requiring fire sprinklers or what, sir? Okay. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman and Commission.
Thank you for coming to these hearings.
There, unless the structure was 5,000 square feet built under the International Building Code, it would not require fire sprinkler protection.
So let the coop start off by?
Then Dave sends his truck down and sprays water on them. All right. Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I guess for clarification, I mean, I live in an area which is heavily populated with farms in Ward 6, and what does this actually do to the people that, you know, have the chickens, have the hens, have the horses, have the cow, I mean, have all this already? How do you police if somebody had, you know, 6 chickens when now they're saying only 5? So, I mean, how do you prove that they didn't have them there for, you know, ever and a day?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this actually does not impact any of the residents' estates lots that are most commonly associated with the rural preservation neighborhoods and where you find a lot of the agricultural and livestock being present. This would be in R1, which was single-family residential, and the RMH lots, which are about 6,500 square feet, and they're only limited to having the 5 chickens. They can't have horses or anything other than that.
Just as a follow-up, I guess, now what happens if the R1 has an HOA? If it's in their CC&Rs that they can't have it, then they can't have it, or does this supersede?
Well, it's a private agreement between the parties that are living in that association and the documents that
Commissioner,
they sign.
this would not supersede their CC&Rs.
Okay, that was my question. Okay, excuse me, through you, I'm really not joking around. So I live, you know where I live, Rancho, between Rancho Bel Air and Rancho Circle in the old house there. So I have, I'm an R1, correct? So does that mean I can have 5 chickens, the guy next door can have 5 chickens, the guy behind me can have 5 chickens, and then, so that's like 25 chickens within an acre of me? That's insanity, right? Is that how it works? Like everybody can have 5 chickens? Because we're R1?
Through you, Chairman, there you have the ability to get 5 chickens as long as you're meeting the other requirements for where they're
Okay.
placed and stored. If you don't meet those, then you would have to come forward with a special use permit, and it would be discretionary review before the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Toussaint.
I have one question. Are these coops inspected? I mean, coops can get pretty nasty and dirty, and just really...
My neighbors are.
So are they inspected periodically by anybody to make sure they're clean and healthy and people aren't going to get botulism and salmonella and all that
Through
kind of
you,
stuff?
Chairman, there's no regular inspection program on this, but there are the conditional that they be maintained free of animal waste at all times and should comply with Title IX regarding odor nuisance. And if complaints are driven, then it's grounds for violation of the conditional use. Okay.
Quick question.
Yes, Commissioner Roush.
I'm sorry, I'm the only one that didn't
No,
weigh
please. I mean,
in,
everybody
right?
needs to make a comment. This is one of the best ones.
So, what about the health district? You know, I mean, like, don't they want to weigh in on this? Isn't there some kind of provision? I'm new, but I'm trying to find out. Who
Well-
governs who? I mean, earlier you said CC&Rs, or the city can trump the CC&Rs, and that's probably for setbacks.
No, the
But-
city does not trump CC&Rs. Your CC&Rs, which are the private covenant between you and your homeowners association, that's something that's on your
But when we
property.
were talking about setbacks earlier, you said that the city can.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that's what I started to say. So
Yeah, normally
I know it's
CC&Rs
late.
don't
I'm
pertain
following
to
along.
setbacks, so, yeah.
So
you're correct.
with setbacks, city trumps CC&Rs. With use, CC&Rs trump the city. So you're saying that if we pass this, there won't be chickens in Summerlin?
That's correct. It's only through you,
Because
Mr. Chairman.
Summerlin, I already know, happens to ban farm animals.
Well, A, Summerlin is a planned community and is not
I'm only
zoned.
using it because I know they're CCNRs. A whole lot of stuff in Queensridge going on.
Mr. Chair,
I think it's time to adjourn.
Well, if nobody has any additional questions about chickens and roosters, well, it all starts with the special use permit and then entitlements. And whenever they get a special use permit, then, I mean, our odor control gets kicked in, and I guess the animal control could be called. And I guess if that stuff gets washed out on the street, when the fire department comes down to, you know, put out the fire on the chicken coop because it didn't have fire sprinkler system, then it goes out in the street and SNHD will be there. So, I don't know. I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah.
Item number 82, text amendment 71382. Make a motion for approval.
All right, there's a motion for approval on the floor. Please cast your votes. Yeah. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council in ordinance form for council consideration.
If I can order, this Plan Commission hearing is not over yet. Moving on, citizens' participation. Item number 83. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within jurisdiction of the Plan Commission. No subject matter may be acted upon by the Plan Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening. Bruce Soares, 2113 La Havre Drive. First of all, I'd like to commend Mr. Commissioner and ladies and gentlemen of the Commission and the staff for, one, being here, doing a good job. You personally get all of our applause out there in the audience.
Thank you for staying with us all night.
Not a problem. You can tell the meeting's going long when you do chicken jokes. That's beside the point. And Fire Marshal, I think we can consider if a chicken coop's on fire, we're having fried chicken. Hard to roast them in a fire burning, so I'm just saying. My concern that I'd like to bring to the commission, and I will be brief, is 2 points. One, recently it was announced that Amazon is looking for a place to build a major facility. I understand this is the Planning Commission, however, I'm sure all of you have contacts. Sending it up to the governor, sending it up to that organization which looks to bring businesses into Las Vegas. Not every business is going to be a Faraday, as what happened in North Las Vegas. But again, keeping an open mind, and we keep talking about diversification, I think this would be an excellent opportunity. And like I say, I think seriously, each of you have your contacts. Worst they can do is say, no, we're not interested. You don't want to be interested in 50,000 possible jobs? There's an election coming up. Again, two objects that are close to my heart. One is the development, whether you want to call it redevelopment, urban development of the traditional West Side. I'm talking about the area from Main Street up to Martin Luther King, basically from Bonanza over to Lake Mead. The area is basically in blight. I would call that the lower West Side. From Martin Luther King up to Rancho, things are better. However, going through the alphabet streets, brings pain to my heart. There are a lot of vacant land areas. There are houses, buildings, apartments that are boarded up. I don't necessarily expect gentrification. However, it would be nice to see some type of development. And with that, I bid you all good night, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you for staying with us, and thank you for the comments. Any other comments? Okay, I call this meeting adjourned.